when times get tough. And I think the difference that the PulseChain community has is that in terms of resilience, we don't back down. I mean, the FUD, the misinformation, from all the authority figures in the space, nobody talks positively in the mainstream about Hex Crypto or Richard Hart or PulseChain. A lot of people say it's a scam, and even from within the community too, there's a lot of frustration, anger, depression, and hate, and it does take an emotional toll, right? So it's normal to feel that emotional struggle of holding through this multi-year dip, the uncertainty of wondering whether it's all going to work out. It's a human thing, but the fact that you're all still here means that you're courageous enough to realize that it's more so about your reaction to what happens. It's about how you process information, how you then project that information to the rest of the world. And if you're obsessed with paranoia, fear, depression, anger, and you're just online talking shit all day, well, you're going to project that image to the rest of the world. And when other people look at PulseChain, they're going to say, why would I want to associate with something that is such a terrible place where everyone's whining, complaining, and doesn't want anything to do with it? It's what I'm trying to say is that we have a choice, about how we react to what happens. It's not exactly what happens, it's how you react that determines whether or not you're going to be successful. Sometimes it takes a shift in identity. Sometimes it takes having to really take action. And taking action, whether or not you're certain that it's the right action in the long run, any action is better than no action. And, you can really choose two sides. You can choose to get overwhelmed and complain and whine, but that doesn't add anything. And in fact, it just takes away not only from others, but from yourself as well. So I think it's important to remember to show ourselves some forgiveness and some humility and kind of some love, because that's going to resonate with other people too. And you all deserve it, right? I mean, being here 3 years in a bear market and doubling down and working harder than ever to build this empire. This is something that, it's only going to be rewarded in the end. And people are only going to come out of the woodwork at the end to congratulate you. But we've got this core group of believers at the bottom that is diamond-handed, that's sticking with this thing when the prices are down. So it's like I tweeted this the other day. It's cliche, but your vibe does attract your tribe. And the more, I feel like everybody watching this stream right now understands that. It's that persistence is what wins at the end of the day. There's a Calvin Coolidge quote about persistence, and that has to do with the choice we all make. We could choose to quit, give up, complain, or double down, create rather than consume, to build rather than destroy. So shout out to everybody for really actually realizing that. I see a lot of people come and go, whether they're in the community or from outside of crypto. And I think that's the reason most people don't make it, is because they just can't handle it. It's when times get tough, a lot of people give up. But the PulseChain enthusiasts, the Pulse Tards, the Hexicans, we're too bullish. We're permabulls at the end of the day. We're over a long time frame. We're all staked for 15 years. And so we understand that yes, you can be optimistic and realize that there is much work to be done, because that beats the self-defeating, self-victimizing alternative of being pessimistic and just sad. And that's the reason that, again, a lot of people, they drop out. They buy crypto high, they sell it low. Sometimes they get scammed, but sometimes they kind of scam themselves with their lack of conviction. So we're a special kind of crazy, special kind of delusional. And, the only difference at the end of it all is going to be the price. The price goes up, they'll call you a genius. But because the prices are down, they'll call you delusional. I think we've hit critical mass. I don't want to say it's time to rest on our laurels and just sit around, and you can be too optimistic to a degree where, it's all going to work out, I don't need to do anything. But what I love about the Hex and PulseChain is that we realize that you can be optimistic with the drive and ambition, and realizing that yes, there's optimism, but yes, it does require action. And over a long time frame, we will reach whatever vision or version of the vision that you have internally. And that kind of leads me to my next point about just the developers, the builders, right? This whole conference, this whole chain, it's the developers and builders are kind of like, where else would you have an environment where software developers are like the rock stars of the show? You know, everybody building, they're kind of, you don't see their faces a lot because they're busy building the actual stuff that we just yap about, or that I do. But this conference is like a tribute to all the dApps, all the community, even, you know, the moderators and Telegram, the educators, the people that didn't disappear when the green candles stopped coming. So I could go on and on. You know, it's like we've got exchanges like Coast, wallets like Internet Money, hundreds and hundreds of apps that I would probably be here for literally hours trying to remember and talk about all of them. But you guys aren't working just to get a quick pump and dump, right? Everybody's working towards a legacy, a long-term vision. A lot of us are staked in Hex for multiple years as well. And so we're doing it for more than just, you know, social media likes or pump and dump meme coin stuff. And like, that's all going to happen on the chain anyway. But there is an underlying cohesion that we all want free, open, peer-to-peer digital money, and we want to get rich and we want to get free in the process. And again, like, I see the writing on the wall. I think that critical mass has been achieved, especially in PulseChain. When the world adopts crypto, when everybody has a wallet baked into their phone by default, what's going to matter is who's built the best infrastructure and who still has the attention economy in their favor. And right now that's PulseChain. We're regularly the top 5 chain, which is incredible by volume and stuff that's harder to fake. If you look at Dex Screener, we're less than 2 years old and we're beating out all these other chains that most of the time just had a bunch of VC money. I mean, you know, you've got some of the winners, Binance Smart Chain, Solana, Base, Ethereum. These are all winning chains, but they've proven over 5, 6, 7 years that they were the winners or more. And PulseChain is up there as a contender after not even year 2. So we're on the right track. And let's give ourselves some credit because it's easy to focus on the downside, right? There's, you know, why isn't the price pumping? Everything is going great. We've got all the DeFi, all the meme coins. We've got all the NFTs. We've got exchanges coming. We've got fiat on-ramps. We've got Banksa coming up. Shout out to hexscout.com for getting a Banksa listing. We've got all this stuff, but why isn't the number going up, right? It doesn't happen overnight, and there's forces outside of our control. So, like, it's good to give ourselves a little bit of grace on that end. Trump tariffs and global uncertainty. Fed rates are still high. I mean, crypto's never had to exist in a quantitative tightening environment. And this is kind of us dealing with the aftermath of all this money printing, all this hyperinflation during the, you know, the COVID cycle and everything. We're still paying for that. But nothing is permanent and everything is cyclical. Everything really is cyclical. Like, things will come back. And I just want to be in the right place when that happens. And I'm sure, like all of you watching this, you realize that PulseChain is the right place where we kind of take things into our own hands. And if you're here watching, you've already passed the hardest test, which is just not quitting, right? That persistence thing, not giving up. It's tough. There's a lot of toxicity on X, you know, a lot of scammers, engagement farmers, just tribal stuff. And I feel like we're at the point in the cycle where everyone's even just so depressed beyond that it's become so apathetic that people don't even have the energy to be angry anymore. We're just like actually depressed. It's not even panic. It's not like, oh, sell everything. It's just trudging along sideways or at the all-time low. And it can get really easy to be sucked into that. You know, I find myself doom scrolling a little too long sometimes, and it's okay to protect your attention, to protect your mental environment, right? So if someone is a net negative to themselves and others, feel free to curate your feed by muting, blocking, and just choosing the vibe that you want to project to ultimately onboard more people. don't let someone else's fear basically hijack your vision of where you want to end up being. There's a saying, misery loves company. And it's like, it's easy to get sucked into that. I totally understand. I do too. I get sucked into that stuff all the time. But it is good to take these kinds of conferences and realize that that we can rise above all that. And I think it's pretty nice. I think the courageous and the persistent people, they do rise above that by kind of just building their way through it and putting the blinders on to anything that's not part of your vision. It's like when you're making a sculpture, right? Like you carve out everything that's not the sculpture. So random haters within or without, like from outside or within the community. I mean, you just pay them no mind and keep moving forward. Even just, touching grass, stuff like that is important. It's good to just take a mental wellness check at this point in the bear cycle, because everybody's struggling. The prices are all down. But you do have that choice to control what you look at and what you feed. And if you feed the trolls, you feed the egregore of like, that's kind of like a boogeyman, right? Of this, it's all made up in the collective consciousness is what I'm saying, right? Like the fears about the SEC, sometimes I wonder how much did we cause the fear rather than, rather than actually help it. We had more news coverage about it than most SEC cases ever had. And that shows incredible passion, right? But then there's two ways to look at stuff like FUD like that. You could say, oh, well, we're going to beat them one day and it's going to be glorious. Or, oh, woe is me, this is terrible. We have an SEC case. What is everyone going to think about me? Blah, blah, blah. It's good to just flip that on its head. And you really can just decide to do that. It's pretty cool. You can just do things. Sam Altman. So what is in your control, right? Learning, building, connecting and promoting with other people, and protecting your mental health. All that stuff is in your control. What's not is like whatever Trump decides to do, or whatever wars break out, or if there's like some black swan COVID. Like we can't beat ourselves up for that kind of stuff. And sometimes that comes with the danger of just zooming in and creating more than you're consuming, more than you're creating. Like the danger of like obsessing over like the charts every day or the X feed every day. It really does get a lot easier when you're crafting the narrative and when you zoom out and aren't letting your emotions get caught up by whatever the daily price candle is, which, I should take my own advice sometimes, because I'm probably, not much different than everyone else in terms of waking up, checking the price and feeling defeated. It just comes down to that internal locus of control, like knowing that you have a lot more power than you might think that you do, and remembering that. And that's all I got for you. It's kind of just winging it here. You don't need to be perfect. You just you need to be aware and present, and don't let attention thieves steal all your attention in a negative way. And we should celebrate the fact that we're all surviving, right? We're all surviving, not just surviving the bear, but like preparing for the bull market as well. I don't know how much time I have left. I suppose I could take questions, but Max is back.
We can riff a little bit. We can riff a little bit. Yeah, the opposite of what is it? The enemy of good is perfect. I know you remind me of that one as well. So I think that's everyone out there looking at their portfolio and it's like, oh, it's down. It's like, well, again, you have the power to frame this however you want. You can frame it as, oh, I got scammed, or you can frame it as, oh, the whole community is aligned for glory. So like, let's go up. Maybe we got to wait a little bit longer. Maybe we got to push harder. Maybe we got to wait to better conditions, but you have the power to control that stuff. So you can make yourself sad all day long. I would prefer not to do that.
Yeah, X is a sadness machine, right? Like it's not even just crypto stuff. It's like, it feels like everything nowadays is race baiting or like rage bait, basically, of like people, unfortunately, for better or worse, that they can now make money on monetizing your anger and they're coming after like everybody that's gonna like decide to get in a Twitter argument. Like you don't actually solve any problem. You just feed the one guy that's sowing division through this really dark kind of black hat money making method, which is like, you know, the Jews or the blacks do blah blah blah. Like, you know, people just try to make it's black versus white, or it's a lot of it's male versus female or something, you know, and they'll try to just pit people against each other. Yeah, yeah, a lot of it is like women or illegal immigrants and stuff like that, and it is hard to not get sucked in, and I find it personally easier when you're making something. But
I just turn it off
again.
I don't watch the news. I literally don't. People are like, "Oh, how do you stay informed?" I'm like, I X a very curated X feed, and it's not an echo chamber thing. It is I do not have time for your noise. I cannot care about what's going on in the world everywhere at once. We're not meant to do that. We're human beings. We grew up in tribes, small tribes, not like this global effect deal. It's just having like literally, I watch probably 15 minutes of news, maybe daily, maybe less, probably like 10 minutes. And if it's half of most of it's even reading, and I try to stay away from it because there's no, what good is it? Like I was literally watching a RH vintage video, got posted to the channel. I still got clips posting every week until July, I think this year. And one of them was an interview with Hexologist, and in that Richard was talking about like how the news is ephemeral, you know, short-lived. A lot of the information you get from it, it's not very useful. You can't do much with it. And
it's interesting to think about over the past. Yeah, exactly. It does. Like when I don't check into Twitter for like a day or two, and I come back, I feel this wave of like, oh fuck, there's all these things to be anxious about. Better, and you got to remember not to do that. And there's been a lot of noise, and finding the needle of signal in the haystack of noise is very hard, and even in crypto too, it makes you wonder how much of this daily, like, you know, the daily engagement farmers of, you know, I'm bullish today, I'm bearish, sell everything, chase this coin, chase that coin, how much of that was just noise versus doing stuff that you could have been controlling yourself rather than like following a million people. I mean, from experience, when I first started in crypto, I used to follow dudes like Tone Bays or people like that, where it was just the daily update of what the price chart looks like, and it might go up, it might go down, it might go sideways. What did we accomplish here? You know, it's I think onboarding is great, but that's another point too, is that people won't come in until they're emotionally motivated to buy something. Like they need that emotional reason for the most part, other than the lucky, you know, few survivors still here, everybody watching. You guys understand the greater vision, and you're just that much farther ahead of everybody else. But there, you know, why would you want to be on a chain where like everything sucks, right? If you're a new person coming in and you're coming in and you're seeing all this negative sentiment of how bad everything sucks, you're not going to really be emotionally motivated to buy. And so it is hard you can't force it. You can't force feeling good. Like I can't just pretend everything is great right now, but
I don't think new onboards, again, I speculate, I don't know for sure, but I don't think new onboards, like when they come on board, they bridged over to PulseChain for the first time, or they bought Hex and they go to stake it or whatever they do for the first time. I don't think, unless they've already been exposed to the toxicity or otherwise, they even know. Like I think to them, they're like, whoa, the founder just made a new PulseChain website. Oh, that's cool. Look, it's got all the stats. Look, it's got all the stuff. I don't even think they know until if they do be unfortunate enough to dig in or follow the wrong people or just get in some group that's just like, yeah, we all hate Richard. It all sucks. We're gonna like, unless they like get into the atmosphere. I think as a new person, like think about it. If you were to go to another community and just go on their Telegram and start interacting and start seeing their website and start buying their coins or whatever. Not that I'm telling anyone to do this, but if you were to do that today to a place you've never seen before, and that place had this history of like ups and downs, and oh, this drama happened, this controversy, and oh, there's a lot of true believers. But if you just get there on the first day and you're like, oh, cool, they got this website that has these stats, and oh, these people want to help me out with this thing, you're probably going to have a better experience. And it's like everyone else who's trying to reinforce the pain that they felt throughout the last couple years or so, and all the angst or grievances or stuff they have. That's what's like making it like the new people have the worst experience. It's not a natural thing. We can be positive and people can have good experiences. And I don't think they come to the chain. I honestly don't think they come here and say, oh, this place sucks. And unless they see a bunch of stuff that does suck. And that's what we're creating. So stop creating that like that. That's what I'm saying.
It's hard though. I mean, again, that goes back to the personal choice of you actually can change your mental state by just choosing. But a lot of people haven't discovered that yet. And I think it's awesome. And I'm not going to pretend everything is just all perfect sunshine and rainbows for me or for everybody. We've all felt great amounts of pain, but it's again how you transmute that. I find even just humor is a great way to transmute it. I know there's a lot of guys that do spaces like KD and Panos, and a lot of guys do spaces where people can just, there's a lot of, joking about how shitty everything is, but it's just like, that's important to do. Commiserating is fine as long as it's not super hateful and super negative, because everything is contagious. Whatever vibe you're putting out there, I'm all for, joking our way out of it with like Bush did 9/11 meme coin type of shit. Like it's funny, man. Like it's funny. Some of this stuff is funny if you just lean into how ridiculous it all is. But I think there's a line where if you cross it, you're actually doing more harm to not only to yourself, not only to others, but yourself as well.
There's definitely a line where it's like, okay, we can joke, we can laugh, we can, all like, oh, it's Goblin Town, let's all high five each other, all, DJ and all that stuff. But there's a point where it's like, okay, you don't get too sucked into it. You get too sucked into it, you're going to start, you're going to start dipping your toes in other places. You're going to start really being a degen in the very negative sense of the word, and you're going to wreck yourself, and that sucks. So like that, there's a point where you can wreck yourself, and there's a point where you can just have fun with it. So I'm all for the former. The latter, I hope people can stay away from as much as possible. But I got a question here from David Farrow. Can you guys cover the fact that Richard's increasingly writing about PulseX on X? Actually, I don't know if I saw if I talked about this in the stream or not.
Can you say that a little slower? What was it?
Oh, can you guys cover the fact that Richard is increasingly writing about PulseX on X? So a lot of people have been talking about how Richard seems to be talking a lot about the fundamentals and buy and burn and stuff with PulseX. Kind of riffing on what you said a little bit earlier of like getting people excited, having like stuff to talk about, like it kind of reminded me of like momentum. Do you think that combined with other things we've seen that changed recently, turning on comments and SEC stuff, winning and all that stuff recently, he's trying to promote the coins away? And if so, like why PulseX? Like why not? Why hasn't he been like banging the drums for Hex as much as PulseX, for example?
Well, PulseX is, I do start, there is the argument to be made of what's got more sell pressure. Hex has an entire cycle of bag holders that are potential liabilities for the price. PulseX also has a giant sacrifice set, and that's always a liability, but it's been, maybe he's reading or picking up on the fact that most of the paper hands in PulseX are actually out. Or maybe he's just simply going for the fact that PulseX is the place that you do stuff. Like if you shill PulseX, that's a call to action to shill the entire ecosystem. In a way, you're also shilling Hex and Pulse, because you need to go to pulsex.com to get all the other coins. So PulseX is the gateway into every coin. So maybe it's as simple as that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it too. Like if you were Richard, which coins would you say have the most ROI for shilling? I think PulseX, huge sacrifice group. Hex, huge community from years ago. PulseChain, I mean, you're a ton of people into the chain itself. Gas token, things easy for them to understand. He's talked about ink before, leverage pieces, and then most, and he's talked about some of the pump tire stuff as well. What is the most ROI for getting people? I wonder, I want to see what metrics he's looking at. I bet he is looking at certain metrics for engagement and being like, when I post about PulseX, I get the most than other things. Maybe there's something to that.
Yeah. Awesome. Are we at time here? I'm not sure.
We're pretty much at time. But any closing thoughts? Any final words from keynote at Pulse Conference 2055?
Hex, PulseChain, PulseX, all the other coins, all the meme coins and stuff. It's part of a longer term vision. They're tests of the whole crypto environment is going to test your character. But everybody in PulseChain that's still here is strong and mostly positive, and understands that building through this brutal bear is the only way the only way out is through, right? So if we can just stay kind to each other, motivated, and focus on the vision, then yeah, we're gonna get there, and we're all in it together. So
do the hard thing. I like it. I appreciate you, man. Again, I started with the intro. You've been an inspiration to me and a lot of people in the community for a long time now. So really appreciate you, and we're gonna get the maddest gains together.
Thanks, dude. Yeah. Likewise.
All right. There is Crypto Coffee. Boom. Keynote. How'd you like that? I liked it really good. I thought it was a great keynote. Got to riff with him a little bit at the end. We're continuing on though. I got a quick transition video before we get into Crispy Man's 15 minutes or less for Hex. Very excited for this one. But first, let's show you our strong founder. Shout out to Richard Hart.
So you know you're in trouble when your extra large road weight belt doesn't fit no more. I guess I haven't been lifting on the cardio machine so much. So I'll give lifting this heavy crap a try. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, baby. Pussy hands are giving out.
Wow. Who remembers that, first of all? And second of all, who's the first time you ever seen that? If that don't get you pumped up, I don't know what does. That guy is strong. Honestly, sitting in a chair, when I see him sitting in a chair all the time, you don't look super strong. That's the strong man. That's a strong man right there. Strong hands, strong brain, billionaire founder, genius guy. I don't know how much that was, but it was a lot. But anyways, there's a transition into Crispy Man back to I want to say back to the show every time, to the conference. How's it going, Crispy Man?
How you doing, brother?
Woo. Doing good. You get jacked up? You get pumped for that one? You like that?
Yeah. Hey, now. So I'm looking at that. I'm like, well, I don't know if I could lift that. I know I can't. Not that weight. I'm not sure I could build up to that weight.
You know, I want to go try it now, but that's a lot. Yeah, I don't know if I need to maybe do. I need to do some more dips before I get into that one. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe it's 350, but maybe it's higher.
It's I would say 350. Yeah, I would have to count the bars on each side. Wow. Somebody in the chat, let us know how much you think that is. That's get you pumped up. We got the people going, Crispy. All right, I'm gonna head off. You got. I'll check in a couple minutes before time's up. But Hex in 15 minutes or less by Crispy.
Yeah, let me. Will you be able to put my slides up and I can show them? We'll do that. Yeah, fantastic, man. Big A now.
Yeah, here you go.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Max. Hey, thanks, Coffee, for the introductions. Getting into here. Hey, what I would say to everybody right away is going into this is welcome to Hex, and we love you. Hey, so with Hex today with this presentation, I am focusing on Hex 15 minutes or less. I've already burned a moment of that, so let's go ahead and get started. Man. We're just going to go through these. Got some slides prepared, normal type of stuff, and and so here's the big thing with Hex: no middleman needed, none, no middleman. And like we talk about the D, no middleman D. All right. So what if you can earn rewards from crypto without giving up custody or trusting a middleman? And that's where we start talking about Hex, right? Immutable code, launched in 2019 by Richard Hart. Arguably the first blockchain certificate of deposit. It depends how you want to define certificate of deposit, but it is definitely certificate of deposit like immutable, self-custody. So it's not something that somebody else holds for you. Only the users interact, and it's really, and this is the hard one. This is the hard one for a lot of people to get over. In Hex, the best thing to do is set it and forget it. Right? It's not for trading. And that doesn't mean that people don't trade Hex. Of course they trade Hex, and we need people to trade Hex. But and we'll talk about product market fit, is more for allowing users with minimal interaction to hold for the long term. right? And what is that all about, right? That's time locking our hex, right? And compared to traditional CD ladders, now with how things are set up on the chain, and actually both chains, your potential rewards in hex, whether you're on the Ethereum chain or PulseChain, is right around what's normal for CDs. The numbers vary on day to day, of course, in TradFi, and they'll also vary within hex. But right now, hex is paying about 4% for a kind of like an average kind of APR, right? For those of us in crypto, you're like, man, what's 4% compared to getting 100%, a 10x, 100x, whatever it is that you get? And yeah, this is where this idea of saving for the future really falls down for a lot of people, and they may not be interested in hex. But for those people who are interested in hex, what I'm telling you is, compared to TradFi, you get a very, very reasonable type of reward level. And being able to get that reward level over time with price appreciation, you could really outperform. And that's the whole idea. And so in my mind, and I've said this with a lot of people, is time lock staking ladder. A time lock staking ladder. And that is the product market fit. And over time, those who get in earlier do better. And they're the ones that reap the rewards from the system. So how does it work? And it's just this is probably good for a recap for everybody who may have heard of hex, but maybe hasn't gotten into the staking. And for all you new folks, right? How does hex work? Well, once you swap for hex and you have hex in your wallet, on one of the chains, you can then turn around and stake from 1 to 5,550 days, which is what we call Quattro Cinco. And today happens to be Cinco de Mayo, at least where I am. And some people were saying it's Quattro Cinco de Mayo. On a daily basis, once you have your stake set, you're allocated a certain number of T-shares or shares in the system. And because you have those shares, you then benefit from payouts. And the payout is spread against all of those T-shares. And the daily inflation is roughly, well, not roughly, I guess it comes close. It depends how you want to talk about it. But it's 3.69% over a year. And so there's a constant, and that's why I said it might not be exactly 369, but it's pretty darn close. And so on a daily basis, that 3.69% is distributed, is prorated by day, and we get those payouts plus any penalties. When we're talking about staking, longer pays better, bigger pays better. And you can always go to hex.com to dig into a lot of detail on this. And even ChatGPT and some of the other AIs out there have been already trained on hex. So you can actually ask all sorts of all sorts of good questions out there. And then, like traditional CDs, a lot of people forget this, there is a penalty for early or late end staking. I guess in traditional finance, I haven't seen so much that I could point to for late. You just stop earning. But certainly in traditional finance with a certificate of deposit, if you were to pull the funds out early, you do pay a penalty. That's usually the case. That is usually the case on how things work. All right. So how does hex work? You stake. It can be any amount of hex, but you need to make some decisions about that. It probably needs to be more than one hex, right? And then I think a lot of us tend to think of it in terms of 10, 20, 50,000 hex at a time or more. And of course, if you are a whale, remember, we have a broad audience here of people all over the world. Not everybody can bring up, 100,000 hex as a stake. So you would stake, you're rewarded daily. The longer you stake, the more T-shares you get, so the bigger the reward. The bigger you stake, the more T-shares you get, the bigger the reward. And then at the end, you're able to close out that stake on time and avoid any penalties or either late or early. All right, scarcity mechanics. Well, Hex inflates at 3.69, and mostly it goes to the stakers, right? It's not most. It goes to the stakers. But here's the thing with the 369, there's an edge case there that a little bit of it actually never gets paid to anyone, because there are stakes out there that have never ended or even get accounted. But I won't go into that detail. So we can just say that 3.69% goes out to stakers. But the OA holds a very large staking position. And to our observation, is not a selling address or series of addresses, and that results in even more low public inflation. Right, it's not a lot coming out to people, even though I feel like it's important and good. It's not a lot coming out to the general public, and that result is we are in the beginnings of what I call a supply squeeze on the market. It's scarce. Now, it may not feel that way to a lot of people, but that's how it is. I mean, we just are not getting the units on the market. It's certainly not coming from stakes at this point. Some people might say, well, what about the past folks? Yes, there are people who have earned in the past and they will cash out their rewards. But on a long time frame, Hex just became much, much, much more rare. And when I say a long time frame, I often speak about Hex in the frame of mind that it's a 15-year cycle, right? Why 15 years? Because it is based on staking, and staking goes out to 15 years, and we have stakes that are set up anywhere from a few days or a day all the way up to Quattro Cinco. All right. So liquidity and volatility, right? So I just mentioned that stakers are now, in public anyways, not the OA, are getting less Hex than they had in the past as far as rewards. But also on the market, we've seen a steady decrease in the amount of Hex that people are willing to put up for sale. And these are rough numbers, but something around 500 million Hex available on the market. It ranges as people add and take away liquidity. Right, so that's a very low number. It used to be a bit higher, over $1 billion at one point. The tight liquidity means that we're in a situation where we can see some prices move pretty quickly, right? In either direction. And so the scarcity plus low sell and possibly high buy pressure really could create a asymmetric upside. I mean, it will surprise you. I think that could be the case, right? Because if all of us decided we were going to start buying and taking the Hex off the market, sure, somebody would sell, but that's how markets work. What you'll see is that volatility go way up, and volatility is the price we pay, right, for these astronomical gains. All right. Important point, and then I got some visuals I'll show you here, is that T-shares do get harder to earn. Just in general, they get harder to earn. Now, why is that? Because you only get so many T-shares, and not everybody gets maximum number of T-shares. But the T-share rate goes up on a daily basis, usually on a daily basis, sometimes 4 or 5 times a day. And because the rate goes up, to get the same amount of T-shares that you had in the past, you either have to add more Hex in, or you have to stake for longer, and so this is what we've been seeing day over day, is that the T-share rate goes up. And in fact, as a avid staker, even when my stakes end, I cannot get the same number of T-shares for the same number of days. Even if I put all of the rewards in and all of the principal, just can't do it. All right. And so again, those T-shares are how the system determines what your share of the payouts are. The share rate rises over time and never falls, ever, never falls. And it takes more Hex to get 1 T-share every day. And so what this communicates for those who are interested in the Hex ecosystem is it's really a call to action. It makes it urgent to get in now and to do it big, early, and long, if you can accomplish all 3, and it's hard to do that, but yes. And just as a demonstration piece, just to look at our next slide, these are the share rates. They're fairly similar on both chains. But these are the share rates for both Ethereum and PulseChain. showing how it's gone up in this red section in the beginning, from zero, from zero all the way up to where we are today in the 41,000 range. And so it's working as designed. One of the reasons I had put together, this methodology of kind of watching this, it has been because I wanted to verify that it works the way it says it works, right? So it's been going up and to the right. It rises over time. There's, more hexes needed every day for people to keep their positions if that's what their goals are. And people do come with different goals. Meanwhile, when we look at the mining addresses, this is just from back from launch of PulseChain. We can see that we had a rise of addresses mining on PulseChain, which is in green for a period of time, but pretty much right away we started seeing a decrease on the number of addresses on Ethereum, and that is because of the shift, to the PulseChain. Most of the liquidity is on the PulseChain. Of course, gas was super high on the Ethereum side for a while. But then we saw a decline on PulseChain right up and we pretty much were declining on both PulseChain and Ethereum right up until the OA decided to stake. And you can see that marked on the chart here with this large line going vertical over the days that the OA decided to stake and had put in stakes. But since then, you can see that we have a rather decent decline on both chains in the number of T-shares, right? And also in the number of staker addresses or addresses staking. And so while that's going on, and this is very key, I think this next part is super key. Meanwhile, the holder addresses are going up and to the right. Now, sure, the Ethereum number is going up slower to the right, but the PulseChain addresses are going up and to the right much quicker. And now this is not log, so of course it looks pretty drastic, but I do see it going up and to the right. Let me pause there for a second.
Yeah.
To this question. Yep.
Yeah, quick question beyond all. What is the incentive to lock hex now that the price is low and the yield is almost less than any other staking protocol? And what is your favorite line to onboard to hex on both sides?
Right. Well, I think that the incentive right now is, if you're a true believer, right, you've come to grips with hex and you're interested in hex, the incentive is, how do you have as much hexes as you can at the end? How do you have as much hex at the end as you possibly can? And that is the only way to do that, is to get your stakes in, right? And then the other side of it is, what's the line for the onboards? I know it's not intuitive looking at some of the data. I mean, the data that I'm showing you is intuitive, but it truly is becoming scarce. And I think, unfortunately, like a lot of things in crypto, we got to see green candles first.
Yeah. I was going to say, a lot of people think the price is going to go up. I think that's a line for onboards.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's how it is. That's how it is. I think that's what we're going to be seeing. And so when we're looking at hex, and so the question is, why use hex? One of the primary reasons is it's you. Nobody else doing the work. It's built for long term. It's got proven uptime security. I mean, these are things we talk all about all the time, but people coming in here and listening maybe for the first time, it's important to bring up. And it aligns with delayed gratification, the idea of saving, and most importantly, some people might call them first principles when we talk about design, but when we talk about blockchain, not your key is not your crypto, and that is in alignment with that, self-custody, peer-to-peer, to the extent that we can have it. Now, that doesn't mean we don't have a few risks that are out there. We know market volatility is there right away. If somebody was going to criticize, they'd be like, yeah, but prices aren't up. You're right, they're not up. So there's volatility in the market, but a cycle has tops and bottoms. And as Coffee pointed out, the cycle's got a cycle, right? So you can't just assume things will never move. We're not mind readers. In this case, there's extremely low smart contract risk. Contracts audited, no admin keys, runs by itself. You can validate that yourself. The other part of it is, if you're looking for a quick, hey, I'm going to get my 1000x, perhaps it'll happen this time around. But really, to benefit, you got to go long term. You got to be thinking long term. And then the other thing, Max, that's really taken off for us has been this idea of ecosystem growth. I don't know if we could have envisioned it in the beginning. And I apologize, anybody I didn't get your project up here on this list, but you know, there are all sorts of protocols allow you to borrow from Hex in various ways, like Actuator if you're doing HSIs, like Hedron Nikos if you're doing HSIs, like Flex if you're willing to deposit your Hex and you know, back a stable coin. You have reward tokens. You have staking, pool staking contracts like Stakehouse and Maximus DAO. Just so many different things, and who knows what people are going to come up with. There's probably a few more here that'd be very valuable to everybody that'll get rolled out. But you know, the progress continues, and people have been building, right? So I would say, hey, you know what? There are more tools coming. The future is very bright. I think we have a lot of innovative people. Coffee spoke to this a little bit. We got a ton of things that can be done and will be done, and we're watching that, of course. I mean, not everything might be to your personal flavor, but it's there. And then finally, you're still early. I mean, it won't, if we're 5 years in, but over 5 years in, literally we are still early, right? I mean, would it have made sense for me to have purchased Bitcoin in 2014? It would. It would.
We're gonna be so early. You're gonna be tired of being early. That's how early.
So that's my short spiel on Hex in 15 minutes or less. Go take a look. Hex.com, please.
Invaluable to this community. Like I can't thank you enough for all the streaming and all the stats and all the analytics and all the hard work you put in for so many years now. And again, I hope you among everyone else do have the maddest of gains in every vertical you can. Hope you've got a lot of deep relationships, deep pockets, deep fulfillment in the work you're doing, because you've been doing a great job.
Yeah, the same back to you, Max, and everybody who does come to see this. I mean, ultimately, I think, except for a few of you psychopaths who are out there, I think everyone's here trying to gain their freedom. That's the objective.
That's right. Everyone, crispy at hexfire.io. We got to move on to the next lightning talk. Again, amazing job. Appreciate you. I'll see you in a bit.
Appreciate you guys.
Oops. All right. I think he might have been saying 5555 of some sort. I have to imagine. Up next, KG Internet Money Wallet. Before then, let's get a little bit of money gun in. Here we go.
Wow. Neat. Don't leave home without it. Yeah.
Any peers? I like that. You like that transition? That was good.
Yeah, what an intro. What an intro. Thanks.
Yeah. You're going to tell us how the money gun works, the money gun of internet money, right?
Yes, sir. Internet money gun.
I like it. All right, KG, take it away.
Okay. Well, Max, thanks for having me on today. For those that don't know me, my name is KG. I am the founder of internetmoney.io, or better known as the Internet Money Wallet. We are an EVM wallet on Android, iOS, and Chrome, but we're native to and optimized for PulseChain. So if you're familiar with using MetaMask, then transitioning to Internet Money Wallet will be an easy transition for you. You can add your custom networks. You can do all that stuff they're used to doing on MetaMask with one additional feature of being native to and optimized for PulseChain. And I'll get into a little bit more what that means. Now, of course, we have more features that MetaMask doesn't have, and they have features we don't have. But in general, I use that as a basis to establish, hey, this is the foundation of what you're getting into. We do a lot of really cool things. And Max, I'm going to screen share here as well. I'm going to give a little bit of a walkthrough to some of the features on the Internet Money Wallet. But in general, we are an open sourced wallet. We collect no data whatsoever, absolutely private to us. And that's great because we are an American company with an American team. And if the government ever wanted to subpoena us and get user information, well, we could give them that information and we'd have nothing to give them. If a hacker wanted to come in and data breach our data, fantastic. They'd have no data to breach. So the best way to protect user data is to not have it. That's a philosophy that we live by and build by. And being open source, you can always verify everything that we do. You don't have to trust us. You can verify. That's the way crypto should be. All of our smart contracts are verified, open sourced, and that is a core principle of the Internet Money Wallet. Privacy, transparency, and we want to give you the tools to interact with crypto in the ways that you want to, while not having to sacrifice your data and not having to trust us. Go verify all you want. That information is out there for you. So I'm going to share my screen here. Fantastic. So this is the Internet Money Wallet on Chrome, and it's effectively the same on Android and iOS on your Apple phones, your Android phones. Obviously, there's some layout difference because this is the Chrome extension, but the features are effectively the same. So what's one thing that's pretty cool that we added relatively recently is up here in the header, you can, at a quick glance, see the price of whatever native coin for whatever chain you're on. And you can see the GUI, and in this case, Beats on PulseChain. But when I say native to PulseChain, what that means is when somebody downloads the Internet Money Wallet, you have all these networks preloaded. Of course, you can add custom networks, custom RPCs, but these are networks that you won't need RPC settings for or anything like that. It's just ready to go. And PulseChain is natively connected. So when you download the Internet Money Wallet, you go through the 2-minute setup process or less. You're connected to PulseChain without having to do anything. So when you see us out there talking about Ethereum or Base or insert blockchain here, if users are joining the Internet Money Wallet from any one of these ecosystems, they're being onboarded and introduced to PulseChain. So you'll always see us talking about other networks, but at the end of the day, people are being brought home to PulseChain. So this is a great onboarding tool as well for those who want to onboard into PulseChain because it takes away a barrier to entry. Now, let's go ahead and we're not going to get into all the features because we only have 10 or so minutes, but I just wanted to highlight 3 of what I believe are the most important features that the Internet Money Wallet offers in terms of ease of use, onboarding, and navigating PulseChain. So first of all, we have a fiat on-ramp directly into PulseChain and over 20 other chains as well. And you can navigate that to that right here from the nav bar, or if you click into your account, you can click on buy. Now, PulseChain is only, so we have 2 fiat on-ramp providers right now. PulseChain is only supported by one of those providers, and the providers, we have no control over it, have some jurisdiction blocks or country blocks for particular currencies. So if you are in a region where it's showing you that you can't get quotes for buying, or it's not showing you any options, use a VPN. I recommend Proton VPN. They're the same company that built Proton Mail. And I recommend switching to a region that is not blocked. I personally like to switch to Iceland. It has the most support for all these fiat on-ramp partners. Don't ask me why. I don't know. But Iceland seems to have a ton of support. So what makes this really easy is if you're in a natively supported region, fantastic. If you're not, use a VPN and it'll unlock it for you. But just like this, a user can buy PulseChain. And in my case, I have USD, but these are many of the other currencies that we support as well. And so you can use your native currency to buy PulseChain directly. And you can use credit, debit card. You can use Google Pay, Apple Pay. And I believe in some cases you can use your bank account as well. And those vary by region. Again, out of our control. So just mess around with the VPN and changing the region to find what you want if it's not natively working for you or supported for you. Now, if you're not going into PulseChain directly, you can use the fiat on-ramp or buy feature to buy Ethereum or Base or BNB Smart Chain or something like that. You can see all the assets that you're able to fiat on-ramp directly into right here. And there's much more support if you're going into, let's say, Ethereum or Base. So you don't need, if your region isn't natively supported for PulseChain, you don't want to use a VPN, you can buy some ETH, which would introduce us to our next feature, which is the change feature. But this is really a cross-chain swap. Oh, I lost out there for a minute. This is a cross-chain swap at the core of what it is. And so let's say you bought some Ethereum. Well, then you can just come right here. There's no jurisdiction blocks on this. And you could simply change your Ethereum into PulseChain. You could also go back and forth. You can cross-chain swap between about 27 different networks at this time. And so these are, you could consider these all bridges in and out of PulseChain to all of these different networks right here. You can go to PulseChain or from PulseChain into all of these different networks. So this cross-chain swap feature is really easy, really quick. And if you initiate a cross-chain swap feature, you can actually go to your transactions tab and track it live. And usually these cross-chain, but to just understand the concept, these bridges usually take about 60 seconds and it gets deposited right into your account. So no claiming, no waiting a prolonged period of time. You initiate it, you track it, it deposits right into your account, or you can actually send it to another account. So some users may or may not be using this feature for obfuscation because you could even go pulse to pulse and it gets kind of mixed up, so to speak. So a lot of cool things you can do with this feature, but most importantly, it's that bridge in and out of PulseChain to 26 other networks right now. And then I think the final feature that I'll have time to talk about is our in-app swap feature. I'm going to go ahead and refresh really quickly here because I switched my VPN on for that. So if you go to, oh, the demo gods are going to get me here. It always happens in software. There it is. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a token. So I'll add some hex for this purpose. Let's click on the little plus there. And a feature we actually have coming soon as well is we're going to have auto detect of the tokens you're holding in your wallet. But in this popular tokens, these are just tokens that we have loaded the contract address right into the Internet Money wallet. So you don't have to know the contract address. You can just navigate all these tokens and you can even search by names, so I can search PLSX, I can search USDC, whatever I want, and it'll populate it for me. And of course, you can import your own custom tokens as well. Now, I'm going to go do a swap and I'm going to swap right into Hex. And the reason I wanted to show this feature today, just going to do a little $5 swap, is because people will say, oh, swapping in wallets is, quote, bad. People just propagate that narrative usually. They don't even really know why they're saying it. Well, two things that make our swap feature really special. So there is a revenue generation element to it. You do pay a small fee, but 100% of that fee is actually distributed to the Internet Money community and holders of time. So if you hold time, you actually earn passive income in PLS. As the swap feature does revenue, regardless of what token you're swapping. So this swap right here, time holders are about to get paid. And we aggregate more liquidity than anywhere else on PulseChain. So even though you're paying a small fee, a lot of the time that fee pays for itself because you end up yielding more tokens for your swap because of all the liquidity sources that we quote at a single time. Let me show you what I mean. We're searching all of these sources right now. We're going out and getting quotes for 15 different sources. And of course, we'll continue to add more. But you can see it's searching V2s, V3s. It's even searching Pateus. It's searching forked dexes as well. Uniswap V2, Uniswap V3, SushiSwap. It's going out and it's searching all of these dexes right now for a quote on this swap. And it's going to present us with all the rates from quotes that it found and give us the best possible rate. So you can see in this case, Pateus, shout out, is actually the best place to swap. You can see the amount of coins you're getting. You can see their US dollar value, and you can actually go and see all the different sources. So sure, you could swap in this case on Function Island, Desktop, 9mmv2, but in this case, they're not the best places to swap. You could, if you're a maxi for those dexes, that's totally fine. Go ahead and swap there. But in this case, it's Pateus, so we'll go ahead and swap with them. You can check all of your, all your settings and everything here. You can see the wallet fee is a negligible 4 cents. You can edit your gas fee really quick and easy right here. And I can click to swap. And that's it. And, it's going to take a few seconds to actually execute the swap. But that's really how easy it is to swap within the Internet Money wallet, as well as being profitable. And if you're a time holder, you get paid. So obviously I could keep talking about more. I know I'm on a tight crunch, but fiat on-ramp, cross-chain swap, on-chain swap for PulseChain. It's quick, it's easy, it's profitable.
Did you say profitable?
I said profitable.
People like to make money. That's true.
Yeah, people can make money. Absolutely. Very profitable.
Well, we got a few extra minutes here. And we got, let's just look in the chat. A lot of people seem to like your wallet, man. They like to see what they like what you're building out there. What else? I mean, you got anything coming up as far as new killer features or anything else interesting? We got a few more minutes here, maybe like 5 more minutes.
Perfect. So one feature, I'll show you one feature I'm excited about that we just launched, and I'll talk about a feature we have coming really soon. So if you go to your settings and go to choose currency, we actually just launched this for about 80 different currencies. You can view the entire wallet, everything you just saw in USD, you can view in the selected currency. So now you can see the whole wallet's going to display in euros, even the price of Pulse, the price of all your assets, the swapping, the cross-chain swap, everything. If you don't have one of these 80-something currencies, let us know. But I figure 99% of the world is covered in these 80-plus currencies.
Do you support Vietnamese dong?
Let me double check. Look, let's see.
Fast Abdul likes to
Hey, we do. Dong. We do.
Boom. Fast,
Vietnamese dong.
Got you.
So there you go. You can view your portfolio. That looks like a lot more money now. Makes you feel really good.
It's a lot of dong. Total value there.
So that we're very excited about that feature. And then the feature we're working on right now that I think the community is going to be very excited about. It's a little more nerdy of a feature, but connecting with dApps using the Internet Money wallet, it works. It's great. It's just a bit of a different experience than people are used to with MetaMask because we're leveraging Wallet Connect. So a feature we have coming up soon is going to leverage the same connection method that people are used to using with MetaMask. So you'll have the little pop-up window. If a dApp only supports MetaMask, Internet Money Wallet will be able to piggyback on that MetaMask support. And by popular demand, it has been our most requested feature, have an in-app browser on the mobile devices. So mobile browser and injected or the new connection method coming soon. We're actively working on it.
Wow. Building.
And then do I have a couple more minutes or time to wrap up?
Yeah. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We'll wrap up in 2.
So you can always head to internetmoney.io/stats and you can track. So we're about to hit 75,000 downloads across Android, iOS, and Chrome. It's been great. Our goal this year is 100,000. and we're on pace to meet that by the end of the year. So that's exciting. And at any time, there's a ton of chain stats. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to get into them all right now, but you can track swap volume. And this is actually one of my favorite stats that we just launched is this leaderboard. So you're able to track by token, address, or DEX. And so what's really cool is you can get a general sense of the whole PulseChain ecosystem. So I can select my network to PulseChain. I can select 24 hours. I'm actually able to see, this is through Internet Money Wallet, but we're a microcosm of the macrocosm. So you're able to see how much volume was done per token and if it was sell volume or buy volume. So I've been addicted to watching this table because you're able to see like, oh, the community's moving in this direction. The community's doing that. So even if you're not an Internet Money user, you're just a stats person, there's a lot to be gained from this leaderboard here.
Leaderboard. And it's is that something that you mentioned in-app browser and stuff too? What, just maybe hit on that one more time real quick. What can people do with that on the mobile app? What's that going to enable?
So what that allows is a more seamless DApp experience. The way Wallet Connect works is you have to use like Safari or Chrome or something, and then it's a switching back and forth between the app, Internet Money Wallet, Chrome, when you do your transactions. What the in-app browser allows for is you're just in your Internet Money Wallet on a browser within the wallet, and the connections and the transaction requests and everything are just seamless. It's no app switching. It's just everything's right there. So people that have used MetaMask Mobile for years, they have that, and that's a feature that people were used to. And so, again, by popular demand, if you request a feature from us, community, we are more inclined to build it because we are building by the sentiment of the people. We're a wallet for the people, and your voice truly matters in what we build.
Awesome, man. Question in the chat. We don't have time to get to them right now, but follow up with KG afterwards at brother KDG on the X platform, internetmoney.io. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for building on PulseChain. Doing awesome work out there.
Hey, thank you for the conference, Max. Appreciate all your hard work. And again, everybody, internetmoney.io only. Lots of imposters, lots of scammers. That's the only official link right there. Thanks again, Max.
Boom. Appreciate it. All right, everyone. Moving on. We got some, this place is on. We're on fire already. We've only been going for about an hour and a half already. Boom. All over the place. All kinds of good stuff. Next transition coming up, we're going to get into PulseChain in 15 minutes or less. Crypto Kong, he likes the PulseChain. A lot of fun stuff. We're going to give him a great intro in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. And we're back. We're live. We're back. How's it going, Kong?
It's going good. How are you?
You need some sunglasses? Do you need, the brightness of the candles, what we anticipate will be turning green, neon green, and uncontrollable, just going to Pluto or going past Mars? Do you feel like you'll be okay? You'll be okay?
I don't know. Yeah, I might need a few extra pair of sunglasses for that. I'm scared, like when those
solar eclipse glasses.
Yeah. I think that those would do the trick for the green candles we're gonna see. But yeah,
I like it. Well, I mean, there's the prep work. Everyone, if you don't know the PulseChain, you're about to find out. Kong, take it away.
Yeah, we're doing. Yeah, thanks for having me on the Pulse conference. We're doing PulseChain in 15 minutes or less. I'm gonna try and cover as many of the things in the ecosystem in terms of the kind of PulseChain. I might miss some things, like maybe even if, maybe we'll have like 5 minutes at the end, and maybe Max can come back on, and maybe I missed something, maybe I didn't. But in terms of what I would start with, and I'm gonna share my screen here as well. But I would always point people to gopulse.com, and I think there's a lot of other sites as well. And I think this is one of the greatest things about PulseChain as well, is we have things like pulsecoinlist.com, and then we have things like gopulse.com, and then I think there's even more like emerging ones. Like for example, I'll name PLS Folio. It has been a kind of a new one that I've seen emerging as well. But in terms of PulseChain in 15 minutes or less, I think I would start on GoPulse, and I would just kind of take a look at the bridge stats here to even start. So like you can kind of see how much value right over here is bridged into PulseChain. Currently $81 million, and you can see the distribution of these like bridged in assets. Like majority of a lot of these tokens are stablecoins, right? Or even Bitcoins here, a lot of Ethereum, and then a lot of EHEX as well has been bridged into PulseChain. So like there is a lot of like kind of value backing everything on the chain. So like I would say probably one of the main ways in and out of the chain, especially if you're trying to move perhaps like larger amount of funds, is through that main bridge avenue. And yeah, you can see people have essentially backed the chain with $81 million as of right now. And I want to like put this in perspective of where PulseChain is right now relative to, even if you look at like the macro markets with like Bitcoin and stuff. PulseChain, relatively speaking, is at the lows or near the lows, right? You have even things like Bitcoin looking like they're about to get thrown into a bull market. We know that we have these kind of like massive whales coming into the, I'm saying massive whales, but I think we know that there's some large addresses tied to even like the PulseChain stack and like different OA wallets and stuff, and like they're usually somewhat active coming in and out of the ecosystem. And kind of the point is like we're at the lows here, $81 million, and like the chain is just kind of getting started, just kind of I would say just kind of growing here. So that I would say is extremely bullish. Like even if you go look at a lot of the other chains, like, and I think last time I was looking at some of these stats, and it might be a little bit different now, but even PulseX was within the top 10 of like some of the most liquid dexes in all of crypto. Now this might be a little bit different now that we've had some liquidity changes on the chain, in terms like people that like it looks like a lot of the value still on chain, as you can see here, but it's just not as much as sitting in PulseX anymore, which we can also, I think we'll also get into moon math and we'll do like a little bit of moon math and stuff, just because now that we're talking about low liquidity and all that type of stuff, like essentially the theory is that when you have, or the theory is that Richard kind of prompted the people to lower the liquidity on some of the different trading pairs. And what this causes is essentially an environment where it's easier for price to move up, and it's also easier for price to move down. But we've done these different calculations throughout the community for like quite a while now, in terms of looking at if X amount of dollars was injected into the ecosystem, how much would the price theoretically rise, right? And this is most likely looking at like your X times Y equals K sort of constant product formula that these dexes and like particularly PulseX V2 and V1 use to essentially determine price on the different for the different pairs and on the exchange and stuff. But here we have the reserve. Currently it's $310 million, and like that's just given the current ETH price. So what it's doing here is, I guess it's doing we'll do an even split between Hex, Incentive, Pulse, and PulseX, in terms of like if we were to see this theoretical reserve come inside of the PulseChain ecosystem, what sort of PNL, I guess, or like what sort of price appreciation would you see or not? I think I just killed that tab for some reason, but here we click the button. I think we'll take a second here to calculate. But if you guys have been in the ecosystem for a while, you might remember the numbers in terms of these values were likely a lot lower than what you're seeing here now. Like they were probably before in the range of about a 200 to 1000x, maybe 2000x at the kind of top end of that range. But now you can see with this kind of lower liquidity environment, although like I said, we still have all of these stables backing the chain, we have this lower liquidity environment on the decentralized exchange itself, which can cause essentially more volatile price action. So you can see here if this reserve at the current price it's at now, right? So we're assuming Ethereum's kind of down bad here. You could see the type of prices we'd get for PLS, 5 cents, Hex, $45, right? It's very close to like, I think the $55.55. That would be, what is that? Well, a million X or something like that. I think if you got to $55.55, that'd be about a million X for Hex. So like maybe we see that would be pretty crazy, but maybe we see something like that. Even here for PLSX is like almost shooting almost 10 cents there. It's given out a price target for PLSX. And then here, look at incentive, $7,000 for INC. And this could partially even be because now like INC is always inflating, right? So like maybe if we assume like even the market cap of this value stays the same, like if there's more circulating tokens, like maybe the price is a little bit less in the future and stuff, but that's still like the amount of X's that you might see could be quite extraordinary, right? And then even if like, for example, here, we'll say Ethereum, I have no idea what Ethereum's going to get to, but we'll say Ethereum gets to $7,000 and we have the reserve at, maybe we'll do moon math, might as well just do the moon math. That might be too much, but yeah, we'll say ETH is at $14,500. And keep in mind, like, this isn't financial advice. I'm not saying ETH is hitting this or anything like that. But it's just looking at like kind of the numbers of like kind of what we could theorize potentially happening, right? So ETH at $14,000, the reserve here, and again, if you're not entirely sure what the reserve is, they do have the tooltip here, and essentially a part of the sacrifice. And people theorize that it's going to be used to potentially buy back some of these tokens and stuff. But yeah, if I calculate an injection of this almost $2.5 billion reserve, you could see how many X's these tokens would do, right? And like even this is like quite extraordinary, right? And you can kind of get the sense of like the chain doesn't need to do this many X's, but kind of the point is like it can be supported to that like kind of extent, right? If there was a $2.5 billion whale that wanted to kind of support the price, like you could probably absorb and pump these prices like quite substantially. So also we'll see, I think there's some cool other stuff on this site, but oh yeah, you can see even the steps here. Well, that's pretty cool. So I don't want to like not waste time, but I don't want to use up all the time watching this go. But I think it's pretty cool. You can kind of get the point of like how this liquidity injection would happen, and then this is honestly really cool. But we'll see if I'm not even entirely sure how to configure. Yeah, the sell pressure here. Let's turn it up a little bit. Let's say 50% sell pressure. Let's do a little bit, or let's do a little bit less for Hex, and then maybe people sell PLS more. And I'm just kind of throwing random stuff out there. And maybe we'll do a high one for Ink, just because I know people are like earning it, but not to the same extent as they were before, right? Like we had a little bit of a reduction in the farms, but yeah, let's do some of the sell pressure here. We'll see what happens, because I think this is a really cool calculator. But oh yeah, even with some sells here, you can see like the prices are still quite extraordinary, and like even the visualizer, I'm sure if you watch this play out, you'd probably watch the price kind of pump slower over time. But that's still like, I don't know. I would say it's extremely cool to sort of see how things could play out in terms of if we saw these like kind of massive liquidity injections here. But yeah, you can see here, keep in mind of like when we were talking about having this lower liquidity environment on PulseChain. So before PLS stables, this LP was closer to maybe $60 million, $50 million, $40 million, $30 million, like across bid and ask added together. And again, it would sort of depend on the day and stuff like that. But you can sort of see it's like liquidity is a lot lower, which gives us like a lot of a lot more of a kind of an easier time to kind of have some price appreciation. But yeah, I think that's pretty cool in terms of like PLS and stuff. And we've always talked about Hart's law and like how these things kind of play out with each other in terms of if Ethereum's not doing so well, it looks like PLS has not been doing so well. And when Ethereum's doing extremely well, PLS will do extremely well. And then on top of that, if we get some liquidity injection from Ethereum coming across the bridge into the chain, like I think you're going to see like, I think it's possible you're going to see like some insane gains, right? Not financial advice or anything, of course, but even here, like talking about like the validators and stuff of like PulseChain, you could, I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I think this map is probably like, I actually think maybe Max knows more about it, but I do think this is like somewhat of an actual globe of where the validators actually are. But you can sort of see how everyone's spread around the world and stuff. Even North America looks like got some dudes in Alaska and Canada here. US, there's like nodes all over the US here. Even it looks like in Mexico a little bit. South America. Look at this, like all over the world, right? It's like nodes in Africa. Africa looks like, and all over Europe and stuff, all over. Is that like Russia and Ukraine and China and stuff, like all over the world. So I would say, yeah, it might not be the most decentralized chain in the entire world, but I would definitely say it's probably one of the more decentralized chains probably in the entire world, given like the community support behind it, and just you can kind of see here even kind of the validator spread across the entire world, right? Like it's not. Yeah, I don't think it's just one person in their castle running a bunch of validators. So for what it's worth, I think there is a ton of community support behind this chain and stuff. But even here you can see in terms of the gas, 72x cheaper than Ethereum, 756 times cheaper than Bitcoin. You can see some of these other metrics as well. I'm gonna speed run this last little bit here. I don't know how much time I have left, Max, but yeah, if you're looking to get a position though, in our ecosystem, we do like kind of quantify everything in these different, what do you call them? Sea creature positions, sea creature leagues. So you have like a Poseidon owns 10% of the supply, a whale owns 1%, a shark owns 0.1, a dolphin owns 0.01, and then so on and so on and so on. But yeah, if you were looking to allocate into any of the PulseChain ecosystem, you can sort of get a sense of like how much you would need for like, let's say a dolphin position. You can see here in incentives only $6,000 compared to a dolphin in PulseChain is 43,000, a dolphin in PulseX is 40,000, and a dolphin in Hex is 52,000. So if you like RH coins and you like getting like kind of a significant position, right? You could get a dolphin, but I think with something like incentive, this one's probably something you want to farm. So you can kind of keep that dolphin position going and sort of compound it for yourself as well. But I think that's for another, maybe another stream and stuff. But here real quick, I don't know how much time I have left. I might wrap up here shortly, but I have a few more metrics to cover. In terms of like the liquidity on chain, you can see there's still over $100 million on PulseX alone, V1 and V2. You can see even across some of the other exchanges like Fox, there's $3 million on, and then 9mm, there's another 3 million, 9inch, 2.5 million. So yeah, there's liquidity across like a few, like mostly PulseX, but then a few major dexes as well. There's like maybe $10 million combined there for like different tokens and stuff, right? So like kind of the point is it's like $80 million of stables, $100 million in the DEX, or like $80 million in the bridge, $100 million on the DEX. And there's plenty of kind of value back in the whole kind of ecosystem and stuff. But
Value on the ecosystem, you say? What kind of value are we talking about here? We got the bridge, we got the community, we got how's the volume and everything looking too? Like, I guess what is the story for PulseChain? What is the state of things right now? Maybe that's something we could wrap up on.
That's a good point, and I think you brought up the volume. I think volume is a good metric to take a look at, because even if you look at something like or even trades as well, if you look at something like this, even compared to like the price chart, these metrics aren't like, if the chain was dead, if no one was using the chain, you'd probably see the volume just forever and always go down into the right. But you can actually see, I think it's been making new floors, like even here, kind of made a new higher floor here, a little bit of a higher floor here in like the $20 million region. But you can see like there's days here where we're doing on PulseChain $100 million of volume in a day, $120 million of volume in a day. And I think there is like the banter in the community of like Cardano and stuff, and like that whole community, and like they do like, can't remember how much volume, Max, you might be able to quote the number, but it was like significantly less than PulseChain. And I think you had like Charles like poking fun at us, but even here you see the transactions. Like I think if anything, like you can see people, if they are using the chain for what it's for, right? Doing transactions, right? And cheaper version of Ethereum, faster version of Ethereum. And you can clearly see it here. Is like people are using it to actually transact on, whether or not like they're doing like tons and tons and tons of volume is like not every single day, but there has been, like you can see, like there has been big days of big volume on this chain and stuff. So yeah.
What is the PulseChain story for people who, just coming in and maybe watching this for the first time? They're like, you know what, I have Ethereum, I got some Solana coins, whatever. Like, why would I go to the PulseChain?
That's a good question, and the way I would answer that is because, like, I would say look at how Hex performed in the sort of last cycle in terms of being one of the most gatekept, one of the top hated, and one of the most speculative investments, and it kind of performed as also one of the top assets for that cycle. So nothing's guaranteed for PulseChain or anything like that, but what I would say is that you're not in anything mainstream yet, right? If you're, let's say, moving from Solana into something like PulseChain, everyone's heard of Solana. I feel like there's a lot of like saturations, and even ultra competitive, like probably people like on Solana who are probably ultra competitive trying to trade against you and whatnot, where I think PulseChain, maybe you have some of that, but not to that same sort of extent. And you get the still bonuses of, you have the speculative chain, you have the price appreciation potential, and you have like kind of Richard Hart as the founder, which I think is a huge bonus as well. So
I think it's a highly underrated bonus. I think that's a point that it's a lot of people want to distance themselves from RH, or they're like, the chain would be better without him, or whatever. I don't know. I don't think so. I think that his brand is going to have a revival. I think his brand is pretty solid in the community already with a lot of people. I said, I spoke many times before on a lot of different RH stuff, and I'm a maxi for his ideals and all this stuff too. And I think when he comes back, when ready, and all that stuff, that his brand will only grow even further. I mean, he's literally someone who went from almost no Twitter following to a huge one, almost no YouTube presence, to crushing all the haters, to bring your heroes here to die. And I think glory, in my opinion, includes him coming back and claiming it in that way. So I think his brand will be exponential rise and maybe pick up where it left off a couple years ago or so.
And yeah, I think it's also we've had some bullish news recently with the whole like case and stuff being dismissed and everything. Like I think Richard's kind of let off the hook from the SEC and stuff, which I don't even know why they attacked him in the first place. But at the same time, I think we've talked about this on stream before, Max, of saying like it might have been a good thing in the long run of like, now it sucks, now it hurts, it's risky or whatever, but when we see the results, when we see Richard kind of take them on and win, I think it's going to be kind of a net positive in the long run, and it'll likely be like give more regulatory clarity for our ecosystem and stuff. So
genius billionaire founder guy got even more powerful and less muzzled with the sham SEC case going away. Hopefully Interpol goes away soon too. You never know when he's going to be like, hey, how's everyone doing today? I want to see that comment. I want to see it again. Hopefully just 2 more weeks. Crypto Kong, everyone. Look at the ptgc.com at Crypto Kong. What is your handle again? 369 or something?
145. I don't know why
145. Okay.
to be honest with you, but it's kind of a random number.
Those are good numbers too. Those are fine numbers. We like, it could be 5555. It's got a 5 in it. So there we go. Thank you very much. Great 15 minutes. PulseChain in about 20 minutes or so. We got a little bit of extra time, and I got the trivia coming up again. Everyone, pay attention. PulseX trivia coming up in just a minute. But Kong, I will see you. I think got a couple more sessions either today or tomorrow. And killing it, man. Always appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll catch you later. Thanks for having me on, guys. See ya.
First. That's Crypto Kong, everyone. Are you ready? Right before we got the Sci-Vibe panel debate coming up soon. Very excited to get into that. But beforehand, there's some money. There's some money on the line. There's some money on the table. Crypto coupons money, that kind of money. So here's how it's going to go. I got a few questions. Going to ask you all a few questions. Fucking investigator or something. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Please answer honestly and directly. And the first one, so here's how it's going to work. You see the question here already. What is Richard Hart's favorite quote? Put the answer in the chat, and then we'll go through maybe 5 or 6 questions. So the person who gets the most right correctly in the chat will be on the leaderboard, and they will win the 4.2 million or so PulseX worth about $100. So 3, 2, 1, go. The first correct answer in the chat gets on the leaderboard. It comes in on my chat. No one else. There's no debate. I will see it. I will see it on my chat, and I will accordingly count it if it's correct. So looking in the chat, got a few good answers. Oh, looks like SJ won it, though. Yeah, of course, SJ is going to win this one. She's a RH historian in a way. Nothing in this world can take place of persistence. Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. That is Calvin Coolidge. That is a quote from Calvin Coolidge on persistence. Super good quote. If you haven't heard it before, I definitely recommend you look it up, put it on your wall, memorize it, internalize it. Really, really good stuff. So that is the persistence quote from Calvin Coolidge. So we got 1 point to SJ. So we got SJ 1. All right. We got a few more coming out. I see it in the chat. I don't have time to go through each one, but a lot of great quotes from Richard on that. But this is his industry quote, his one that he really enjoyed from famous people out there. But he's got a lot of great other great quotes, which I see some of these may be similar answers to some questions coming up. So next question, though, let me find the next one. So this should be a fun one. I don't know who's going to get this one. I feel like it's a little bit, you got to be a little bit of a historian on this as well. But what was the original name for PulseX? Who remembers that? The original name for PulseX. Go, 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 go. I believe Richard mentioned this before on his Twitter. Oh, and we have an answer. Pulse Swap. Crypto Ewok. Shout out to Crypto Ewok. And Broke Boy Crypto and their whole show. Awesome stuff. Oh, we got it in right before. We got apparently a lot of you know it. Okay, got a lot of them in really fast. Crypto Ewok was the first one that showed up here. So that would be the leader so far. So Crypto Ewok, 1 point to you, sir. 1 point to you. I have to make some more space here. So that is Pulse Swap. And then what did Richard talk about? Like, oh, it's, he probably, what? I think about this every once in a while. I'm like, did he just put a name out there that he wasn't planning on using to get people to think he's going to use it? So because he knew he was going to typo squat it. He knew they're going to get the domain and do all this stuff and it's like a redirection. I'll let them focus on that because I'm not going to use Pulse Swap anyways. It's a cool name, but I'm not going to use it. And then once all that's finished, then he reveals 369 D chess, right? Could be. All right. We don't have anyone with more than 1 point yet, but you got a chance. All right, here's the next one. A lot of you may know the answer to this one. Question number 3, what date did Hex launch? I want the American date. I know there's probably UTC time and all that stuff too, but I want the, I don't know, maybe that's across, whatever. I got the answer in my mind, but okay, boom. We got it right there. Will Stevenson, December 2nd, 2019. I can't remember if that's UTC or that's the happened. I think it was December 2nd UTC actually. So it would be the first in the USA because it'd be I think we're before that time. Anyways, regardless, Will Stevenson got a point on the board. You're on the leaderboard here, Mr. Stevenson. He's coming up on the Sci-Vibe panel as well. December 2nd, 2019. All right, no more easy ones. Actually, these other two are probably kind of easy. We got to get somebody else with some more points though. We can't keep this going for too long. All right, question number 4. Ladies, liquor, and blank. Fill in the blank. Fill in the blank. One of Richard's quotes that he said many, many times. Let's see who's first in the chat here. Oh wow, we may have a winner today. We may be SJ's. Oh, this is a good one because I was originally going to go to 5 questions. So if we go to 5 questions and there's not a tiebreaker, SJ with 2 points on the board. I bet she's screaming right now. Yeah, I can just imagine she's excited for this. Could be getting closer to win. I can't think of a better person to win if she does. However, we're going to be fair. We're going to be fair and play it out though. So SJ with 2 points on the board. A lot of great players here. Last question. Ewok, Will, step it up if you want to tie it and do the tiebreaker if needed. So here it is. 3, 2, 1. Fill in the blank. Blank. User unaffected. Type. Go. Ah, and Will comes in. He comes in to tie it. Man, your keyboard is like 0 lag too, I bet too. You're killing it over there. Killing it. All right, Will Stevenson, 2 points on the board. I got to move you up to second place here. Sorry, Crypto Ewok. It's actually everyone else. We're going to separate now. We're going to just do the tiebreaker. One more question. Only SJ and Will can have valid answers for this question. I guess I can look at the chat if other people participate. I can't stop anyone from typing in the chat, but let me get to the tiebreaker. And this is the last question. Again, only Will and SJ can win because this thing needs to end and somebody's got to be a winner because we got to move on. But let's see. Come on, Max, you had a tiebreaker, didn't you? You had one more question. One sec. Gosh, did I only come up with 5 questions? 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Oh man. Ooh, actually, let me give me 1 sec. I think I got a good one. I just got to let me confirm and make sure I can get this. The anticipation. Good job, Ewok, by the way. And everyone else. I got a lot of great guesses out there. People are still guessing. If this was an engagement thing, this would be really good for engagement for the chat. I don't know if we get points for that. Okay, I got one. All right, let's do this. Tiebreaker. Name one other crypto that Richard liked before Hex, not Bitcoin. Go. Oh, and we have the winner, SJ. Came in Monero. Oh, Will was so close though. He did, sorry, that one, there was a little bit of delay. I did before Bitcoin. I was topping out as I was thinking it. However, I mean, it happened. Destiny happened. SJ Will, terrific job on that. That would be Monero. Bonuses though. What else we got? We got Byteball. What else do you like? Did he like B's? He had Rhett on talking about Rhett Creighton talking about Bcash. I'm not sure if he liked Bcash. And then what was the other one? He's like, maybe he had a bag of it. I can't remember talking about it. So Hex history. Oh, that's a good showdown. I liked it. I got excited as well. Good job, SJ. Shout out to SJ. Won it. We again, typing on the fly. Again, that question could have been formed better. Could have been fully formed at the beginning. But you have won. Please contact me, and you will get access to the 4.2 million PulseX that was donated to Pulse Conference 2055. Talking about the future. Anyways, fun stuff. All right. Well, we got StreamYard says we got almost 3,600 people total. Again, I think on Twitter there is around 3,000 people watching or so. YouTube sounds like in the hundreds in some way. Let's get it up to 5,555. Let's get up to 10,000. Let's get it. Let's. There's no limit on this. There's no limit of the people that we can talk to, tell about the PulseChain, tell about all the amazing stuff happening in this ecosystem, and how all the people in the chat, again, overwhelmingly positive. Maybe the mods are just great as well. I have not seen much at all that is the riffraff. So y'all seem engaged, seem focused. I appreciate you spending the afternoon with us as well. And hopefully the content will pay off. We'll have a lot of great stuff to talk about. And we're going to have a good time. So just reading the chat. A lot of great chat. Love it. All right, everyone. The moment you've been waiting for. I think we have everyone here. Yeah, I think so. Let me do a transition, and we'll come up with the Sci-Vibe panel. And I got a special Sci-Vibe video here that I found that should be a great one too. So here we go.
Have digital tools, right? Good voice recorder, cool lapel mic, sounds a million times better. It's like under $100, right? If you record enough cool thoughts, eventually it turn into a book. Ask me how I know. Much of Sci-Vibe was transcribed from recordings that just popped into my head. And if you have a great thought, you shouldn't lose it. I mean, how many great thoughts do you get in a year? 100, 200, 20? Well, if you're in the shower and you're coming up with great thoughts, man, you better capture those, or you'll, all of the best ideas you've ever had will be lost to just forgetfulness. If you don't care so much about recording the great ideas you've had, maybe your offspring and your kids, or, one day you become a thought leader. Hello. Then maybe people care about what you think more, and it's important to have those things written down. So that's my tips for the day. Good talking to you guys.
Love it. Richard talks to us through old videos as well, not just through the blockchain, not just through the X platform. Vintage videos, pretty good stuff. Always fun to see him read the stuff he's written before, and just be immersed into the ideals that a lot of us really, really like and want to proliferate. So let's do this Sci-Vibe panel. We got Daniel too. Welcome to the conference/show for the first time. Daniel, joyfuldanish.com here. Will Stevenson, Zenith, a wild SJ, and Crypto Truthican. How's it going, everyone?
Fantastic.
You're doing very well, Max.
Great.
Good to see you, buddy.
We got a full panel. We got some Sci-Vibers in our
Hey,
midst.
what's up? How you doing?
Welcome.
Aloha. Things are going good. Good conference so far, by the way, Max. This is fantastic. I love it.
I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm blown away. I'm a little wired. Like I said, I've been doing it all myself on purpose. I didn't ask for help because I wanted to try it all myself, and I wanted to do everything. But it's like, I'm kind of like, I don't even get to sit down very often because I need to I got to see the next person come up, and then I got to share. And even though I've shared everything, you got to make sure everything's going good. So appreciate it. Shout out to Will again. SJ, boom, got the trivia. Will, almost there, man. Almost there.
I can't believe I won with using Starlink too. Like, my connections. Go Elon. Let's go.
That's good.
I mean, that's a controversial statement these days, but yes, I'm on your side though. Go Elon. Yes. Never thought Elon would be that controversial, but pretty amazing.
Wild times, my man.
Yeah. Well, everyone, so real quick before we get into it, since Daniel's first time on the show, can you just quickly introduce yourself just for people in the community who may not have seen you on shows before?
Yeah, sure. Does my sounds okay?
Yeah.
So good?
All
right. Well, thank you for having me. Thanks, Max, for making it happen. I'm Daniel. I'm an online therapist, mainly focused on the Web3, trying to improve the health in that space. Because I remember when I first started, I'm on my own, right? Nobody cares, and no health professionals really knew anything about the space, or at least were very cautious about the whole thing. So that's why I kind of, with the different clients and so on, I guess I actually gather and try to map out the different stress signs there is both in the bull market and in the bear market. Because if you meet people in crypto, right, like, okay, how hard can that be, right? But it's actually more complex than you think. So yeah, without going too much of a rant into that, thank you for inviting me. Yeah.
Of course. Welcome, welcome. Well, it was the conference was acceptance or rejections only. So technically there were no invites that I could think of. I mean, I made it that way specifically because I wanted people to be like, okay, what do you want to talk about? What panel do you want to be a part of? Is there something interesting you want to share or otherwise? And in that way, I got a lot of new people. I got a lot of people that would maybe have conversations that they, wouldn't have felt like the need to go out of their way to like really think about and commit to and show up for and stuff like that. So great to come across new people like such as yourself and making contributions and all that. Glad you could join us on the panel today.
Thank you.
All right. So I think we'll do the first 15 minutes or so. We can just talk about whatever you want to talk about Sci-Vibe. Maybe SJ can do maybe introduction. What is it, especially people watching for the first time? Where can they find it? Where can they listen to it with a beautiful voice and like tone that is audiobook quality, all that fun stuff as well. I'm sure she's got some references on all those pieces. And then the second half, I want to do a little bit of debate. I think the risk diode has sparked my interest lately too. And I've definitely heard Zenith and we'll talk about it before, and maybe the rest of y'all have an opinion too, but I want to riff on that a little bit. But I'll pull myself out for a moment. Let y'all let SJ maybe do an introduction for Sci-Vive. You all riff on it for a little bit, and I'll come back in. Sound good?
Gotcha.
All right. See you soon.
Yay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Sci-Vive panel. Very excited to be here. I love that this book, A, changed my life, and B, is what keeps me here. It's what has brought me to and kept me within the community. And I love that RH Max just played that clip because I did not know that was public information. When I started working on this book, there was a third party between Richard and I who had been someone who was working on Sci-Vive with Richard at the beginning. And he was the kind of my go-to person to kind of check in with and be like, is this like, where did this come from? And what can I change? What can't I change? And we kind of were brainstorming on things. And at the time, I was kind of told not to mention a little bit about the fact that it was from these recordings and conversations and such. So that's a great place to start. Is now you guys know that's a lot of what you see currently at t.me/Sci-Vive is exactly what Richard just said. He took these audio notes. He basically had himself and someone else working on transcribing those into text, and the text that is pinned currently and that's been there forever, the original text, is basically that. It's his thoughts, it's his shower thoughts, it's things that he wanted to get out there in the world, and or things that he had overheard that he wanted to kind of put in his own framing and share with everybody. So a little bit of the backstory on how I got involved and what happened there is that I got interested in Hex through a friend, started learning about Hex through different influencers, Crypto Coffee, Whales Only One at the time. And that's how my journey here started. I didn't know who Richard was. I wasn't into crypto or crypto influencers. I wasn't following anyone until I became a Hexican. And finally, after months of researching and learning about it and feeling confident in my investment, I thought, okay, let me figure out who this Richard guy is, right? Like, I see him twerking, I see him opening Louis Vuitton bags and like unboxing Gucci bears. Like, what is all of this about? Because I didn't know, I had, again, no frame of reference from him beforehand. So I found out that he had written these books, and that he has two actually. So Sci-Vive is one, and there's 15 ways to fix the world. And I thought, you know what? Let me read this. Like, if I learn about someone, why not read the book that they've written, right? And at the time, I was traveling a lot. I still travel a lot, but I love audiobooks. And I thought, well, there must be, this guy's so popular. There's all this stuff going on about him. There must be an audiobook. The only thing that existed at the time was a speech to text. And this was before AI, really was a thing, right? So it was a speech to text robotic version that someone had just inputted all that text and outputted a robotic voice sounding thing. And shout out to Anhex for even doing that at the beginning. But I listened to it or started listening to it. And even without having read the book or knowing who Richard was, in the first few paragraphs, I thought, this deserves more. This is exciting for me to read. And if I'm going to read it anyways, why don't I just record myself doing it? That way there is a human narrated version of it. So that's what began my journey into being the Sci-Viver that I am, and being so attracted and kind of addicted to this book, is that I read through it and I was pleasantly surprised. I thought I was going to find things in there that I just, that would turn me off, that would make me think, oh, this is not a good person. This guy is not someone that I want to follow. I've changed my mind. I don't want to do Hex. It was the absolute opposite. Did I agree with everything? Absolutely not. Did I apply everything to my life? No. But there are things in that book that the way Richard put it, or the framing that it was presented to me in, changed the course of my life forever. And if you know me, you follow me, you can watch old videos and stuff, you guys can kind of see a little bit of that, like visually see the transition of my life and how I've changed and the things that I've gone through with that. And I won't get into that, but that, that's why I do what I do, and why I believe so much in this ecosystem, and why I'm always positive, because I know at the end of the day that Richard has a heart to see others win, and he's not going to give up on that. His glory, he wants that glory to come from building up other people and seeing other people succeed. And that's all of what Sci-Vive is about. It's about teaching you how to succeed, how to put those processes and steps into place, versus just listening to something over again, or just, I don't know.
That's one of the most important things that he talks about in the very beginning of the book. Is the book is not designed to give people information; it's designed to evoke action. That's the whole point. We don't need more information. We don't need more data. We've got all the data. We've got all the info. We just need to remember the important stuff and put it to use. Because if you just go around your whole life learning stuff and never actually doing anything, then you're wasting all of your valuable time to make a difference all over the place.
Yeah, you reminded me, one of the quotes is, he says, if you haven't changed something by the time you finished reading this book, read it again. If you haven't done something different with your life, then read it again. There's something in here that you should be putting into practice.
Yeah.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think it's, 21 hours for the audiobook version. I mean, I would hope that there's something in there for everybody. But if I could give a description of the advice that's in there, Richard Hart does advertise this as a self-help book, and there's definitely a lot of practical help for yourself, so that makes sense. But the one that really differentiates this book from a lot of the other stuff that Will and I have covered in our own book club is that Richard really tackles a lot of the problems from a very rational and logical perspective, almost a utilitarian way, which is that you are trying to kind of squeeze the most out of all your energy and your efforts in life so you get the most effect. That's what you see when it comes to a lot of the health and wellness stuff, including the personal relationships and then also the business. I think that Richard does have a very good understanding of the financial system and businesses and whatnot. And then all the interpersonal stuff is a good layer on top of that. SJ, like he said, not everything in there is going to be for everybody. It is 21 hours long, and what is it, 10 chapters plus an epilogue for 15 ways to change the world. But overall, yeah, it's a good way to get steps towards improving your life and honestly just stop wasting time. I think that's one of the big things that he keeps harping on, especially when it comes to the education section. One of the things that he critiques the modern education system on is that instead of just trying to build people to be computers, you should build people to be processors instead of just storages of information. And actively encourages you to utilize tools that are available to you now. Mentions that technology is only going to march forward into the future, and the way that you can improve yourself is by learning to effectively utilize that, so you're not just becoming redundant in a system that's going to do it better and faster than you anyways. So less time memorizing useless information, more time understanding how to take that information, apply it, think about it, and get to those second, third, and fourth orders of thinking on that kind of stuff.
I got a question for Daniel. You had said earlier on in the podcast that you're an online therapist, correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Right.
So what have you taken anything from Sci-Vive and applied it to the therapeutic stuff that you offer your clients or that you counsel folks on? Is that something that you've incorporated into your practice since you've started doing that?
Indeed, yeah. Funny you ask, because I thought, okay, it might be funny to actually find some of the quotes from Sci-Vibe and then some of the quotes from the ongoing book that I'm creating, because it's like also like sort of like an ongoing data study. Because again, most people are, on their own. It's like one man army, and they don't talk about this stuff because it's sort of like a taboo. I don't know how it is in US, but in Europe it kind of still is. So you can go to crypto meetups and so on. Oh, is everything so good, right? Because now it's finally some green candles. Yeah, yeah. But what about the last 2 or 3 years of hell, that nobody talks about until I get them one to one? Then they suddenly open up. Like, what? Different conversation. So one of the quotes, for example, I found was like, he talks about exactly like what you talked about, Senite, as well. Basically, knowledge without action is like a car that runs out of gas. I think he also said it at some point, similar with the IQ. Like, sure, you can have a high IQ, but if you don't know how to drive it, the car with a big engine is the equal to the same. So what I try to do in my practice, back to your question, is actually to always look from three levels: physical, psychological, and a behavioral standpoint. So this is also how I gather these different stress signs from that perspective, in a bull and a bear market aspect, and in that way add certain practical suggestions and exercises that we then can customize. So I kind of funnily say that it's sort of like a menu card, but for anything you could imagine that can affect your mental health in the crypto space. And then we simply take it from there based on what your motivation is and what captivates you right now.
What would I want to ask a question here to the whole panel, and it's kind of teeing off of what you were talking about there, Daniel. Like if you had like a one-on-one conversation with somebody and they were familiar with the concept of Sci-Vive, but they didn't know anything in it, and they were asking you like, what is the thing that stood out to you the most in Sci-Vive, and like what would be the story that you tell them in order to convince them to like emotionally take action and potentially change their lives or read the book or something like that? Is there a lesson inside the book that really spoke to you and that you would use as a as like an advertising spiel to interest other people in reading the book? And while you guys think about that, I'll go ahead and answer the question myself. The thing that I thought was the most powerful in Sci-Vive was like the way that he teaches people how to make an apology. That's something that I think a whole lot of people in life really don't know how to do. They don't know how to properly communicate to someone else that they are genuinely sorry, and how to actually make a difference after you communicate that. Because there's two parts to communication, right? There's the sender, who is sending the message off, and then there's the receiver who's taking the message in. If you send out a message and you mean it perfectly well, and you have like great intention and noble ideologies and everything, but the person receiving it is speaking a different language and they're not taking it in, then you're going to be basically just like Zenith. You say this from time to time on our podcast. It's like you're standing on your soapbox and screaming into nothing. So you're just sending emails back and forth to yourself. So like the thing that I thought was the most important is the thing that stood out to me, I guess, if somebody were to ask me like, what's the thing that I like the most about this book, is it teaches you how to communicate well with other people, and specifically how to communicate to others that you're sorry and that you're going to do better, and that there's actually like a hope on the horizon for bright prospects and like beautiful futures and things. So that's the spiel that I would give them. Do you guys have a thought? Zenith, I see you've come off mute. What you got, bro?
For sure. I think that one of the things I like the most in this book is that in every approach for the issues that Richard Hart tackles, he largely tries to start it off by getting you to identify what are previous like kind of emotional or traditional attachments of the arguments of like, this is the way we've always done things, therefore we must do it. Traditions have a place for sure. The wisdom of the ancestors makes sense for sure, but at the same time, you got to understand when it applies and when it doesn't. So I think he encourages people to take a very rational approach at things and like really dissect why you do the things that you do and how you can improve them. And I think that is one of the core concepts in the book that can be applied to pretty much any part of your life. It's understanding why you're doing things. I know it wasn't Richard that said this, but I think one of the books we covered said that traditions are effectively just peer pressure from dead people. So keep in mind, are you trying to adhere to traditions, or are you trying to actually maximize your life or maximize the efforts that you're trying to put forth? So that's the part that I really like, the ability to break it down rationally and set the emotions aside and tackle the issue at hand.
Esther, what do you got?
I'll kind of piggyback off of that because, I agree, obviously, with both of you. I think that one of the things a pitch or a selling point would be that because longevity is, it's the final chapter there. And if you know or have, watched Richard or seen him and understand how big of a issue that is for him, what I see over and over again in the book, and I think one thing that really stands out is that it's not just improving. To me, it teaches you how to improve so many different areas of your life so that in part so that you want to elongate it, right? Like if you're going through, if you're a person who focuses on the negative, and I think that this is my favorite part is the flipping everything to the positive, right? I've taken that so much to heart that when I write things, instead of saying let's not do, I don't use negative I try as little as possible to use negative terminology. I try and figure out in my mind, how can I say this in a way that doesn't use can't, not, won't, don't, shouldn't. I take those words out and I flip it into a positive setting and a positive mind frame. So all that to say that to me, it's what he's wanting to do with this book is to get you to appreciate your life, to improve your life, and to elongate your life so that we can work together for longer and build this world and make it a better place.
I like it. That reminds me of the and I put it in the little private chat notes, like the quantity times the quality of your life times the quantity of your life is the ultimate goal. If you have a ton of quantity of life but no quality, then you're suffering for a long time. And if you have a ton of quality but no quantity, then it's the tragedy of the people that pass away young or things of that nature. What about you, Mr. Daniel? Do you have a favorite part of the book that you would talk to other people about as a selling feature?
I would probably say the lens you use affects how you feel. Because it directly, when I first read that part, reminded me of like when he get asked in the movie, like, why do you do this? Well, eventually he says, I want to feel loved. Don't you want to feel loved? So like his different drive and motivation for the different things is kind of unique. But then on the other hand, not really, because everyone is sort of like in that situation in their own way. We just act on it in a different, what can you say, standpoints or viewpoints or, logic and whatnot. So even though it sounds very general, I will definitely say that because it will probably challenge your worldview or at least give you some new perspectives on stuff, that alone should be a reason to just look a little bit into it. And if you don't like what you see, like I've seen at so many videos, like, oh, who is this clown with a top hat and whatnot? All right, then you can just listen to SJ. I mean, it looks prettier and sounds better. And I mean, it's, up to your personal taste, of course. But digest it and take it in your own way. I definitely had to. And again, you don't have to take it all in. You can just take some of it and that'll be good as well. So, yeah. But this is often what I come back to because all these different points you as all three were really good as well. But I must say, like, this is often a thing that I try to remind myself with any author or person that try to share the view, what kind of lens and what kind of drives them to keep doing what they're doing, So yeah, really good answers.
Like it. By the way, Will, we are coming up towards the end of our slot here, so I think it might be time for some Rock'em Sock'em robots.
Rock'em Sock'em, dude. Let's fucking do it.
All right. Well,
I don't know what that is.
Max, take it away. Can you give us a brief explainer of what the risk diode is?
Oh, man, you inverse prompted me. I was going to be like, Will Stevenson, like Zenith or Will Stevenson, one of you do it. But I think it's probably good that I can kick it off on that too. So quick I guess, backstory to, there are a lot of different principles within Sci-Vibe. If you read it, listen to it, or otherwise, you'll see a bunch of these different themes, a bunch of different ways of doing things, looking at things, mental models, a bunch of different pieces and ideals you can put together, popularized by Richard, to see the world in a different way, or be more effective in certain ways, or understand how to do whatever it is that is going on that's related to the different ideal. One of those that I've had a problem with recently is the risk diode. And it's one of those where I think it's basically, the idea is that the more attention you give something, for example, a scam, the more you're feeding it, right? You're making it more popular, or you are helping it proliferate, or otherwise. So the idea of the risk diode, again, you guys could maybe give me some better framing for the broader piece, but the way I understand it is the risk diode is when you want to minimize how much you talk about things you don't want other people to know about. For example, it could be applied to scams. It could be applied to scammers. It could be applied to just things out there that you want to go away instead of empower. That's a pretty high level view of it. But Will or Zenith, either of you want to take a stab at it?
I'll take it real quick. So shout out to all my electricians out there. They know that a diode is a real electrical component. It allows energy to only flow in one direction. The concept of the risk diode is applying that concept, but to kind of the social media space, or just how you spend your time, energy, or attention. Specifically online, it's the idea that if you are giving talking time or headspace to an idea, you are not effectively implementing the risk diode effectively if you don't want to give that more life to breathe. One of the famous tweets from Richard Hart is, quote, "Some Mexicans are super duper bad at the risk diode. How to win? You don't promote trolls by mentioning them by name." End quote. So the risk diode is basically saying, give attention to the things that you like, don't give attention to the things that you don't like. Mr. Will Stevenson, I know that you are a big proponent of this. Would you like to give the pro risk diode argument? And yes, I am prepared to play the bad guy, so I will be the punching bag today.
No, I want to be the punching bag. No. Okay, good.
So I'm gonna start off my little spiel here by saying that a risk diode is just like any other tool. You want to use the tool how it is intended to be used, right? And that doesn't mean that it's 100% on, and it doesn't mean that it's 100% off. We would use the risk diode in like a bell curve distribution, right? You use it most of the time for most of the things. You know, if there's a bunch of poison berries outside my village, and I know that they exist, like it's okay for me to warn the villagers about the poison berries and say, hey guys, those berries over there are poisonous. You know, that's an example of not using the risk diode, because I'm bringing attention to something that's like dangerous and people need to actively stay away from. But if there's just some general principles of things that people could be wasteful of their resources on, or something that's not an extreme, horrible thing, then that would be a good time to use the risk diode. If I say, don't think about monkeys riding on pink elephants, eating ice cream, well, then congratulations. Now it's inside your head because I've given it free real estate. If I don't want people interacting with monkeys that are riding on pink elephants and eating ice cream, then I shouldn't talk about it, right? That image didn't exist inside of anyone's head until I spoke it into existence. So there's extreme instances where you need to skip over using the risk diode and just straight up talk about the thing that's terrible, horrible. And there's other instances where you would employ the risk diode and say, hey, we shouldn't talk about this thing because it's bad. We can describe what it is, so that way the people that are already in it can avoid it. But by not actually saying its name, we don't lend it any free advertising or free credence. So that's I'll start off my spiel by saying that I don't think that you should always employ risk diode. You should do it again on a bell curve distribution. You should employ it most of the time for most of the things, right?
Well, we can't agree too hard, otherwise it wouldn't be a good debate. So
that's true.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
Will must have been in debate club, because I think he stole our argument and flipped it on our heads. Because I was going to say,
trying to soften us up.
I think that the con argument I was going to go for is very similar, which is that I think the risk diode is an incomplete tool to use. It's one of the tools that you can use, but at the same time, like Will was saying, there are certain things that rise to the level of just overriding the risk diode. For example, if there are actual emergent things coming up, or there are actual things that you want people to be aware of in order to avoid them, those are the scenarios in which it's actually good to talk about them in order to get awareness out there. I think what Richard really talks about with the risk diode is the idea that you don't want to give trolls airtime, especially because all they want is you to say their name. So if you do that, they are automatically winning. So the risk diode can be useful in those like social media scenarios where there might just be a firestorm of people just trying to sling crap at you. But at the same time, I think that if you're talking about legitimate topics and you're talking about things you actually care about and see as potential risks in the world, then the risk diode is not the correct tool to use for this one.
Yeah. I think that most things in life are medium or very low danger. And that's the stuff that you want to employ risk diode for. The things that are like extreme or like catastrophic or whatever the heck, that's the stuff where you kind of need to skip over using the risk diode and you just speak directly about it. And, you know, you educate people properly. But like, you know, we live in this cryptocurrency sphere. Nobody's living or dying on, you know, scam tokens that exist. People might lose their life savings because they're not very good at risk mitigation. But when it comes to things in the crypto sphere specifically, you can employ the risk diode to almost everything and you'll be okay. You know, like Richard has come out specifically talking about some coins that have been going on recently for his own particular reasons. And he's been skipping over the risk diode advice because it probably, and I'm, you know, presuming here, I'm inferencing that he's doing it because it's having a very detrimental effect to things that he thinks are important. So it's moved from low to medium danger to probably higher danger, right? That's when I would presume, you know, just assuming that he thinks similarly to me, that's like an example of him employing it versus not employing it. So
I think the danger spectrum is an interesting way of looking at it too. I think, you know, when I was thinking about this a few days ago and when I had this conversation, I think the way I want to frame it is to be effective with risk diode. I would use it very surgically, kind of a Zenith's camp in a way, but I think even more I would push in the way of, it's kind of like, I think the most effective way to use it is kind of like acknowledge and ghost type of deal, where, you know, for example, last year I did a video, and I think even Will commented on it, about the Amazon crypto scam that was like all over the place. And it was like, oh my God, they're so good. It's so hard to detect. Like, it's very like, and for me, I was like, you know, being security background and stuff too, I was like, wow, I'm trying to figure this thing out. I want to tell people about it because I don't want them to get scammed. And it's one of those things where the scammers, I think they're going to, you know, if we don't have any kind of pushback against scams, and the only information people have out there are from the scammers promoting the scam, then it's really hard to disrupt that. It's really hard to get people to look in a different direction or be open to a different idea. You know, if I'm going to Google something, see if it's legit, and I see nobody say anything bad about it, well, it's kind of like, you know, am I in North Korea to take the Peter Thiel line, or is this like a total like really good thing, or is it like they really get a scamming type of deals? So I would say the most effective way, I will go on a limb and say the only effective way I can see it can be used without enabling scams is to acknowledge for at least once. For example, you know, you mentioned Richard, you know, doing it differently with. Try to should I even say the name or not in this, because I've already acknowledged it. We've already talked about it and all that stuff too. But things that people think are not healthy for the ecosystem, whatever way, be able to say your piece on it, be able to tell people about it, warn them, like, or give your opinion one way or another, and then just don't give any more attention. I think that is the only way to use. The only way that I could see a super effective way to use the risk diode is to acknowledge and then ghost, but not ghost the entire time. That's why when people, you know, I think if you say, oh, use risk diode, never talk about scams, that's not the surgical approach that I think is most effective. So that's like the biggest piece I can put for it is acknowledge and then ghost. And then if you need to acknowledge again later, I think it's okay, but in a very surgical way. So.
And you can apply this with people too. Go ahead, Daniel. You got a thought, broski.
But yeah. Otherwise, I mean, really good thoughts. Yeah. But it made me think, actually, what you just said, Max, that I think it was Eckhart Tolle that talked about something similar, but it was about the ego aspect of like how you can't really dismiss it if you try to like, oh, it's the bad thing, and I should remove it, and I should fix it. It doesn't serve me. Yes, to some extent, yes. But even if you try to attempt, now it's no longer there. It will be the ego that now have fooled you to believe that it's no longer there, but it's still in plain sight, but you're just not really aware of it because you thought that now I'm all good. So I think he talks about that The key is more to acknowledge that it's there and it has its function and purpose for some situations, but for a lot of situations, it will be not that very supportive. So it's like putting on a leash, you know, not making it too dominating in your life. And I think that's the main key with this thing as well. All the trolls and stuff, we should be aware of it. And the Scivive that, like you talked about, we should, what was it? That, yeah, educate and become aware of it, but not giving it too much.
Acknowledge or expose and then ghost it, I think is the way I was talking about it.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's kind of the key things that I also try to focus on with my clients, that it's very important that we actually do get knowledge and awareness about these things, but not spend too much focus on it either. Just know what to avoid and what traps are there and what are usually good signs and what are usually bad signs, you know, and then the more you know, the better decision making you can make.
I want to touch on something that I think Will was about to bring up when it comes to people, right? Because to me, that's where I connect with this the most, is when I get that comment from that dude telling me that, you know, I'm doing something wrong, or that, you know, and it's just whatever their opinion is. So much of me just wants to state my piece and tell them they're wrong and justify who I am and my actions. But that's the part where it's like, okay, is it worth me putting in this energy, this time, this effort, and this emotion into trying to correct someone who probably won't even listen, doesn't really care, and has their own opinion and is going to keep it, you know,
and probably thrives on that validation that you even interacted with them. That's the thing. It's like, I don't even want to interact. I don't even want to have a conversation.
Yep. You know, or do I go that way and just like let it slide off like water on a duck's back, ignore, ghost, you know, block or mute, whatever action it is on whichever social you feel like you need to do, and then just keep moving forward. And more I find myself just letting it go, because, you know, at the end of the day, my time and my energy is valuable, and I would much rather be spending it on something positive, and, you know, maybe using that in a way to fuel more positivity, right? Like, oh, you're going to come at me in a negative way. Well, you know what? I'm just going to take any energy that I would have put into combating that and promote someone else, or uplift someone else, or do something uplifting and positive, so that I'm contributing my time and energy in the best way I know how and I feel is best for building up the community around me.
Yeah, I think just to summarize on mine too, I think pure ghosting is less effective than not pure ghosting, not the just constantly talking about it, but basically the acknowledgement or the expose or whatever, and then ghost, like leaving the trail of, hey, this is things that I don't agree with, or I don't like, or it may be a scam, or whatever it may be, and then just not giving any more attention. I think that's the most effective way to use risk dive.
And real quick, the last thing I want to say on that too is that I try not to block for the most part, because I know what I'm putting out into the universe. Because I hope at the end of the day that person who I feel like blocking, or I want to just never hear from or see again, I hope that there's something in my because they're watching. They wouldn't have commented if they're not. But I'm hoping that there's something along the way, you know, that I may say or do that sparks something in them, right? That switches whatever that negative was and turns that into a positive.
I want to tee off of that. And one of the things that I would suggest is, if you want them to know that they had an effect, then you can send the block message, because that's still a communication. You know, they get, if they come and try and find you, they get that you have been blocked by a person, which is in a way, that's an acknowledgement of the things that they're doing. One of the things that I hear parents talk about often is when their children is misbehaving, like, you don't reward the bad behavior by giving the child attention. You correct the bad behavior, you correct the misbehaving, and like you treat it as a moment of education or something like that. But you don't, like, when parents yell at their children, or when kids learn that they can elicit attention energy by acting negatively, then that's one of the things that we hear all the time for parents to focus on and stop doing. So the same thing happens between adults, interpersonal relationships. If you send someone a block message, or not a block message, but like if you block them, there is a, like, they send, hate out to the world and they receive, oh, I have been blocked, right? But if you mute them, then they don't know anything. Then all that happens is now you have closed your eyes, right? There was someone famous, and I can't remember who it was, but he said, love me or hate me, either way, you're sending me energy and you're thinking about me. And so I occupy mental real estate in your brain. So the only way that you can really deal with those type of people, and again, this is in the lower half spectrum. This is like low danger, medium danger, right? Is you essentially like kill them off inside of your brain. It's like they don't exist. Their words, like if they have something useful to say to me, then perhaps I can take some wisdom and some learning out of that. But at the end of the day, if someone's trying to hurt me, if someone's trying to inflict their will upon me and they're not helping me achieve my things that I want to do, then it doesn't do me any good to pay them any attention. Every now and again, the haters will have something useful to say. Like they might be like, hey, you've got spinach in your teeth or something. And they might be just trying to get on your nerves or something. But if you actually have spinach in your teeth, it's like, oh, snap, I should take that out so I don't look like a silly goose all day long, So blocking them stops it stops the communication, but it also sends them one final message.
That's
if you mute people,
I forgot they can still see you if they're blocked now, right?
Oh, they can? Oh, well, then I take it back. But that's interesting. That's a new feature then, I suppose.
I think there is something around they can still see it, but they can't interact. Maybe I can't remember.
Okay. Well, then I'm using outdated information. That's
but what you're saying makes more sense, because for me, it's like, okay, now instead of blocking and they can't see my content, I can block them. They understand that they can't interact with me, but they're still able to see the positive things that I'm putting out.
Exactly.
I went back and forth on this, and funny enough, I think there is a point on risk diode for this, because it is one of those I've thought about it where I try, because even blocking it's so I think of muting as like a passive thing, where it is like you don't see it, out of sight, out of mind type of deal, but they can still interact. Although you can see replies of people, and that's annoying. Now it's like, okay, now I got to mute the entire conversation. I got to mute other people. Maybe it gets annoying when that happens though. But blocking is more active. And that always felt to me like it could be provoking too, of like, oh, now they get to say, oh, whoa, this person blocked me. And now it's like, no, just leave it alone. Just like, I don't, how do I get rid of this situation? I just don't want to have this interaction. So I think that's the part that's kept me away from blocking as much, is because I don't want it's like I want to ghost. I don't want to feed the attention type of deal, which kind of leads me into like the pros and cons of using the risk diode in this too, funny enough.
I think it ties in pretty well with the risk diode, because if you block them again, you're in some way, shape, or form, you're giving them ammo which they can use later. And if you just pretend they don't exist, or if they don't exist, then like as in your mind anyways, if they don't exist, then they occupy no mental real estate. They don't take any of your energy. And another part of this that I'll like refer back to my nuance, where you only use the risk diode most of the time, not all the time, is if things escalate to the point where it's like, okay, now this is becoming an active problem and they're road blocking stuff that I'm doing. Then it requires addressing. Then it requires, you to essentially go to war with them, right? All human interactions boil down to two things at their cores. It's either you're loving someone or you're at war with them, right? You're either helping them accomplish the things that they're doing, or you're imposing your will upon other people. That's the crux of all human interactions. It's either I'm helping you, or I am forcing, my way on other people. And, it all boils down to love and war. And when these people start going to war with you, then it's appropriate to act accordingly. But up until that point, they're essentially giving you free attention economy. If they're talking about you behind your back, then there's people that you can't reach that they might, introduce to your content, whatever it might be. And if you're saying helpful things and they're saying hateful things, people will eventually sniff out who are the people of higher moral fiber and higher characteristics and stuff. So that's something that I think is worth noting, is that like even your haters do free advertising for you if you've got good stuff and if you're a good person. So something to think about.
Everyone, panel's coming up on time here in a minute. So glad we got to have these conversations. Really good stuff. I feel like everyone should know risk diode at this point. If you haven't heard it before, you should see the pros and cons and the different ways of looking at it. And so I really appreciate the conversation on that. I posted a link in the chat to SJ, again, putting in the time, energy, effort, reading it for us in a very very amazing way. 2 different renditions, I believe. There's 2 different playlists on that as well. What final thoughts on Sci-Vive? Fix the World. What people who are new to it or haven't read it or aren't interested as of now? What can we tell them to maybe pique their interest and why it's going to be useful to even flip the pages or hit up SJ's playlist? Whoever wants to take it.
I'll
go. Please do.
So I feel like, to me, if you're in this ecosystem financially and you're invested here, it's the greatest asset to me. Like, to me, it's greater than the coins. Like, knowing who Richard is at his heart, pun totally intended, is what has kept my spirits up and my positivity through this ridiculously terrible, brutal bear market. Right. This is that, and that's all I've known. I was born in the bear. Like, I got here at the top of the last bull cycle, not even knowing that's what it was, not knowing there were cycles in crypto. So I've only known down forever. And you don't see me bitching or complaining or whining ever about where is Richard, what is he doing, blah, blah. Like, because I know his heart, because I've read this book multiple times, and I continue to see and to know that if that's who's at the core of this, we can't help but succeed. Like, we're going to win. His name is Richard Hartwin for a reason. Thank you.
True. Not to be too much of the critic here, but I do want to give some reasonable expectations for this. Folks, I've called this book a 50th percentile book in the past. What I mean by that is that this book has a lot of very good practical information to improve your life, improve your efficiency, and improve your output to a degree. Fair warning, Sci-Vive is not going to get you to a mastery level in anything. It's largely practical advice on how to make sure that you're utilizing your time the best that you can, but at the same time, it's not going to get you to mastery in anything, and it's not going to really help you build a worldview. That's something you're going to have to figure out and live on your own, but the book is absolutely going to help you make better use of your time and hopefully help you improve some of those interpersonal relationships. So the reason I want to preface all that is that you have reasonable expectations going into it. It is a little bit long, but at the same time, I do hope that you find something valuable out of it.
It is a long book. It's got a lot of good medium of the world advice. It is definitely not like you're absolutely right, Zenith. It is not something that'll take you from like 104 to 105. This is from 0 to 1. You know, this is like a
you read my mind. I was gonna say it's 0 to 1. It's a great 0 to 1 type of
yeah.
literature. Yes.
And again, like, not a whole lot of the stuff in Sci-Vive is like crazy, like, wow, I never would have thought of that. It's just a repetition of all the things, of many things, not all the things, but many of the things that are good for the folks at home. So I think that that's a good analysis, Zenith. And I would say, like, if you guys haven't read Sci-Vive, or if you haven't listened to SJ read it, then go ahead and do so, or like find some sort of note-taking device or some AI that can summarize it for you, or consume the information however you will. But there's a lot of good stuff in there, and I would encourage everybody to find all of the best tools in life, whether it's Sci-Vive, whether it's cryptocurrency, whether it's hammers and nails, whether it's, software or hardware or people that are around you. Like, find the best things and stick with the best stuff. Filter out all the stuff that doesn't apply to you, whether it's like including people and including ideas, and find and invest in the things that help you get what you got accomplished. And Sci-Vive is a great way to do that. There you go, with the trifecta: mind, body, spirit.
Oh yeah, nice cut.
Perfect.
I like that. Yeah, I first read Sci-Vive on an airplane. I remember printing it out unedited, like I feel like there's several versions of unedited for Sci-Vive, at least a couple.
Airplane too.
You did too? Nice. Yeah, I mean, that was my airplane. That was my airplane reading. I was like, all right, print out this Richard Hart book. Let me read it because I need something to do. And I remember reading a ton of it, and it's like super dry again. All the edit notes of like XXX, redo this. This doesn't, say this better. Blah blah blah. I read the unedited version over many airplane flights back in the day. It's got to be 2017, 2018, 2019, that era. And I'm so glad it's an audiobook form now, because it is so much easier to listen and consume if you like audiobooks, which I do. Some people say it's like drinking your it's like drinking your food, and I'm like, I mean, in a surgical, efficient way, yeah, and maybe some, I like drinking. It's like drinking hot chocolate. How about that? I like drinking hot chocolate. Let's do that. But everyone, great panel. Appreciate you all. We got to move on to Actuator protocol here in a second. Love it. Love getting it all together. Appreciate it all. Daniel, Will, SJ, Zenith, Crypto Truth as well. You all killed it. Appreciate it. All right. Coming up next, let me get a hexy transition here. Let me get a hexy. I think I need to add some more videos here in a minute. You know what? We're gonna do the RH. We're gonna do the dance video. Here we go. C3 works. What a transition. How's it going?
Yeah, I guess so. Good to be with you. And I keep every time I see that, I keep wondering who was there with him taking that video anyway.
I know, right? I know. It's if you go back on his Twitter, he's got all kinds of different from that era, all kinds of it's like videos and pictures. And yeah, I'm always like, is it a girlfriend? Is it a friend? Is it selfie stick on steroids? Like what is going on there? He must have had some really good filming and a lot of fun times. It makes me like, oh, I want to be on the boat. I want to be on the boat too. It's so fun.
That's right.
So,
well,
they will be one day
in front of a camera. Love it.
Yeah. Amazing stuff. Well, I'll let you get to it. Actuator protocol. People building on Hex always love that stuff. It's all yours. If you got anything to present, put it on there. I'll put it up on the screen. We're good to go.
All right, I'll do that right now. I'll kick that on here for a moment. Share screen. Let's see if I can get this to work. All right. And good afternoon, everybody. Am I screening? Am I streaming? I can't tell.
You've added the browser, which has your StreamYard on it, but you haven't added a presentation that I see. If you try to add slides or otherwise.
Yeah, I've got slides. So let me do that again and press the
Maybe
right.
click the wrong one. Yeah, it's all right.
So we'll
StreamYard
share.
can be tricky.
And we'll click the, I guess, window is what I click. I think to be safe, I'm going to go entire screen. And then I'm going to select this mode. What are you seeing now?
Haven't seen anything shared yet. Again, but if you click, if you do present and then click like slides and PDFs, it also has that option. If you see that.
All right, let's try that. This worked pretty easily last time.
Yeah, that's all right. StreamYard could be funny sometimes too.
Yeah. Let me try the, oh, here, it's got a spot for PowerPoint. Let's see if that does it.
There you go. Is
that working?
I don't see anything prompted to share yet.
It's selected. Sorry about this. I don't know.
No worries.
Why it's not behaving.
You can also try to share screen if you have it on there and kind of click around. That's also, I guess, a backup option. But I haven't seen anything prompted for me to share yet.
Huh. Isn't that unusual?
SMS Flash says he's logged into StreamYard. I'm not sure if you have to be logged into StreamYard to do it, maybe.
Well, I didn't before. I just clicked it and it kind of worked, but now it's not. So,
oh, weird.
Share screen. Let's try. If the other two didn't work, let's try one that I haven't tried. Let's try this. Now what do you see?
Nothing to share so far, unfortunately.
Huh.
If you, weird. It should just prompt it.
It really should. And I'm seeing the prompts here on my deal. Chrome wants permission to fix it. System preferences. Bottom left corner. Check Google Chrome. What's all that noise?
Just a reminder, everyone out there, share on the socials. We get to almost 5,000 people. StreamYard says at least viewing. I feel like we have 2,000 or 3,000 on Twitter. So feel free to share it out there, and while we get this party rolling.
Well, I get to
you want to try to leave the stream, come back? Maybe it's like a streamer thing.
Yeah, let me try that. Let me drop out and we'll drop back in, and because this is what has worked before, but it's not now. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, let's try that for now. All right, you get an extra video. What do you all want? You want weight? Let's do weights again. I like weights.
So you know you're in trouble when your extra large road weight belt don't fit no more. I guess I haven't been lifting on the cardio machine so much. So I'll give lifting this heavy crap a try. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, baby. Pussy hands are giving out.
Classic. And we're back. C3 works. You get the best Richard video transitions. I'm gonna say that.
It is. Yeah, that makes me hurt just watching it. I don't know how he does that.
He's a strong guy.
I guess so. Let's try this again, only better. Share screen. It shows me sharing. I click that. I'm going to say entire screen so that we don't have any limitations. It says entire screen. I click share. And are you seeing something?
I'm not seeing anything prompting on my side. Weird.
I wish I knew what this was still doing.
Seems like, and I know there's maybe a browser thing around permissions to do it, but I can't think of why it wouldn't let you just present.
I don't either. Yeah. And it's not like it's something unusual that hasn't been used.
Is it, what kind of format is it?
It's PowerPoint.
Okay. Do you want to send it to me and I can try it on my side?
Yeah. How do I do that? It's got some transitions, so you'll have to be able to open it in the PowerPoint, presentation mode.
I'll be there. I'll be clicking. I can click the buttons for you. Yeah, right. Just you send it rhmaximalist@gmail. Just send me the PPXT or the link, either one.
All right. Let's see if I can get that to work here.
5,000 StreamYard says, boom. Keep pumping those numbers up. Good stuff.
Very good. All right.
Maximalist, just the way it sounds.
@gmail.
Oh, Richard just tweeted the conference. Yeah. What's up?
Ooh.
That's awesome. Thank you, Mr. Fast Abdul, for letting me know. I saw the tweet and I was like, I wonder if he tweeted it. Nice. All right. We're about to pump those numbers up. We're exponentially growing. Well, not exponentially. We're growing a lot more faster than we did, though.
That is very nice.
Yeah. No pressure, C3.
No, never.
Yeah. We got this.
Lived under enough of that in my day.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if I can. Let's see if that arrives. Send rhmaximus@gmail.com.
Maximalist. I'm not sure if you said it the way you spelled it. Maximalist. So I'll put it on here. rhmaximalist.
How about I copy it? That's always fun.
There you go. I'll put it in the private chat as well.
Yeah.
Maximalist.
copy it from where it was.
Yes. You will have the most viewers of today. I will say that. Great time.
We're going to give them some stuff.
Yeah.
Copy it from there.
Hang in there with us, everyone. We will be amazing content coming back very, very soon.
Yeah, we want you to have this, see this in full glory here. So
people building on the hex token.
Yeah, there's a lot to build on.
Yeah. I never say this, but smash those buttons if you like as well, while we have a moment here. Okay, let me know when you send it, and
RHMAXIMALIST.
Yes,
gmail.com.
Yeah, IST at the end of it.
Yep, try that one.
Did you send an attachment or a?
I did. I sent an attachment.
Okay, it may take a second then. All right, do one more video for the people. Let's do the hex code. We haven't did this one yet. Actually, let's do money gun. I like money.
Wow. Neat. Don't leave home without it.
Yeah.
All right, still checking my email. Do not see it yet. Does it say sent on your end?
Yeah, I'm going to send yet one more just to be sure something's moving. And I copied it from the one that I received from you. I heard the whoosh. Now I'm going over to the send.
Huh. Not seeing anything so far. Oh, there it is. Got it.
We have something. Well, that's progress.
Scanning for viruses. Be there momentarily.
Sometimes you got to be satisfied with progress, right, Max?
we can do this. This is the ecosystem of winning, so we're gonna win. Don't worry. All right. Let's. Okay. Don't have an app to open it. I'm gonna make it work. Come on.
Well, you're doing that.
I'm going to have to convert it real quick. Hang in there, everyone. We are so close to starting this next session. Very, very, very close. PulseChain 2055. PulseChain 2055. Shout out to Richard Hart, by the way, if you're watching.
One more format in case that's helpful. PowerPoint has a show format, which I'm hopeful means you don't have to have the app, but let's see what you can find.
Yeah, I don't have a PPX one installed, but I think I can do PDF. I'm trying to convert to PDF real quick and then try that. At least I can flip through a little bit. It won't do animations or anything, but if it's just static content,
right?
Okay.
I'm guessing if I tried coming in through your other link, to YouTube, it probably wouldn't let me do anything different, would it?
Coming in through the other link?
Well, just a general YouTube channel.
I'm not sure. One sec. I think I almost got it. Oh, just do it. Do it. Okay. All right. Let me. Almost done here. All right, I think we are good. I'm going to share this one. Actuator protocol. Boom. We got something.
Progress. Yeah. Hit the presentation mode and see what happens.
It's not in presentation. It's only it's a PDF.
All right. Well, we're going to work with it. One of those slides will be a little wrecked, but we'll just live with it.
Yeah.
And I'll open this. So let's start right here. I'll move through some things. I'm going to cover this in 3 parts. By the way, good afternoon, and thanks for having me on, Max. I appreciate it.
Of course.
So we're going to cover 3 parts. We probably have some folks who are brand new to Actuator. I assume that you probably know something about Hex. I'll speak to some basics here real quickly to understand the basics and what HTTs or Hex time tokens are. Then we'll spend a little time on beyond the basics. That will be a little tricky with the loss of transition slides here, but I'll talk to you about a more advanced use case, if we can make some sense of that for you with the slides as they're formatted. That's going to make a lot of sense to people who have got 4 or 5 reviews of study on the Actuator protocol and are ready to take on some more advanced understanding of what can be done. And then we'll finish with some of the things about the days ahead, because quite frankly, again, I'm C3 Works, Bill Laprise, and I'm a co-founder of the Actuator protocol. The inspiration behind the protocol was all forward-looking. So it's really great to be a part of this conference because it's the forward-looking nature of what we would love to help contribute to on PulseChain and with Hex that drove some of this innovation. So we'll talk a bit about that. So let's move on to the next slide, please, and we'll start with some basics. If you can slide up one more slide. Here we go. So some highlights. What is the Actuator protocol? It's a protocol designed to give some access to stake liquidity. So if you have Hex staked, and this is only for tokenized stakes, by the way, this does not apply to native Hex stakes. So only for the what used to be known as HSIs, the Hex stake instances, or HMIs, Hex mining instances, they're tokenized stakes. Then this protocol gives you an ability to access sort of a market disciplined amount of liquidity from it that lets you do whether it's life happens types of activities or more interesting types of investment situations. There's a lot of ways you can utilize that and increase your yield in Hex terms using the protocol. You are able to also just be the buyer of HTTs, as we'll talk about, which are just simply Hex in the future. You're buying a claim check on a future Hex, but you buy it at a discount. So that becomes another way to earn Hex in native Hex terms trustlessly. So we'll see that. This protocol involves no counterparty risk. Fast overview on that. This is built in the Hex ethos, if you will, in that it's operating on PulseChain, 2 security audits, a financial audit. It's immutable, open source code. People have reviewed this in the community, no admin keys. And where we're using the HSIs, it's using the proven code. We didn't make up new code for that. So it's got all the right types of pedigrees that you'd want in a trustless Hex-based system. So next. Let's talk about this critical piece at the basic level called the HTT, or the Hex time token. It's important to get your head around this first, both as the minter, staker, and seller of one of these things, or as the market participant that just wants to buy these things and earn native hex. So there is a two-sided market. So what is a hex time token? If you start there at the top, it's an HTT is a hex at a future date. That's what it is. It owns this hex that it's going to give to you and unlock to you at the protocol level on a specific day that it's told to do so. Right now, that there's a day 3,000, 5,000, and 7,000. You can trade these. These are ERC20 tokens. So you get something by buying it or by minting it, and you have something that is now fungible in a marketplace that's active and allows you then to have some liquidity. The yields, because of the nature of how they work, they're much like a zero coupon bond, if you're familiar with that. For those that aren't, it's like if I were to hold up a $20 bill and put it somewhere and say, I'm going to sell you this button, and this button is directly the owner of that $20 bill that you're going to get in 2 weeks' time. This button will automatically give you the $20 bill. Well, what would you pay for that button today? Well, I don't know what the number is, but it would be less than $20 because you're going to require some discount to wait for the week or whatever it's going to be until you get the $20. So that you buy the claim check, if you will, at a discount that represents the value of increase you want to wait until that day to receive it. So in real terms, if you look at the bottom of the screen, if you buy one HTT 5000 and the number represents the hex day on which the protocol will issue you the hex. So hex day 5,000 at the case on the bottom there is roughly 8.3 years away from now. And that's all listed on the app itself. And so if you buy this at a discount today and hold it till that point, you get a full hex. That means today you might only pay a half a hex. I'm making up a number, but if you buy it at a half a hex and you held it until day 5,000 and got the full hex, what did you do? You doubled your hex bag, right? You went from buying it at 0.5x and now you got a full hex. That's a real yield, and it's a fixed yield, right? Nothing is going to change that number because you bought it where you bought it and you're going to get 1.0 when you get it. It's directly redeemable by the protocol. It is not dependent on trading pairs and markets and any of that stuff, though you can trade it if you wanted, but you don't have to. You can wait until it's redeemed, and then you would be able to go to the protocol and get it back. So it's a very pure time value of money return. And at the moment, you know, on the site, which you can see it at app.actuator.finance, that's where the application is, the UI that will show you access to all of this. And documents are there at actuator.finance as well. But all the analytics are there for you to look at. And at the moment, interestingly, the yields you can obtain on HTTs are actually higher than those from the hex staking mining that you could do right now. So that makes them very attractive as one way of earning hex, right? This isn't trying to be better, worse. Our objective with this is to add tools to the tool bag for hex to allow more sophisticated types of strategies that will attract larger capital like TradFi, or larger types of performance where when I come out of TradFi, the ability to manage risk and adjust portfolios is an important feature. So that's where this comes from. So let's go to the next slide now. And now we're going to go to some beyond the basics, which go ahead and flip ahead, and it's going to ruin it just a little. You're not going to see. So only stare at the 4 stars at the top. I'm going to have to talk you through this for today, though it's worth taking those 4 notes and seeing after we're done, if you could go to app.actuator.finance and step through and see how you would carry this out mechanically. The slides that aren't going to show here right now would have presented that for you. But let's go through the steps of this intermediate use case so you can see what could be done. It's called a curve swap. It starts by noticing that there's a particular point in time where the HTT 5000 discount from Hex was the same as the HTT 7000 discount to Hex. So think about that for a minute. If I could buy an HTT 5000 at 0.6 Hex, and I could buy an HTT 7000, buy or sell, at 0.6 Hex, could that be a tradable thing? Not just like trading, but could that be something where you could enter an investment position that gains advantage in growing your Hex bag from that market condition? Turns out the answer is yes. So as I step through these 4 points for a minute, that's what the first point was. Notice that the two HTTs were trading at similar discounts. If you'd like, you could probably right now on the side, or when you get a moment, go to app.actuator.finance and look at it this minute and see they're pretty close still. They were closer at the time I did this, but you'll see that they're both in and around just over 60% discounts. So the condition is similar. Point two, how could you take advantage of that? Well, you could stake 1,000 Hex, I'm making up a number, through the app to the longer of the two, which is day 7,000. So now you would have a day 7,000 HSI. It's a stake. It's got some number of T shares, and those T shares are earning all the way out to day 7,000. But you could then come to the app and extract the maximum amount of HTT 7000s from your position. And that there is a 1% mint fee that you pay to the Actuator token holders when you do that, and it would leave you 990 left from your 1,000. And that reflects the principal you just put in. So what you can notice is here is you can immediately access effectively all of your principal back for use however you would choose to. The last piece you do is, so now that you'd have your 990 HTT 7000s, you swap it, which you can do through the protocol app, which is a PulseX trading pair. So it's just operating through PulseX and also some of the other platforms if you want to use an aggregator. You'd swap your HTT 7000s into HTT 5000s. But notice that because they're at the same discount, you end up with essentially the same amount of HTTs, except that now you've shortened up the waiting period by 5.4 years to get that principal back. So what's the end state if we did that? Now, if you have to squint at the stuff there on the screen, fortunately, at least the end state data is there. What's the end state of having done that? Well, the 3 bullets. First, we still have all the T shares of a day 7,000 stake. So all that income that we would be accruing that is due to the 7,000 day T share, we have that. Next, we notice, like I said, because we rolled back, we were able to move from 7,000 HTTs to the day 5,000 HTT without suffering any meaningful price difference because they happen to be the same at that point. We get the principal back 5.4 years early. What could we then do? When we get the principal back at the 5.4 year early point, we redeploy that Hex back into a new day 7,000 stake, which is shorter at that point. But nonetheless, what would be the condition when you did that? Now you've got 2 sets of T shares running out to day 7,000. Your original one earning everything it was entitled to, and the second one now earning on top of it. So the third bullet is now showing you what that result would be. You would redeploy that Hex back into day 7,000. You're earning even more T-share returns on the same original funds that you would have had just fully committed to day 7,000 anyway. So with no new capital in here, you were able to work with the market behaviors out there and recognize a way to increase the yield on the same 1,000 Hex that you were prepared to have staked all the way out to day 7,000. So I'm going to leave that for the moment. And again, my hope for takeaway here with you, especially in light of the bad transitions, I apologize, would be this. If you're newer to all this, and that looks really confusing, well, I don't blame you. It would look confusing. But the takeaway for our conference purpose should be this. These are sophisticated types of strategies that come from an existing native yield curve. That's what we have in traditional finance in the bond market. And that's what allows some very useful tools to larger capital managers to be able to come in and manage risk in their portfolio. So it's showing that we've got something built that is really going to matter to bringing more money in over time. So a couple last things for going forward. If you'll go to the next slide here, please, and then we'll finish. These HTTs will roll out in increasing amounts. We're in year one right now. We have HTTs 3,000, 5,000, and 7,000 running. In October, we hit year two. The protocol's been out since October. Then you will see HTT 4,000 and 6,000 roll out. And then in year three, HTT 8,000. And from that point on, the community can actually create its own HTTs and provide liquidity to them at any point along the curve that it cares to be involved. So if the community determines that we have a gap that, you know, just happens to have HSIs from the auctions, well, those HSIs from auctions work here as well with some nuances. People could choose to go and create a spot there and add liquidity that would then serve the community. So that's the rollout portion. And if you'll go to the last slide, please. One more. What I'm just going to point out here, we won't stare at those charts here for today. There is an ACTR token. The only piece I'm going to highlight about that for today is that it's the revenue sharing token. So you remember me saying that the protocol you have to pay a 1% minting fee every time you extract any HTTs. Well, that goes to those who hold and vault their ACTR token. You can look at the details in our documentation for today. We'll see that over time, the goal that we want to see this do is present a genuine native hex yield curve, a time value of money measurement in native hex terms, which will enable a lot of interesting tooling and products that can emerge and support the hex being a reserve asset effectively on the PulseChain ecosystem and bring the kinds of things that larger TradFi money or professional investors are used to being able to function with. So that's our goal. And I appreciate the time to show you these things and let you get just an introduction to it. You can go find us at all the places in the links.
Awesome. Great presentation. Again, I love people building on Hex. I think it is, when PulseChain came about, it's one of those things. It's like, oh, there's so many different things. We got a blockchain. We got all these tools we need and all these forks we need. All these people, you know, again, building amazing products on PulseChain. But then I think that took a little bit away from, oh, well, what about Hedrons of the world, the Maximus? You know, we got Calm. You got all these different, you got Actuator protocol, all these things building on the Hex protocol. And
that is the most important metric, guys. It really is. That's what's excited me, and that's what motivated me to get involved and bring developers. Is I see developers, we want developers, and that metric is the one that's going to win.
Good stuff. Well, thank you very much for building in this ecosystem, and I really appreciate it. Great presentation.
All right, thanks, Max.
Yep. All right, moving on. We got a lot of great more. What are we halfway through the day? It's like we're literally like halfway through, and we got so much more fun stuff to go. Amazing. I really enjoyed the talk about Actuator protocol, and I saw Richard retweet the stream. Yes, Richard tweeted out the stream, not retweeted. He tweeted out the stream directly. So he's like, yeah, something like, it appears there's a PulseChain conference going on, you know, and all that fun language. So let me just pull that up real quick, because don't get that every day. That's pretty fun. Let me show you all just so you can see, and then we'll get into our legal panel. Got some Chad's legal panel coming up very soon. Apparently, there's a PulseChain conference live right now on both YouTube and X. Oh, appreciate that, big guy. Appreciate that. That's nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Pretty good. All right, everyone. Without further ado, let me do a little bit of transition here, and we're going to bring in the next panel. You got 3 people on this panel. They're going to panel it up. It's going to be great. We're gonna keep going, but let's do a transition. 3, 2, 1.
Conference 2055. 2055.
We got the best AI. It's huge AI. Shout out to creators who work with AI. We still need humans to do that, and for bringing us this amazing, helping the media for this amazing conference we're having right now. Welcome back to the show / conference. Zenith, Nuclear Herbs, and someone new, Mad Dog. Welcome.
How are you doing?
Doing good.
Always good to see you, Max. Thanks for having me on. Zenith, good to talk to you again.
Always a pleasure, sir.
It's been so long.
Just 2 more weeks. Everything's gonna be.
It's always 2 more weeks. It always is.
2 more. Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Hex Mad Dog, and you too, Nuclear.
Yeah, you want to give a quick introduction? It's the first time you've been on the channel, as far as I understand. How'd you get in this community, Hex Mad Dog?
Yeah, well, I'm a Hex OG, so I'm a bit of I hide in the background. I've been on a few streams here and there. I shared the stage with Coffee back in 2019 when he came to London. I'd had a meal with the big man, so I'm always in the background doing stuff. And even there, I also work with the UK Hex racing team, 2 times champions, of course. So yes, I'm in the background, and I've just got a few other little things that I want to chat today about. So that we're working on, that I'm going to want to bring to the PulseChain community.
Very good to have you. Thanks for hopping on. And this is a great panel too. This is a stacked panel with you 3. So I'll let you all take it away. Got about 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so. Get into whatever you think is interesting in the world of legalese and the PulseChain ecosystem.
Sounds good. I guess real quick. Hi, folks. I'm Zenith of the DGen Roundtable, bit of a legal and government analyst over there. Did about 5 years in the Coast Guard doing some contract enforcement, and also the sexy job of chasing drug runners in the Caribbean, doing international maritime law enforcement. But I'm not the heavy hitter. That is actually this gentleman right here, Mr. Herbs. Who are you, and what's your background like?
I'm Nuclear Herbs. I practice law for about just over 20-something years. So, did a lot of litigation. Just decided to, put my powers to good use, and to try and help the community understand the whole Richard Hart case when it got filed. And we got some good information on that today. About time the judge finally ordered the entry of the dismissal. So and that's basically the final step, is like the judge did she ruled on the motion, and just to be clear as to what happened, the judge ruled on the motion and dismissed the SEC's claims against Richard. But in order to formalize the, essentially close out the case, formalize it, there has to be a formal written order. And that, once we kind of expected that to happen really quickly after the SEC said they weren't going to file an amended complaint. But, courts do things at their own pace, as we very well know. And, it took 2 weeks, but she finally ordered the clerk to do it. So I guess now it's wherever this thing lands in the clerk's inbox is when it's going to get done. So hopefully they don't have very much in there. I mean, it's really not a complex procedure. It's just basically a 1-page document saying the case has been dismissed, and there's some official language in it, and that basically starts the 60-day clock for the SEC to file a notice of appeal. But it just seems really unlikely at this point that they're going to do so. I mean, they didn't even bother to amend a complaint. There's not really an issue of law that got addressed wrong in her order. So I just don't see any viable appeal options for them. So just hang the 60 days and we're good, I think.
Sounds good. I guess as a quick recap, yes, we did have the SEC drop their original complaint on July 31st, 2023. Yeah, it took about 2 years to get all the way through the process, but we had oral arguments back in November in New York City for the Second Circuit Court where this took place. And then after that, I want to say it was February where we actually got the entering of Judge Amon's decision to officially dismiss the case. Since then, we had the extension periods that Mr. Herbs mentioned, and now we officially have it in the record. So 60 days. I know it's a bit longer than 2 more weeks, but 60 days to file an appeal. The good news is that an appeal is really not, you can't really file one against whether or not you like the outcome of the case. You have to pretty much say that the case was not handled properly. And by all accounts, I would say this one was done very much by the book.
That's accurate. The appeal can only attack legal issues. It can't introduce any new facts. You can't say, well, we didn't get a chance to argue this at the trial court level. You can't bring up anything new like, oh, we just found this old video of him saying, whatnot that might have helped us in the trial court. You don't get to go there. So you basically have to say the judge analyzed the law wrong. The facts that she had, she applied them to the existing law wrong. And that's why we're appealing. And that just honestly didn't happen here. The law on personal jurisdiction is not new. It's been around quite some time. It started basically in the 40s. Got a big kind of a big expansion overhaul in the 80s. But this is nothing new. This judge has seen many, many, many cases with personal jurisdiction law, and the analysis is spot on in my opinion. So I think we're good here.
Excellent. By the way, I know that myself and Herbs, we are US based, but Mad Dog, I believe you mentioned you are UK based, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Excellent. So slightly different systems about how everything works, but the good news is that U.S. law is primarily based on good old English jurisprudence.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the first cases I studied in law school was Regina versus Dudley and Stevens. It was like a 1600s, 1700s case, and I think it was 1600s where there's like a murder case from good old England that because we borrowed a lot of your law.
Absolutely. But I think the great thing about yourself, Nuclear, is what you've brought to the PulseChain community is an actual interest in law, and people actually taking note and taking an interest in the law. And a lot of people prior to this they obviously look at the law and say, oh, boring, not interested. But this is actually when you've got the law and it affects yourself, and you can actually read into it and look into it. And I think it's brought it all together. And again, along with the crypto industry as such is like, yeah, let's fix the money, but also you need to learn about all these other things as well. Learn about the law and how you can protect yourself once you've got your crypto wild. So it's all part of the same bucket, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
Yep.
And to keep it rolling a little bit, so the SEC case is pretty much closed at this point, but we do have one outstanding issue, and I do want to pass it to Mr. Herbs because you have been doing the deep digging journalism that some of the journalists have been failing to do, and that is, of course, the red notice that was put up by Interpol, and the case is based in Finland. So, sir, what have you found, if anything?
Yeah, I really still have not been able to dig up anything other than I was talking to Zenith about this yesterday. We when I started pulling the string on this sweater, I would contact some of the journalists directly that had written articles, and their response to me was like, well, I relied on this other journalist article to write my article. And then I contact that one, and it'd be like, yeah, well, I relied on this other journalist article to write my article. So like, if you tracked it all the way back, you finally got to the one detective in Finland, and I contacted them or him directly, and he basically just told me to go pound sand. They don't have any public information there whatsoever. So yeah, it's just very difficult to pry any information out of Finland. This is so unusual to me because I can walk into any courthouse or just log on to Pacer and pull a criminal complaint for literally anybody that's ever been prosecuted by by a federal court, or if I walk into a state court, I can do the same thing, find out all the facts in that case that are listed in the complaint and say, oh, okay, here's what it's about. I can explain it to you now. I just can't get that out of Finland for whatever reason. It's just not a public document, which just blows my mind. So we're stuck. But I find it interesting that what it just came out recently. Somebody I wish I could credit them, but I cannot remember who it was. But they were able to find a press release by Quinn Emanuel saying that we help clients with red notices, and I'm like, oh, okay then. Let's just wait and see where that goes.
But yeah, as it stands right now, there's really not that much available information to the public. That's just how Finland operates. Again, we're US based, cases in Finland, so different procedures wherever you go. But I do want to throw it over to Mad Dog here shortly. If you go on the Interpol website and you look through the red notices, you'll see Richard Hart's mugshot next to a bunch of other people. But the big difference, though, is that it appears that Richard Hart is on there purely for what appears to be a simple assault case and tax evasion. Meanwhile, everyone else that is on that same list as him are there for much more egregious reasons that are probably not even YouTube friendly, to be honest. What do you think about Interpol's actions here?
Oh, absolutely criminal, funny enough. But yeah, it's a political toy that they're using to try and get Richard. Obviously, there's no substance behind them. It's the same as when the court case came out. A quick read of the blurb, and anyone with the slightest bit of logical or critical thinking will go, that's an absolute load of rubbish. But again, it's like it's just it's a tool. It's a political toy bandied about for people who they don't want. But the very fact that he's on the Interpol red notice means that he's ruffling some feathers at very, very high levels. And there's someone he's doing something behind the scenes that somebody wants to stop him. So that tells me he's on the right track.
There you go. It does appear, based on everything available, that there's larger forces at play, because it appears that the amount of attention they're giving this for what is alleged doesn't quite match up there.
No, it doesn't match.
Regardless,
I agree with you. Like everybody, I don't know how many people have ever fought off have ever been told they owe money from whatever revenue, place, whether it be the IRS or your local state, revenue seeking organization or whatever. But they don't throw you on a red notice for not paying taxes. It just seems like what happens is you have a conversation with them and you work something out, and that's the end of that discussion. So I don't get it. And then the other thing is if it's a simple assault that we're talking about, we don't even know the other side of it too, right? So because we haven't been able to see the facts of the case. So, I mean, it could be literally self-defense and we have no idea. Because that would be a defense, which Richard would have to put that out there. But since we don't, and who knows what actually happened, since there's no public information, so we don't know if he has responded to anything yet. So it just seems like so silly. Like, you don't see red notices go out for these type of allegations. It just seems very disproportionate to the actual allegations that have been put out. So I'm not really sure what's going on, but it does have the smack of politics to it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, we're just going to have to wait for more details to come out for it to actually be adjudicated. So until then,
we'll know when we know.
Not much else.
And, he'll tell us when he's ready to tell us.
This is very true. I will say, up to this point, I think Richard Hart has been a very good legal client, which is that when you get sued, typically what you want to do is hire a lawyer, shut up. And it appears that he's done a very good job of that.
I would 100% endorse that. I would agree with that 100%. So.
For sure.
Just on another note to that, it's like there's a term that's bandied about: justice will prevail. Justice does not prevail. People prevail, and justice only prevails when people are prepared to stand up for their rights and fight for them. It's not a force field that protects everybody. If you have to be prepared to stand up for them for yourself. And just as a quick side note, I had a very useful case. I had last year. I beat the Ministry of Justice. I sued the Ministry of Justice, took them to their own court system at the High Court, and beat them.
Excellent.
Good for you.
There you go. People have prevailed, and by people I mean you. Well done, sir. Well, we do want to keep it rolling a little bit here. We did prepare a little bit more than just the RHK stuff because honestly, there's not much else to talk about at this point, especially for the SEC and also Finland. They're kind of at both sides of a fence, which is one's resolved, the other we're still waiting to see. So with that being said, we are going to jump back across the pond to the United States. And Mr. RH Max, if you're in the background, I do have a screen share here for you. When you're ready, good sir. Excellent. So talking a little bit about the crypto landscape as we see it in 2025 and what we think might be coming down the pike. We do have an article here from Cointelegraph. The Oregon State Attorney General, they have a lawsuit against Coinbase, and they're calling XRP an unregistered security. If you remember, there might have been another case. This one happened in the Second Circuit of New York, and this was back in 2023 when they ruled XRP was not a crypto security. So the question here is, what the heck is going on? Well, we do have the release from the Attorney General here. States must file enforcement vacuum being left by the federal regulators who are abandoning these cases under the Trump administration. Attorney General Dan Rayfield today filed a lawsuit against Coinbase, one of the largest cryptocurrency trading platforms in the United States, for violating the Oregon state securities law. The lawsuit claims that Coinbase has both encouraged and helped the sale of unregistered cryptocurrencies to people in Oregon. In doing so, Coinbase has reaped millions of dollars in fees as Oregonians have faced huge losses, often devastating, from risky investments in a market that's stacked against them and hard to navigate. Quote, after building trust with Oregon consumers, Coinbase sold high-risk investments without them being properly vetted to protect consumers, Rayfield said. Oregonians lost money, and we believe Coinbase should be held accountable and take steps to protect consumers, end quote. And then finally, down here at the bottom, this lawsuit comes as the SEC recently dropped its case against Coinbase and reassigned the lawyer leading the case to the SEC's IT office. Attorney General Rayfield says that the states must fill the enforcement vacuum being left by federal regulators who are giving up under the new administration and abandoning these important cases. So I guess the question to you gentlemen here is, what do you think is going on? Because we just got some clarity, even regarding the XRP, not that we particularly care about that one, but as far as crypto law goes, we actually had a ruling that the sale was not a security. Now the individual states are actually trying to retry some of these arguments in an attempt, what they believe is now an enforcement vacuum, because the SEC has actually backed off a lot of these cases.
Yeah, let me just to explain to everybody who may not be, may not be American as well. We have a federalist system here in the United States where we have 50 states that are allowed to make their own rules on a lot of things, and we have our federal government. So we've been dealing with federal law and SEC regulations, which is a creature of the federal government. But each state has its own laws regarding, protecting consumers and whatnot. And, they can issue securities laws if they want to. They can issue different rules for, whatever they want to, classify as a security or things like that. And this is only going to get fixed by legislation, which I actually want to talk about, kind of at the end of this, because there is, I just read I read pieces of the market bill that just got, they proposed. So there's a couple of highlights I want to go through, but the Oregon case is strictly brought under Oregon securities laws. It's not brought under federal law, so it's basically stuck in Oregon. You can't do what's called remove it to federal court, where they would, the Coinbase might actually have a better shot at defending this thing. This just seems like a money grab to me. The Oregon AG, when the SEC filed against Coinbase, I think they listed 12 or 15, the coins that they considered securities. The Oregon case is, somewhere in the neighborhood of like 25 to 30 different ones that they've listed that they think are securities. Including Solana, Filecoin, ADA, Matic, Near, XRP, Aave, Algo. Like there's a ton of them. Problem with getting some, the problem with getting complaints from Oregon is that you have to be part of the registered system or whatever. I was hoping to find somebody who would actually, had put up the entire thing. A guy named Justin Slaughter at JBSDC on X did a pretty good breakdown of what of this particular case and put up some of the pleadings, or some of the pages of the complaint, and explain through them. So, it seems like it's just the AG, taking a shot, and I'm not really sure where that's going to go. But the feds put out what was it called? It's like a market. I forget what the hell it's called, but it's basically like a market structure type bill for security, for crypto assets, and vis-a-vis how they're going to be classified as securities. And some of the highlights in it, I can post the actual link to the market structure draft bill, but tokens basically aren't going to be securities, like by federal law anymore. They're carved out of federal securities laws as long as they're transferable and not reliant on a central party. Apparently, seems to be the point there. Secondary sales get a green light as long as the issuer isn't involved. It's probably not a securities transaction, so that is a huge relief, and basically would clears up a whole lot of what used to be gray area. And what it says is rule-based blockchains where no one owns more than 20% can be certified as mature, making their tokens digital commodities. So that's an interesting one too. So given the fact that Pulse has got 50,000 validators all over the world, there's not to my knowledge, nobody owns more than 20% of this of the validator. So I think we're gonna fall right into the digital commodities portion of that program if that market bill gets enacted. So fantastic news. If I think this just got introduced like a couple of days ago, so it hasn't really gone anywhere. But if this is what they're looking for and this is where they're headed, I believe that the bill had, if this is the same bill I'm thinking about, I might be getting the stable coin bill confused with this one, but there were 17 Republicans and 4 Democrats, so it does seem to be some bipartisan push, which is good for us. So I'll keep track of this as it gets along and kind of goes through the entire process, and I'll give you updates as I find out about them.
Sounds good. So the reason that we wanted to mention this here is that as we're going into 2025, we have a change in administration, namely Joe Biden is out, Donald Trump is in. And we've also seen a good amount of turnover at the SEC, who up to this point has largely been regulating cryptocurrency inside the United States. As Mr. Herbs just mentioned, some of these things can be classified as commodities. And it does turn out that we have the CFTC, the Commodities and Future Trading Commission, inside the United States as well. So where the jurisdiction lies is actually kind of back up in the air. And we've also seen a new approach from the SEC now that Paul Atkins is in as the head. And they've actually been dropping a lot of investigations into many crypto projects that were originally started under Gary Gensler's leadership at the SEC, which is also where the Richard Hart case also originated. So the reason that we bring up the states actually trying to maybe step into some of these gaps is that we're entering an era where we're seeing a change in policy from the SEC. Previously, they were trying to do a lot of regulation through enforcement, aka lawsuits, investigations, that kind of things. So now I believe that we're going to start to see a shift back towards more a regulatory stance from the SEC, which some people might argue was the original purpose of the SEC all along. Those people would be me. The whole point of this is to say that we have a lot of things when it comes to crypto that are in the pipeline right now. There were a handful of executive orders that came from the president's desk back in January and February. And we've also seen some of those committees actually start to get some of their actions rolling. So we're expecting a stablecoin bill in August, primarily from Senator Tim Scott of the Senate Banking and Finance Committee. So that is in the works right now. Allegedly, they do have all the votes needed to pass it. But on top of that, we have a bunch of other unresolved issues, including the digital asset stockpile, or aka the Bitcoin reserve. And then we also have some campaign promises that were floated around there about things like US-based cryptocurrencies not being taxable under capital gains tax. These are things that we're still yet to see come down the pike, but that's at least what we have on the calendar for 2025. So me personally, I'm expecting to see less enforcement less regulation through enforcement, aka lawsuits, and actually more rules being floated through the proper channels, vetted, and then implemented once they actually can agree on a final rule. Gentlemen, do you think I'm off base there or anything?
No, I
else you
think
wanna add?
I kind of endorse that. It just seems to be the trend that's happening right now. So I think you're spot on with that analysis.
Fair enough. Well, that is what we have in the US. I do want to pass it over to Mad Dog because it sounds like you guys are dealing with some of your own tax ideas over there across the pond. What do you got for us?
Yeah, well, I'm going to be a little bit controversial here. Basically, there's again the European Union is chucking out all kinds of regulations here, there, and everywhere. The UK is pulling out different stops and talking. Generally, I don't pay any attention to it because it's all a load of fluff, and I don't really pay much attention to it because the idea I got into crypto was to avoid all that. I checkmate the matrix. I try and avoid the crypto industry is creating its own financial new financial landscape, and with crypto you can try and bring yourself out of the matrix and all the statute legislations and all that. And then, again, this is one of the things. However, I'll put a disclaimer in. I'm not legally qualified. I'm not legally trained. I've never studied a law at university. However, it's a pet subject of mine that I'm really interested in, and I know enough just to annoy the hell out of all agencies and all governments. One of my things that I'm working with at the moment is I'm working with one of the UK's experts on private trusts. And obviously, when you talk about trust law, then you come into equity jurisdiction. And obviously, as with the Richard Hart case, jurisdiction's a very, very important aspect of law. So a lot of people, again, like I said, I'm working with this guy. I'll give a little bit of an overview now, but I want to bring to the PulseChain some education about trust law, private trust, and how you can protect your crypto assets. So it's all about basically when you create a trust, it's asset protection. So again, it's a bit of a long subject. I don't want to go too deep into it, but it's basically anyone can create a private trust, and you can put your crypto assets in, and they will be untouchable no matter what the government says, no matter what statutes they bring out or new laws or whatever. You can protect your crypto assets if they are in a private trust. And myself and Peter are willing to come on and give a lot longer explanation to anybody that wants to have us on board, and we'll show you how to set up your own private trust, and also use the PulseChain tools like Luna Shard to upload documents that are immutable and forever etched onto the blockchain with your own private trust, and immutable, untouchable, bulletproof.
Excellent. By the way, folks, please follow all the tax laws that are applicable to your local jurisdiction. And I think it goes without saying, nothing you've seen here today is actual legal advice. We'll give you some general guidance on get a lawyer and shut up. That one's pretty universally applicable. But if you're in the US and you're interested in a more advanced tax strategy, such as a private trust, you're allowed to grow your crypto inside of that trust as long as you're not self-enriching yourself on the way out, because that is where you do incur a tax. For more on this stuff, by the way, go check out Corey Geary's channel. He has an excellent team surrounding him, and they have created an excellent tax strategy regarding the use of private trusts. So if you're not interested in moving to Puerto Rico, this may be a viable option for you.
I like to visit. I'm not sure I want to live there full time, but visiting, I'll visit everyone.
We'll definitely visit for sure.
Yeah, and the only person on the channel that ever gives financial advice strictly is Zenith. So everyone else is no financial advice. He's told me specifically he's consulted with lawyers and former attorneys and said that he's allowed to say that now. So
Max, I thought we were friends. You're just going to do that to me?
Wow. Just kidding. Right. Protect Zenith. Protect. Gentlemen, fantastic conversation. We got a few more gentlemen that are going to come up and have another fantastic conversation. But appreciate
you all. Max, real quick though, ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested more in the legal aspect of things, please go give our buddy Nuclear Herbs a follow on Twitter, or X now. He runs the PulseChain Law School, where I believe you make weekly posts breaking down some legal examples and cases and talking about how it's actually applicable. So I would say that.
Yeah, I've been kind of lazy on that lately, but I used to do that. But yeah, follow Zenith as well. He's a great guy. I like hanging out with him.
He's very likable.
My wife will not forgive me if I don't. She told me to say hi to you, so I gotta. My wife says hi.
Send her the best regards as well.
Absolutely,
love hanging out with you guys.
Yeah.
Hex Mad Dog, is that on X? Are you at Hex Mad Dog? Is that where people can contact you for trust?
On Twitter, yeah.
On Twitter, yeah. Somebody's asking for a link to the trusted. Just at him on the Twitter X platform, and you can go from there. But gentlemen, thanks for coming on. Thanks for spreading the good word. Appreciate you all. A lot of great contributions in the community, and we're going on to Project Pi here. Thanks a lot, gentlemen.
Say hi to Van and Chris for me. They're good people. I like meeting them, and good luck.
You're going to join the chat. You go in the chat. You say hi. You say hi hard.
All right.
We'll do. Thanks, Herbs.
Thanks a lot, Max.
Yep. See you soon. Bye, Mad Dog. All right, we got time for quick transition before we get to Project Pi. Chris and Van coming up. We get the Hex Girls. Let's do the Hex Girls.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so many coins. Which coin is the best? Is it too late to buy Bitcoin? Why must cryptocurrency be so confusing? When you need clear answers, go to Richard Hart. The smartest man in crypto, Richard Hart. Richard Hart started mining Bitcoins on his graphic card in 2011. Richard knows his crypto stuff. Crypto Smart with Richard Hart. Check out his YouTube channel.
Oh, who remembers that? That was a good one. That was a classic one back in the day. Remember the Hex Girls? They somebody got the video made and produced of that one. So fun. That was before AI. Those are not AI. That was like, that video's got to be 5 years old or something at this point. But anyways, welcome back to the channel. Chris, man, how's it going, gents?
What's up, Max? How's it going?
Good to see you. Good to see you. I've been messing my transitions half the time anyways. It's okay. It's okay. First time running a conference, doing my best here. 4 hours in, and I'm pretty wired. So how you guys doing?
Good. Really good.
Awesome. Well, you got some PulseChain infrastructure stuff to tell us about?
Yes, sir. Let's go.
I will. I'll take off, bring myself out, and if you got anything to present, I will add it to the screen. It's all yours.
Awesome. Thank you. Hey guys, how you doing? Thanks, Max, for having us on stream. For those who don't know, my name is Vendo Calendar, CEO of Project Pi. Have a background in computer science, and Chris and I built this business here at the Atlanta Blockchain Center. And just a little bit briefly about me. I was a data engineer at Intuit MailChimp doing Web2 infrastructure. Father's been into networking for about 30 years now. So, I actually grew up in the infrastructure world. And when I was actually working remote out of here, I texted Chris. I was like, hey, man, you should definitely pull up to the Atlanta Blockchain Center. At that time, he was working for a Web3 company called Go Plugin, based out in Dubai. And, I was doing Web2 infrastructure. He was seeing what I was doing on the terminal, doing Docker, Compose, doing the terminal stuff, creating infrastructure. And he was very, very curious to see what I was doing. Knowing us now, how we work, within 20 minutes, we actually conceptualized and created Project Pi this February 20th, 2023. And it's been a long journey, but I'll let Chris give his introduction as well.
Hey guys, I'm Chris Powell, CTO of Project Pi, and basically everything Van said is true. We met up at this building here, and we basically just executed. We just focused on our strengths and everything that we've done. Again, his background's in computer science and mine is in physics, so we just said, well, why don't we try to build something? Let's make something happen. So we just put together our thoughts and came up with Project Pi. The journey in itself started with hardware only. We did a lot of blockchain, like physical blockchain nodes. We started with a company called Presearch, in which I had connections with the CEO at the time, Colin Pape. He actually ended up buying one of our Raspberry Pis, which is the reason why the company name is Project Pi. And, from there, we just evolved from Raspberry Pis to small AMD and Intel mini computers. We actually had an opportunity to meet quite a few of the PulseChain people when they came for the tour. It seemed like it was like just yesterday. I can't believe it was like 2 years ago, but they came up here, and then we ended up starting on our development of liquid staking. That was around like the middle or end of December 2023 when we first discussed it on the PulseChain cruise. going to Cabo. Since then, we've been just putting our heads down, focused on building, staying on the grind, and just making things happen. We'll actually be showing a few little things here and there, but our protocol in itself has been live now for, I want to say, about almost 4.5 months or so, and so far so good. I'm really excited, and just seeing how we actually came from everything being on a test environment. I know we were in testnet for like 5 or 6 months, but during that time we had so many different things that we wanted to add on that we thought would be able to bring more value to the chain in itself. And there were things like the ERC 404 implementation on our collateral token, PPY, or Project Pi Yield. There is, from what I know of, there's no liquid staking protocol in the world where the actual, like, when you look at like companies like Rocket Pool or anything like that, they use a specific collateral token. They're ERC 404 based, or they're ERC 20 based. Ours is ERC 404 based. So, some of those changes or whatnot, it made it to where we had to take a little bit longer to just develop it, but it was worth it. And I'm just super grateful to have a amazing partner and, people to guide us. But you want to share everything?
Yeah. And again, since we're talking about infrastructure is very, very important. That's why we actually created it. So, like one things that we know that, about 43.7% of all Ethereum validators on AWS, we saw Binance, we saw Rabi Wallet, we saw all these protocols where they're validators, or not necessarily validators, but the infrastructure is going down, and that's not good. So that's why when Chris and I came with the PulseChain, we are tinkers at heart and we like to solve problems. So at that time when we were on PulseChain, we was like, okay, what's missing on here? I know at that time some people were looking to building out liquid staking, but there was no liquid staking. And us being an infrastructure company first, we're like, well, we already have infrastructure. We've already done RPCs. We already support plethora of chains. Let's actually hyper focus on one specific chain. And that was PulseChain. And building it out, we saw so much stuff, and we're going to go over that in the analytics. We had our early staking program back in February. It was a 90-day period where if you had Pulse, and we didn't do a sacrifice, like, look, if you guys want this built out, stake your Pulse, be rewarded our token, PPY, Project Pi Yield. And by doing that, within the first, like a day, we had a day and a half, we got over 100K of Pulse locked up in TVL, which was amazing. That was before we went to the PulseChain conference in Vegas, the first one where they had the was by the PulseChain Foundation and the PulseChain Tour. We basically pitched against, 5 or 6 different companies. We actually ended up winning that, which was awesome. Met Max here at the very first time, super cool dude. And, at that time, we've grew so much, from going from ideation, from ERC 404 to doing that, to now we're actually integrating AI into our protocol. So it's an AI-based DeFi protocol. And again, we're always evolving and growing and ideating and building on top of what we've already built. When coming into different chains, we come from, different backgrounds. A lot of people will see something, it's always great to have open source code, but you don't want to just simply fork it, reskin it, and deploy it. We really wanted to see what PulseChain needed. So, we went to IRL events, fully docs, letting people know what were the issues, going to Vancouver, going to Cabo, going to Vegas, going to all these things. And one thing where we actually had a pivot was, like how we talked about, we still do sell the physical devices, the mini nodes, but we realized like a lot of people, they don't even want to hold that. They want, someone to do it for them. So, okay, well, if that's what you guys want, we will give it to you. So, we created a solution to where you can actually generate your validator keys, permissionless. You get your seed phrase. We host on your behalf, but you still have access to that validator. So doing that, also, doing an AI agent with that liquid agent, that's why you generate the validator keys. And we're going to be implementing a lot of other stuff with that, as well as launching our AI analytics for the ST Pulse, which is great. Definitely going to share my screen on that. But yeah, just going from ideation to vision, just seeing what people want and just keep growing and keep building on that, on top of that.
Yeah. Do you want to go ahead and showcase?
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, guys. Let's see if I can present, share screen. I'll do entire screen. So let me know if you guys can see this. So again, this is Project Pi. If you go to our protocol, this is what you're seeing. It is liquid staking. Currently, we have about 3.9 billion Pulse locked up in our protocol. Again, very simple. These are analytics. Currently have about 175 Pi pools, and the average APR for our validators are 75.69%. We're kind of go over that a little bit later, as well as the NFTs. Again, why NFTs? We are a hybrid of an ERC 404, which is half ERC 20 and ERC 721. Earn and reward, again, it's a two-tiered system. We actually cater to both users. I know there are different liquid staking protocols on Pulse, and I love all the all the stuff that's being built. For us, we're catering towards two people. We're catering towards the validators, which with the Pulse rewards is going to be, let's see if I get it right, 52.5% Pulse on the validators and 47.5% on the liquid staking side. So that's how the rewards are being distributed. And Project Pi as a company, we do not take any fees at all when it comes to Pulse. We believe in what we built. We believe what we've done. So, how it works is every 15 days, every 14, 15 days, they have the Pulse that's distributed. And that's what the yield is coming from for the liquid staking. Then every 28 days, the validators will also be getting our PPY, Project Pi yield token, and that's why the actually rewards are a little bit higher. We can actually take a look at that if we actually go to our app right here. And if we're going to go ahead and actually go to the protocol stats, you can simply just go over to the calculator. And as you know, you need about 32 million Pulse to become a solo validator, which this is about the current price. On our protocol, we actually cut that in half, where you only actually need 16 million Pulse. Now, remember when we touched on earlier, if you were an early staker, we actually incentivize people, hey, if you were the first 100 early stakers on our protocol, you only need 1/4 of the price, or 8 million Pulse, which is amazing. So you can kind of see where the yield is coming from. So if you actually adjust it, the collateral rate, which is going to be based off of the price of Pulse, it's 25% all the way up to 150% collateralization. And you can still see, even at that, the amount that you would need to be, solo validator, about 100%, the price. But look at the yield. You're getting 91.74% more than what you would get as a solo validator, which is amazing. So let's kind of go through it. It's very simple, very easy, and very intuitive. So if right now, if you just have idle Pulse, the power of liquid staking is capital efficiency. That's what we're solving. So with a lot of, typical staking, you have to lock up your Pulse or lock up your Hex, which is great. But you can't touch it. It's just idle, but you're still gaining yield. What liquid staking is, you stake your Pulse and you get a derivative or a receipt token. Ours is called ST Pulse. And by doing that, you're actually getting yield that's being generated through our protocol Pi pools, which is via the validators. So you simply go to, app.projectpi.xyz. You click liquid stake. You can go ahead and connect your wallet. Use any wallet that you would like. Once you connect it, you simply just stake your Pulse. So as an example, I'll go ahead and stake 100,000 Pulse. I will go ahead and
It's 1 million.
Sorry, 1 million Pulse. Go ahead and simply stake that, confirm. And it's as simple as that. Now you're going to have to wait a little bit, but you're going to see this number actually go from 2.9 to 3.9. Boom, done. And you can see all the statistics right here. Would you like to touch on a lot of the stuff that we've done with the redemption fees and all that?
Yeah. When we first started, our redemption fees was set to about 1.25%. So whenever you redeem, a portion of that, a portion of it is actually, coming out of the ST Pulse in itself from when a person redeems, but some of that actually gets split up into 3 sections. So the team, we receive a certain percentage, and then a certain percentage is sent to NFT stakers, which we'll touch on that just a little bit. And then a small percentage actually is burned. Reason being is we understand, again, we wanted to build something that would contribute to PulseChain. So whenever you are, or whenever people are redeeming, ST Pulse has a mechanism where it definitely burns the ST Pulse, which if it has the strength of Pulse plus the validation, or like the Pulse rewards coming in from validation, that means that anytime that ST Pulse is burned away from the circulation, the actual Pulse itself would be burned away as well. So that should help to contribute by lowering the amount of Pulse in circulation. So, we wanted to add in a few features here and there to actually help to contribute to the chain in itself. One of the things that we have here also is the View My ST Pulse report. When you do it, basically what's going on is we wanted to add in a little bit of some AI into the system. Reason being is we've already basically showcased like our liquid agent in Vegas, and which was, it's an AI agent in itself, but this is a little different. It's not necessarily an agent. We wanted to build something that would be almost like the prelude to a tax reporting system. Reason being is we understand that as we mature and we scale and grow, not just Project Pi, but just like the chain in itself, it's going to be important for us as far as like DeFi companies to be able to provide these toolings for, for the individuals, for when they can actually go to do their taxes or anything like that. It makes it easier on them. So I had just fixed it up, but let me see if this goes through. You know how tech works when it comes to demos. So I think it actually, I did process it. I wonder if it actually popped up on here. Let me see. Might have to refresh your page actually and then try again. So try to refresh it and then try again and then click it. There we go. And then sign and confirm and then let it sit and wait. Should be able to process it. And essentially what happens is once everything goes through, payments verified, it analyzes the ST Pulse that's being bought and all of the things that you've, all the ST Pulse inflows and outflows that you've bought in the last, however many times you bought it. So it calculates each month. Okay, see, it's always the demos. Let me try it again. Let me refresh it again. I really want people to see this. So let me try it again. Because I think it's very important, if you're building a DeFi system, and you have tokens, it definitely would help your users to be able to understand basically what's going on as far as, what you're buying, how much is coming into your system, and everything. I think I got to refresh it again. Oops. Here, try refresh it again. I don't know how to use your computer. But essentially, it also it does a breakdown of the monthly inflows and outflows, identification of staking patterns or anomalies, and personalized wallet-specific insights. Again, I think something like this is super important for people to have. And you have anything to say about it?
Yeah, and again, this is what SC Pulse is out. Again, this is the liquid staking token that we have created for the actual layer 1, which is Pulse, and the yields being generated from the validators. Our token PPY is out, but it's not, live to trade yet. But when that is live, we would definitely have AI insights for that as well too. And I could definitely see in the future, just seeing how things goes, depending if we want to do some type of API or some type of SDK or webhook, we can actually have it to where if you have your own token, whether that's, any really layer 1 token that's Pulse, PulseX, Hex, Inc., or someone else who has their own token, they'll be able to use this as well to see the inflows and outflows.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that'd be really cool. But yeah, it looks like we're having some issues. That is fine. We could definitely try to do it. But
what I did was I actually already did it. I sent you the report in Telegram, so we can go to it.
The demagogues are not always kind. May they be with you.
I know, right? So
it's always, you did whole screen, right? Okay. So do a whole screen for me. Okay, cool. And so if you can see this, essentially this is the breakdown. We made it to where you can also download it as a PDF. So it just basically just shows all of the inflows and outflows as what's happened as a generalized report. And then AI summarizes everything of what has happened in your wallet when it comes to ST Pulse. Again, this is like the prelude to I would say like at least a nice tax reporting system for at least our token. We want to do this not just for ST Pulse, but for our other token PPY. Again, reason being, can't stress it enough. As crypto and blockchain mature, we believe that we would be responsible as far as a company in itself to be able to provide these toolings for individuals so that they can actually see what's going on and how they can actually go to somewhere like a Coinly or something like that to be able to show like, oh yeah, this is how much I've bought, here's how much I've sold, here's the net, and go from there. So that's essentially the reporting. If you want to go to the documentation, you want to go to the video of the how to create a pipe pool.
Yep. So we can do that again, for demo purposes, but this is kind of just showing the full flow of you going through our entire protocol. You would simply go to our liquid agent. That'll be app.liquidagent.ai. You can find that in our data page. You would simply connect your wallet, and then you would go ahead and select your chain, which is PulseChain. Again, it is a multi-chain agent. You will then generate your validator keys. And it will do that. It'll prepare your keys. And then like normal, if you have created a validator through that process, you need to put in a password. So for demo purposes, I'll put in password and boom, there are your keys. These are your keys, not your coins. So we give you these keys. We do not store this information. You have full control of your keys. Again, if you're not technical enough, we will just simply host on your behalf. But again, you can bring your own validator. You can generate the keys, take these keys and put it your own validator or your own cloud and do it yourself. But if you want to go through the hassle, you can simply come to us and do that. You would then come to our app. You do create a pipe pool. You do select the keys that you just downloaded. You're going to go ahead and actually, double click it because it is in a zip file. Once you do that, you will simply click upload. Again, this is the same one-on-one you would do on the official PulseChain website. You would generate your deposit file. And again, our system is a little bit different. Now you have to do the duration of how long you want to stake. You would have to create a node ID. And this node ID is actually proprietary to our system to track all the nodes to make sure that the rewards are being distributed every so often like we have had. Once that is generated, let's say on the solo validating side, you would then deposit your 32 million Pulse on weight. On our side, since it is a two-tier token, you would then actually deposit your collateralization of your PPY 25 to 150%. Then you would deposit your Pulse. This wallet was lucky enough to actually have one of the first 100 early stakers. So this would be 8 million Pulse. And then you're up and running. It's that simple. You can do it on your phone. You can do it on your laptop. You can do it wherever. Again, our whole ethos of when creating Project Pi is to help decentralize as many protocols as a whole. Again, this is just showing the collateralization. Show this in the demo, and we already showed this already, but we're going to go ahead and let it go through. And again, bring your own node. We'll do it for you. Go to any VPS. We just want to make it super easy, super simple for people. You simply deposit your 8 million Pulse. Again, for most people, be 16. But if you were gracious enough to be the first 100 early staker, you get in at 1/4 the price, guys. Remember, when we were in Vegas last year, one validator was $8,000, right? So imagine, with that 32 million, half that would be 4,000. Most people don't have that kind of money. So, going like that, that'll be great.
I was gonna go to one of the last things is just like here actually is our agent. Basically we've been constantly working on this to change it, and make it a little bit more prettier. Since we showcased it at Vegas and whatnot, we wanted to make it a little bit more pretty and whatnot. So we added like the light and dark mode Eyes. I like light mode, so I always just do it. But right now you have the
I like light
options.
mode. Hey, we're together. I'm telling you, turn on dark mode. Turn on dark mode. I'm like, no, I like clean. I like the white space. I like clean. It's something about that I think different people have affinity for. I'm with you, man.
So we wanted to make it to where, and this is one of the things too. We believe like how we've built ours with as far as liquid agent is it simply just connects to your wallet. We have been kind of experimenting with like AI agents being able to, do things on your behalf, but again, you're giving up your private key and that's dangerous. So we haven't gone that route just yet, but we have some ideas. Don't want to give out too much of the alpha just yet, but we have some ideas. But for now, I think this is a good way to, get things done. So I have the ability to actually go through the list based off the chain. So right now, PulseChain has the most because, of course, that's what we're building on. But if I were to switch over, let's say if I switch the blockchain to Base, then once I switch, just for now, I'm gonna switch back. But so for Base, it's only like 5 or 6 different things. If I were to, I'll switch back to now, and then if I wanted to, I actually haven't used this in a little minute, but if I wanted to deposit, then I can say deposit Pulse, and then say how much Pulse would you like to deposit. I'll just say that 100,000, not 1 million, and then boom. So now I can liquid stake with my.
That's pretty cool.
What you call it? So transaction is sent, and from there, just waiting on a confirmation. Once confirmation has happened, we would basically see that the Pulse in itself would be liquid staked. I mean, the cool thing too is I don't know if your voice thing works, but I can always try it out on your system.
It should work.
Let's see. Allow a visiting site,
allow
right?
this just okay, that's fine.
Check balance.
Oh, I'm so excited for all this AI stuff coming up, especially agents. So you guys are really piquing my interest on this. Oh, that's cool.
So,
sir.
And then one other cool thing that I like doing too is just for testing is I can do stuff like type for me because you're faster with your computer. Say switch to Base, comma, check balance, comma, then switch to PulseChain, then check balance. Put then check balance or then there too. I don't think you have to, but just to be pedantic. Yeah, so basically just still work in progress with this, but we're seeing again, I mean, we're super excited as much as you are. We're just seeing the potential as far as how AI can be incorporated, not just in a DeFi aspect, but even just in a regular day-to-day system when it comes to blockchain and AI. So we wanted to definitely participate in it in any way we could.
Awesome. Gents, I really appreciate your all's work and just building on PulseChain and yeah, for I feel like the last couple of years, you guys just, started with, started from like the liquid staking piece, and now you've added so many different features and you've been presenting at the conferences and just really being a positive force in the community, in addition to just like building out these liquid systems. There's so many different verticals as, you got liquid staking for PulseChain validator stuff. Like every system that gets big enough, there is that market for, making it into smaller pieces or like taking it and putting it together to, the more, trustless ways of doing it and all that stuff too. So I really appreciate, what you all have been doing and working on and great stuff as always. And I love the AI piece. We got an AI panel tomorrow. You guys feel free to stop by if you want to check it out as well. It should be fun.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Max.
Yep. Have a good one. Thanks everyone. It's Chris and Van killing it. Building in the community, making sure we have all the fun products. Great stuff. We're going to hit a transition. We're going to hit the longevity panel. Hopefully Aubrey's internet's working. Should be good. We got Randy here. SJ's going to join us as well. Got Daniel Joyful Danish here as well. And should be a lot of fun. Let me hit the transition and we'll go in. We got plenty more stuff today. We got like 5 more sessions or so. So should be fun. All right, everyone. Let's do the dance. Let's dance for a minute.
Let's see if they fucking can make them all one time. Hey, I remember serving something. I see from my level, silver, this a nigga, this a family, this the mama counter, this. I'm a show with my account, I'm just flipping down with this. I say with my dude, get down, only fully in the living girl, like a fire, westy world with my taste, but ooh, that pussy good, like you said, they know my taste, but I can't wait to be with this shit, I let them be extra. I love for you, love me, fuck me, call me, play a team, trust, and you to the beat, to the damn phone. Once I drop your beat, you just gotta hate them for. I like what you be on extra, I would say it's fun.
All right, longevity panel starts right now. How's it going, everyone? Who wants to live a long, healthy life? Me. Hundreds of years, thousands of years. Aubrey, how long do we got?
Well, that depends how quickly we get going, but we shall see.
It's almost like I really think it's special in this community that we're able to come together over a lot of these ideals. And some of them, they could be AI, they could be delayed gratification, they could be longevity. It is so amazing that we're like, you know what? We want more. We want more out of life, like literally. Like we want to push the boundaries. We want to believe in this stuff. It's not fairy tale, but there's science behind it. There's all these different pieces. It's, the car maintenance analogy is one of my favorite too. So a lot of people think it's make believe. That's fine as well. But boy, it'd be funny if a lot of crypto bros got rich and started investing in longevity research and start saving people's lives. Like it sounds like something that'd be pretty fun and interesting to play with, right?
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah. Well, before I get into it too, I know you got some slides and stuff here, but Randy, Daniel, what is your interest in this space? Are you anti-death or something? What's going on?
Go ahead, Daniel. You go up first.
Sure. I mean, I remember one of the quotes of a degree talks about it's like it's not about necessarily living 1,000 years, but as long as you want to. And I think that should be the essential thing as well. I'm not sure if I want to live 1,000 years, but definitely over 100. I mean, that would be nice. And I mean, there have been people through history that have been living all the way up to I think I read about someone who's 200 and something. Yeah, you read that too, Randy? Yeah.
Methuselah. How old did Methuselah live to in the Bible?
700 and something.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, but yeah.
Hey,
but people
don't say the Bible's not real. Don't say it.
Oh well, you go on then. What's your answer?
Yeah, I'm Randy Hilarski. I've been a nurse since I was 19 years old. Worked in healthcare, worked in psychiatry, and you guys know me as a crypto guy. But in my No Permissions group, one of our big focuses is on longevity. Since most of my group is over 40 years old, we're talking about these things. I do receive stem cells regularly. I work with the top doctor in Mexico, Dr. Romo. I had some heart issues back in the fall, and my God, guys, the recovery I've had is just absolutely phenomenal thanks to these stem cells and some of the other treatments that I've received. So I'm all about longevity now. I think this is an opportunity of a lifetime for people to take control of their health. Yes, I know I need to lose weight, and that's important as well, and diet and all these other aspects. But the science is actually catching up now. Going to the doctor and just listening to what our doctor says now is such bullshit. We've got these things right here give us an opening into reality, because we can talk to each other and we get to hear people like Aubrey and these the stem cell scientists and seeing what these different health alternatives are bringing to society.
Amazing stuff. And if y'all are not familiar with Aubrey, Google his name. He's been on the channel a few times as well. Talked to Richard. $27 million donated to charity for the Ascendance Foundation, the former organization he was associated with. And now we have the LEV Foundation, which is doing a lot of great work too. So yeah, Aubrey, whatever direction you want to take it in, we can do Q&A through the slides. Otherwise, whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah. So Well, first of all, thank you so much, Max, for having me along. And I'm very glad I was able to solve my technical issues. I had a lot of difficulty getting online, but
okay. We'll take you any way we can.
The moral is, when in doubt, marry someone who has a better Wi-Fi hotspot than you do. Anyway, so here I am. So I thought what I'd do to try and do today is just give a reasonably quick update to this community on where my work stands and where it's going next. I think I'll probably be able to get that done in about 15 minutes, so I hope that will leave enough time for some Q&A. So as you've already mentioned, I have an enormous debt of gratitude to the PulseChain community, the Hex community, because at obviously Richard's encouragement, 4 years ago, you guys, 2,000 of you, donated something in the region of $27.5 million to my previous organization. And things went a bit south after that because basically most of that money was stolen from me. But I was able, with the help of a number of the donors, to claw a certain amount of it back, and that is what allowed me to do the work that I am going to talk about today. I'll actually want to give a bit of an update on that process as well, because not only was I able to claw back a bunch of money in the lawsuit that happened 3 years ago, but also there was a second lawsuit in which the plaintiff was another of the airdrop donors, April Okita, and that was also very successful in a different way, which I'll summarize later on. All right, so what is this thing I've been doing with the airdrop money from the PulseChain airdrop from July of 2021? The main thing I've been doing in LEV Foundation is the next step of, the other step, the second step of the divide and conquer process that I put forward maybe 25 years ago. So I essentially said, let me just go to the relevant slide, because I think a lot of you have seen all of these slides before, and I'll start with this one. Yeah. 25 years or so ago, I basically started to believe and to convince people that reversing aging, paradoxically, is easier than slowing aging down. And the reason it's easier is because it amounts to a process of preventative maintenance. So you mentioned already, Max, how I use this analogy of a car a lot. That's how cars exist like this. They're 100 years old, despite having been designed to last only 10 or 15 years. And of course, preventative maintenance for the human body is a lot more complicated and challenging than it is for a car, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. And that's what I've been working on ever since. This classification on the left-hand side of this table is essentially a breakdown of what aging consists of the various types of molecular and cellular damage that the body does to itself throughout life. And hearteningly, it was possible for me to fill in the right-hand side of the table as well, with, for each of these categories, a generic way to actually fix it, to actually perform this preventative maintenance. The idea being, of course, that the body, just like a car, is set up to tolerate a certain amount of this damage that it inflicts upon itself throughout life, but only a certain amount, and therefore eventually we start to see impaired function. And the goal is to eliminate that damage periodically, not necessarily completely, but fairly well, so that it never reaches that level of abundance that causes us to get sick. And this became very mainstream a decade later, when essentially it was reinvented by a bunch of very prominent professors in Europe. And this paper that I'm mentioning here is literally by a huge distance the most highly cited paper in the whole of the biology of aging this century, and it's almost certainly going to stay there. So that's very heartening to me. It means I don't have to justify this way of thinking about aging to my colleagues anymore. But that doesn't mean there's nothing more to do. we've got to actually implement these various maintenance approaches. And some of them are really hard, which means that there is pretty good news. It's pretty good news that we have over the past 20, 25 years come up with alternative ways to repair this or that category of damage. I'm just listing them here. I won't try to go through them today. If you want to know more, then of course you can ask questions, or you can look at some of the more in-depth, longer talks that I've given in the recent past. But the really good news is that this classification that I put forward quite a long time ago now is standing the test of time. I have not had to expand it, introduce an 8th category and a 9th category, which means that we can be pretty confident that that we really do have a comprehensive understanding of what aging actually is. And that, of course, is very heartening in terms of our likelihood of being able to intervene successfully. So, as I said, I'm going to spend my time today talking about what we're doing. And so a divide and conquer approach to anything in any branch of engineering is all about, first of all, developing the components of the approach, and second of all, putting them together. And in most areas of engineering, the second part is the easy part. If the bits work, then putting them together, you can be pretty sure you're going to have a working machine. But in the case of medicine, it's not like that, because the thing we're trying to do is manipulate a system that we have a very, very poor understanding of. And, I have always known this, but the thing is, some of the components are much more complicated than others, much more challenging to repair. So I worked at Science Research Foundation, and indeed previously at the Methuselah Foundation, on the most difficult ones, which were being neglected by other people because essentially it's harder to get lots of high-profile publications and get your next grant application funded. Academia is incredibly short-termist in its bias, even though you would think the opposite. You would think that the short-termism is what you get from the private sector, and you certainly do, but it's just as bad in academia. So I focused on that. But in the meantime, the lower hanging fruit, the easier types of damage, were succumbing, were yielding to other people's work. And so it became possible to start putting bits together and trying to see what would happen. Now, I'm talking here only in mice, not in people, but you've got to start somewhere. And so that's what we're doing at LEV Foundation. We're taking things that already individually demonstrate a certain amount of life extension in mice, and especially that they do so even when one starts the therapy in middle age. The idea is, if we put them together, we want to know whether we get an additive effect, whether we get more than any of the individual components. And thanks to the Pulse community, I was able to start the first of such an experiment just over 2 years ago now. So to put some numbers on this, mice of the sort of strain that we would use for this experiment typically live about 2.5 years. So as I say, we want to start in middle age. We started at 1.5 years old, when they've got 1 year to live on average, and we try to get them to live longer. And we succeeded. We got them to live maybe 4 months longer, but that's not enough. 4 months is plenty, it's definitely impressive. And we did see additivity, as I'll show you in a moment. But the thing is, 4 months is something that we could already do with something called calorie restriction. I guess most of you know what calorie restriction is, just not eating as much as one would like. And we've really got to break through that glass ceiling and get to 8 months or 12 months of life extension if we're really going to show people that aging is within striking distance of being brought under genuine medical control. So this was a huge experiment. The reason I needed the PulseChain money for it was because we were using 1,000 mice, and split into 10 treatment groups, both sexes, so 50 mice per treatment group per sex. Very, very complicated experiment. Cost $3.5 million, and even that, and it would have cost more if we hadn't cut a few corners. We measured lots and lots of aspects of health. I think one of you mentioned just before I started that it's not clear whether one wants to live to 1,000. And I certainly do not think in terms of how long I want to live. I think that's actually a rather dangerous and pointless thing to be focused on. I think that by far the most important focus is how long one stays healthy, plus to remember that, and indeed to celebrate the fact that the longer you stay healthy, the longer you will live. Longevity is a side effect of health, which is something that it's extraordinarily hard to get people to remember and to realize. Perhaps because in today's world, when we do not have anti-aging therapies that actually work, there's this trade-off between quality and quantity on account of the fact that there are quite a lot of things that people enjoy doing that are bad for you. But in a world where we do have these medicines, quality is precisely the thing that will confer quantity. So they should not be viewed as a trade-off at all anymore. All right, so I'll just go to the chase. These are the 10 survival curves of the female mice. So first of all, what's a survival curve? You probably can't read this, but on the x-axis is age, starting at when the experiment began, which was 19 months of age. And on the y-axis is the proportion of the mice that were alive at the beginning of the experiment that lived to any particular age. So, of course, as time goes on, mice progressively die, and the curve moves down and to the right, and eventually all the mice are dead, and the curve hits the x-axis. So, to cut a long story short, the thick red line is the group of mice that were getting all 4 of the things that we were testing, and the thick blue line at the bottom is the group that were getting none of them. So that's great. It means that our interventions were working. And as you can see, we got about this 3 or 4 month increase that I was mentioning. What's better is the additivity. The lines in the middle, the thinner lines, are the other treatment groups, the ones that were getting either just 1 intervention or getting all but 1, getting 3. And as you can see, they're somewhere in the middle. So that's exactly what we were hoping to see. But we definitely want to see more. We want to get to a bigger effect size. The males, basically the same story. The thick red line does better than the thick blue line. You can see some paradoxical things as well. And one kind of expects to see paradoxical things here and there in experiments like this that are so complicated. But to cut a long story short, what you have is a couple of the groups actually did worse than nothing for the first year of the experiment, and then they caught up. Whereas a couple of the other groups did fine through the first year, and then they fell off a cliff. And I'm not pretending to try to understand that at this point. But anyway, yes, this happens when I use StreamYard. It kind of does conversion of things and fonts go wrong. And well, anyway, here we are. The focus, therefore, is to move to the next experiment. RMR stands for Robust Mouse Rejuvenation, which is the name that I have given to the potential 12-month increase in longevity that I want to achieve with these experiments. And so our first attempt, as you've seen, it was a proof of concept, but it didn't get all the way, didn't hit it out of the park. So we're desperate to get the second experiment going. We've got a bunch of choices up here. I can talk about some of these if you like later on. But essentially the same idea, taking a bunch of very diverse, very different interventions, each of which has already individually been shown by other groups to have a positive effect on longevity when started in middle age, and to see what we can do in terms of getting more. And the main difference between this new experiment and the previous one is that we've decided we need to go all in and do more interventions at a time. We did 4 last time, we're going to do 8 this time, which means it's going to cost, well, nearly twice as much. We've identified a few cost savings, so we're going to be able to keep it down to $5 or $6 million rather than 7. But nevertheless, it's proper money. And, 2,000 mice. And so I am desperately trying to raise that money right now. And I must say, I wish it were easier, but such is life. It's not easy raising money these days. But I'm trying my utmost. And that's why I wanted to talk about how this is going to change the game in regard to the public's attitude to aging. Because many people, especially non-biologists, the first thing they think is, well, hang on, I mean, I don't really care about mice. Why should I write this guy a check to try to extend mouse lifespan? And of course, I don't care about mice either, except as a means to an end. So let me describe, first of all, what I think we can now do in terms of shifting public opinion with a really small amount of money, like basically doing 3 more of these big combination rejuvenation experiments. The thing I want to have happen is to have a properly COVID scale war on aging. Some people, are a bit surprised by my view on this, but I believe that COVID is by far the single best thing that has happened for the longevity community, the longevity crusade in the past decade. Because what it did was it showed us all what we could do, what humanity could do if it just put its mind to it. People didn't want to die. And the result was that everything that we thought we knew was just swept out of the swept away in terms of regulatory inertia and bureaucracy and so on. And the result was we had all these vaccines developed and distributed literally more than 10 times faster than anyone had ever done before. It was insane. And that's what we need for the war on aging as well. Ultimately, if people ask me, how soon do I think we're going to be able to bring aging under comprehensive control? I say I think it's between 12 and 15 years from now. And people say, well, how on earth can that possibly be? Look at how long it takes to get one drug through the FDA. And of course, that's right. But if we sweep away all that regulatory inertia by getting the public actually to care in the same way that they cared about COVID, different world entirely. So that's what I want to have happen. Now, of course, once the public do get on side, the governments are the people who actually write the checks. But that's okay, because governments want to get re-elected. So that's the easy part. The question is, why is it so damned hard to get the public to be less apathetic, to actually care about doing something about aging? And, I've been trying everything I could think of for 25 years to change that. And, I do plenty of high profile, national media and everything. It doesn't seem to work. I believe that the fundamental answer is not to appeal to logic and, science and all that, but rather to simply leverage something that we already know the public listen to, and that is influencers. Influencers are called influencers for a reason. They actually, for whatever reason, if Oprah says buy this book, a very large number of people promptly go and buy it. And so that's what I want to do. I want to influence the influencers to demand a COVID scale war on aging. So how do I do that? Well, the good news is that influencers are already really interested in this topic. I mean, I've been on Rogan a couple of times. Various of my other high-profile colleagues have been on Rogan. Same for Lex Friedman, same for Mr. Beast. This is good. This is a great start. But the point is, at the moment, I am the only major high-profile biologist of aging who is willing to go out and publicly predict how long it's going to take to bring aging under control. The rest of my colleagues are terrified of being seen to be, illegitimately getting the public's hopes up and having their next grant application trashed as a result. And we need to change that. And I believe we can do that if we simply change what's possible in the lab by a sufficient margin. Now, one thing to remember is that we're talking about a very small number of my colleagues. There are maybe a few hundred people who are legitimately, respected subject matter experts in this space, but only about half a dozen of them do more than one general audience interview or lecture per month, half a dozen. And, we're all good friends. I know exactly what they think and what would be enough for them to do something. So that's my goal. I want to bring gerontologists out of the closet and get them to say, yes, now's the time. And I believe that once they do, the influencers will demand it and the public will demand it, and it's just going to happen, just like COVID, overnight. So coming back to mice again for my final comment here, the thing about mice is It's insane how little progress has been made, even in mice, in the past 50 years in terms of extending their life. And this is something that, of course, most of my colleagues desperately sweep under the carpet because, you know, they want to pretend that they're making progress in order to carry on getting funded. A couple of years ago, I, along with one of my colleagues, Brian Kennedy, we orchestrated this thing called the Dublin Longevity Declaration, which was a strong statement. It was stronger than anything, than the you know, center of gravity of gerontologists had ever said before, but it wasn't strong enough. So it really hasn't moved the needle yet. But it's out there as a stepping stone towards what needs to happen next. So I'll stop there. I just want to again thank the PulseChain community for letting me get this far, and also the people that did the experiment that we worked with at one of my spin-out companies. There's my email address. Anyone can always contact me whenever. Anyone who wants to get deep into the science can look at this review that we wrote last year. And of course, there's a QR code if you happen to be in a position to give us any money. We take all the cryptocurrencies that are traded at the main centralized exchanges. I'm afraid we still can't directly take Hex or PulseChain, but I'm hoping we can do something about that soon. So I'll stop there, and I hope I've left time for some questions.
Aubrey, I just have a comment because I've been banned everywhere due to COVID. I think that we're missing something here. A lot of us now are understanding that a lot of this was pre-planned, and the reason why everything was rolled out so quickly is because they all shook hands before the event happened. And as someone who's anti-vaccine and the chemtrails, and I'm the people that used to be called the conspiracy theorists who are now called truth sayers. we turned around. Now we seem to be knowing what we're talking about. I get really pissed off when I hear about COVID. And I think the reason why you saw what you saw is because it was all bullshit and they planned it way ahead of time.
Well, of course, I disagree, but that's kind of not the point. The point is that the majority of the public were in favor of what happened, and that therefore, whether or not there had been any pre-planning, the fact is, you know, stuff got done that would not have got done if there had not been votes in it.
So there was a whole bunch of people that essentially got excited when all of the COVID stuff started coming out. There was a whole bunch of media organizations working together, and there's a whole bunch of salesmanship that was put towards the idea of the danger of what COVID is. And I think that like the emotional movement of all that stuff is what gets people to take action. So what do you think, Aubrey, is like the most emotional thing about longevity? Like, what's the thing that really triggers people? What's like the stuff that because nobody wants to die, right? And it seems like such a far away thing. What are the like emotional heartstrings that we can pull on in order to get more eyeballs on this topic?
Yeah, that's a great question. So many years ago, I coined this phrase, the pro-aging trance, to describe the just unspeakable irrationality that people exhibit when one addresses the question of longevity and aging. That essentially, you know, you're quite right. If you know, people look both ways when they cross the street, they act as if they don't want to die. But when the possibility comes along, or the prospect is discussed of seriously doing something about dying, they run away very fast. Now, to me, the explanation is very simple. It's simply that almost everybody is absolutely terrified of getting their hopes up. And so they will resort to these spectacularly irrational rationalizations, trying to pretend that aging is some kind of blessing in disguise, just in order to be able to get on with their miserably short lives and make the best of it, rather than being preoccupied by this terrible thing that's going to happen to them. So I've basically pretty much given up on the idea of influencing the public through logic, through getting them to say that, listen, if you don't want to die tomorrow and you don't want to get sick tomorrow and you're very sure you never will want to get sick, then you probably ought to support this work. It's just, it doesn't work. Now, when I say it doesn't work, I should be clear that it does work a little bit. A lot of people are not so scared as average of getting their hopes up, especially a lot of successful people. And so it's kind of no surprise to me that a large number of the people who have decided to support this work over the years have been geeks of one kind or another. And of course, the crypto community is very much an example of that. It's not just the Hexagon community. The very first crypto donation that I ever received was from Vitalik Buterin, who read my book when he was 14 and looked back. So
well, it looks like we lost Aubrey. He did say that he had some internet issues, and that was one of the reasons why we were having some issues in the beginning. SJ, what you got to say?
I really am interested in hearing more about. There was a conference or something that happened a while back. It might have just been a stream that Max did, and I got to ask Aubrey a question. As a woman, as an aging woman, I had interest in finding out more about longevity in terms of cell reproduction, right? And does that apply to giving birth at an older age and things like that? And Aubrey was like, yeah, absolutely. If we're able to repair livers and repair kidneys, the womb is just another organ, right? So I've just been curious, has there been more research on the cell rejuvenation part of longevity and that, because that's pretty interesting to me.
I think he's trying to come back in.
Yeah. So we'll see. And I only learned the word longevity because of Sci-Vive. I've never, heard that was a thing before. I didn't know anything about it. So, again, thanks to Richard, it was something that I started learning about and got into. And, I think another thing that I wonder about is, I have people that scoff about me wearing organic, or I wear organic cotton clothing as much as possible, and people are like, well, this, it's all over the place and you're eating microplastics and blah, why even worry about that? Why even take these steps? So I wonder, is it worth it? Is me not wearing polyester, improving my longevity? Am I taking the right steps?
Maybe 1%, maybe half of 1%.
Right.
maybe you're getting a few extra days.
Do those percents add up over time, and I eat organic as often as I can, just things like that. So
well, that's good. And living that sort of lifestyle and also documenting it, I think, is what he was trying to get at earlier when he was talking about influencers and his financing. If I were to be so bold as to guess as what Aubrey needs the most of, it would be financing and also marketing. And that's something that the PulseChain community and Hexaco and Richard Hart are all super obsessed with, is all about marketing. So if people aren't emotionally driven to make the same decisions as you're talking about, SJ, folks, wearing better clothing, eating healthier, doing all these small little things and having this type of having this type of response to the idea of longevity and the research that he's doing, then we're just gonna keep getting what we've already got. One of the things that a famous dude, Pook, once said was that if you do what everyone else is doing, then you're just gonna get what everyone else has got. So until we can until everyone starts talking about this stuff with the level of importance that it was given to COVID, whether the COVID stuff was what Aubrey talks about or what you were talking about, Randy, the point is that a whole bunch of people had a very, very emotional reaction to this thing that was theoretically changing the world and killing them all, whether it was true or whether it was false. The point is that everyone's heartstrings were tugged. So if there's a way that we can find to market this idea and to market the idea of longevity and survival and just better living in general, then I think that we can get more folks to take this seriously, and then more money flows.
I think the biggest thing that, just going back to his presentation, I was listening in, was getting influencers, getting people on board, making a priority for politicians. math-wise, it makes sense, right? Like we can save a ton of money on healthcare if we live longer. I mean, there's other, again, trade-offs that come with that. But now we're hitting the AI revolution. We're going to have to deal with a lot of this stuff coming up anyways. So it could be, I wonder if it is like perfect timing of like all these shakeups in technology and stuff coming, and we make huge medical advances, and the longevity becomes popular in not just, you know, the media stops writing about it like it's some like weird dream fantasy, you know, person. If you want to live longer, then you're like selfish, and like all these other weird takes on it that have been debunked a million times as well. I think that's where we get a lot of traction. Politicians start caring about it, constituents start caring about it, billionaires start caring more about it, and then we start funding people like Aubrey. And you know, if you don't know much about Richard, if you don't know his thoughts on longevity, I'll say it like that. He has talked a lot about it. Some may even say it's his end game in one way or another, wanting to advance that and really, you know, make a difference in the real world, not just the crypto blockchain world. So fascinating topic for me. I want to live longer. I want other people to. And why can't we get rich and fund stuff like that instead of, you know, fund all the other BS stuff going on out there? So I think it's kind of like a win-win, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's where my focus is going now. My focus is definitely going to longevity stuff. I had my eyes opened when Dr. Romo he's the number one doctor in Mexico that does the stem cells. He was here at our conference back in January, and I was just absolutely blown away sitting out on the yacht out there in the bay, talking to him and hearing his ideas on longevity and where this is going for our current generations, you know, whether you're Gen X or, you know, millennial, you're caring about these things now. You're starting to think about it. And we want to be rich enough to be able to afford to do these things. And on top of that, get the research in there where it brings the cost of these treatments down so we can all afford them, or most of us can.
Aubrey, pop back in as well.
Hey. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, my wife was wonderful enough to have better hotspot, but then she's absent-minded enough to take her phone to the restroom, which was out of my
classic.
She rubbed you.
Anyway, here we are. So I apologize for missing everything that you've been talking about. If there's any questions for me that I missed, then please let me know.
Yeah. Any final rounding out questions for Mr. Aubrey de Grey?
Yeah, it could be interesting to hear, like, because like you said, like, okay, so now it's the influencers and you want to put out a message. I'm curious, like, what is like the key message, like, at least for the current moment that you have? Because again, like you said, like all the previous messages not really working, you know, and often they're more unpleasant motivation rather than a pleasant motivation. You see, for example, like a guy like, okay, sure. Well, like you also mentioned earlier, sure, I don't die. I become 1,000 years old. But am I healthy? Am I happy? Do I have a purpose? Do I have people around me? Or did they all die? You know, what is the pleasant motivation in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's not about living a long time. I think it's generally unhelpful to think about the distant future at all, because there's basically nothing that we know about the distant future. I think it's far more useful simply to think about the fact that we don't want to get sick. Nobody wants to get sick. Nobody expects that they ever will want to get sick, however long ago they were born. So, you know, if there's this side effect that you live a long time as a result of not getting sick, sounds great. And yes, of course, there's all these other questions about, you know, what purpose one has in life. But hey, we've got those questions today as well. You know, I think really those are just escapist ways of closing down, of avoiding thinking about the question when one isn't confident that we will actually succeed, even if we try. So I think for me, the goal is to succeed sufficiently that we can, like, essentially get this sequence of dominoes to fall, right? To get, because I think basically all the constituencies that I mentioned are already primed. You know, the subject matter experts are already ready to talk about timeframes if there is enough progress in the lab. The influencers are ready to demand a war on aging once the experts talk about timeframes. The public will do what the influencers say. The government will do what the public says. All of these people are ready. that we've just got to get a little more done in the laboratory. And I believe we can do it with a pitiful amount of money. I mean, if I had another $27 million, that would certainly be enough, I think. Well, not certainly, but with a 90% chance. And I'd probably do it in 3 or 4 years. So that's what I'm trying to make happen now. I should actually, before I forget, mention where things are at with the rest of the PulseChain money, the stuff that I didn't succeed in clawing back a few years ago. So there was, as many of you know, a second lawsuit that happened over the past 6 months or so, and which did not lead to any new money directly, but what it did lead to was a couple more of the people who stole the original money exiting stage left. Getting out of, resigning their positions on the board of directors of the charity, which means that now the charity is in the control of newcomers who are in a position to put things right to a substantial extent, certainly not fully, because a great deal of the money that you guys donated has now been squandered, to be honest. But there's still something to salvage there. And so, of course, the question is whether they will. I am working with them. Well, I'm talking to them as much as I can to give them a good rescue package, a good exit strategy. And we shall see what happens. So I encourage everybody here to keep a close eye on what they have now renamed the Lifespan Research Institute, and to see what they will actually do.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, thanks for on that. I know a lot of people have probably been wondering otherwise. And just for anyone who missed in the beginning or wasn't around for PulseChain Sacrifice, $27 million raised for charity. Some people donated to Sins Foundation. I think they got extra points or so on the sacrifice, and what turned into one of Aubrey's former organizations, and that's kind of what he was referencing there. And a little bit before, well, maybe next time we'll go for 27 billion, and maybe over like 15, 30 years time period or something.
Yeah, so this is one of the most curious things about medical research, is that each stage that you move through, from mice into testing safety, then into testing efficacy, each stage costs more than the previous stage, but each stage is actually easier to fund than the previous stage, because essentially the increased check size is outweighed by the decreased risk, by the de-risking that the success in the previous stage resulted in.
Wow. All right. Aubrey, really appreciate you being here. Everyone on the panel, great work. I tried to step out, give you guys some time to talk and all that stuff. We got a couple more sessions coming up. And again, Aubrey, always great to see you. Thanks for making it. Glad your Wi-Fi worked at least most of the time.
That's
and
right.
panel, you killed it too. Appreciate you all.
Thanks so much. Bye for now.
All right, everyone. Aubrey did great. Wild, SJ, Will, everyone. Great job. Great job on that. Oh, we got to move on though. We got 2 more sessions. Wow. Again, longevity. If you don't know much about it, it's very important to Richard, very important to a lot of people in the community. And again, that's what makes this place special. We're not just, do we want to get rich or richer? Yeah. Do we want to have self-sovereignty? But also, do we want to make a difference in the world? Do we want to be known to do great things, make huge contributions? What's a bigger problem than solving than death? At least, if you don't have to think about it that way. What's a bigger problem than having more time? If you think time is the most valuable resource, let's get some more of it. Let's work on stuff to do that. Stop just being, defeated by something that's always happened to everyone else. Let's do something different this time. Let's make this time different in a very fun and productive way. So anyways, let's get a transition and we'll get Top Gun Hexadian come in and talk to us about PulseX. Oh, what we got for this one? Let's do rockets up. Oh. Where are the green candles, Dev? Where are the green candles? What's happening, Top Gun?
Well, hello, Max. Thanks for having me on. I always love that video, especially when Richard's like,
It's so good. It's so good. Whoever made that, I don't know who made it. I just come across stuff on Twitter and YouTube and Reddit stuff sometimes. Whoever made that, shout out to you. There's like a short version, a long version. There's a meme version. There's a GIF version. It's amazing. So we get the best memes, as Richard used to say. We get the best memes, got the best. We won another great price chart, and got the best community for sure.
Oh yeah,
Top Gun. I'll let you take it away. We got 15 minutes. PulseX, all the fun stuff, and yeah, if you need to share a screen, just let me know.
All right, no, pretty much with 15 minutes, I'm not going to bother pulling up that huge math model. I figure I'll just do a basics rundown about what PulseX is, how it works, and then make a couple comments after. So
Sounds
simplifying
great.
this.
Any
Yeah.
questions in the chat? Get them in. We may be able to get one or two. We'll see, but it's all you. Take it away.
Sounds good. All right, guys. So PulseX, what is it? Why is it important? It's the heart of the DEX. One of them. I mean, the heart of the chain, and it's one of the many DEXs, but it is the largest. It has most liquidity. It allows the chain to function very well for people getting in and out, because most of the chain speculation is people trading. Now, what's so important about the DEX is how it simplifies things and how it makes trading work. Now, it's based off the Uniswap V2 model, which I like a lot. To make it nice and simple, you can think of this whole digital equation like a teeter-totter. X times Y equals K. So at the base of the teeter-totter is your K, the balancing point, and the two sides make up, your total. So if you assumed you had 10 stable coins on one side and 10 tokens on the other, well, now you've got a balanced teeter-totter, and you multiply those two sides, the K number is 100. All right, that's the size of your liquidity pool. So basically now, if you buy or sell into this thing, you're pushing down on one side of the teeter-totter. So if you go down by half, you're going to go up by double. Or if you go up by 10%, you're going to go down by 10% to keep the teeter-totter balancing. I need to get a green screen so my hands don't disappear while I'm doing this. Anyway, now you're getting a little bit of an idea. Also, you can take those number of stable coins and divide them by the number of tokens, and that gets you the price. This is all that fancy math broken down pretty simple. So 10 tokens with 10 stable coins, that's $1 a token. Now someone comes along and thinks, oh, $1 a token sounds good. I like this token. I'm going to put $10 in and get 10 tokens. Well, they're wrong. They're going to put $10 in, but they're going to eat what we know as slippage because, well, you put 10 in, so you've now doubled the one side to 20. You don't get to take all 10 out of the other half. You only get to take half of it since you doubled the other side. So you get 5 of these tokens. In other words, you paid $2 a token. That sounds like a pretty nasty ripoff. That's the slippage. However, the price impact, that's the new price that you calculate. And well, if you've got 20 stable coins divided by 5 tokens, that's $4 a stable coin. So the price was $1 stable coin, or $1 a token, 1 stable coin per token. Then we paid 2 stable coins per token and forced the price up to 4 stable coins per token. So obviously little amounts of liquidity, not great, because that's lots of slippage. Now that's oversimplification, because a lot of people go, well, I want to provide liquidity, I want to get into PulseX, I want to be a market maker. Okay, but they're worried about impermanent loss, or how the heck do you even collect your fees? How do you track your fees? How do you know? Well, so again, with this example, we'll change the numbers to 100 and 100 on either side, but this is loose, so our DEX, I believe, charges 0.29%. Again, for easy math, we're going to make that 3 times larger, and we're just going to call it a full percent. So if someone comes along and sees these tokens and goes, oh, well, I'm going to dump $100 in, double it up, and get half the tokens because it's a larger liquidity pool. So 200 stable coins on the other side now and just 50 of the token, but still we got a $4 price. Okay. Except what happens here is 1% goes in. So now if you put in, like we said, that 100 stable coins, you don't even get 50 tokens out. You'll get 49.5 tokens out. And that 1% that you didn't get, that's the fees. And it just stays there in the pool. So your K number does go up just a little bit each trade, just a little bit. So now that you've got slightly more tokens and slightly more tokens out of each trade. So this is how a liquidity pool will grow without people coming in and just adding or providing the liquidity. So this is a really cool function that compounds the fees on every trade that you earn versus every trade that you just did. It can be actually pretty quick for compounding growth, but That's as long as your prices are moving relatively close to each other, moving up and down 20 and 30%, staying in a range for a long time. Really great. If you think the price is going to move a lot very suddenly, this is where impermanent loss gets a little more concerning. But there are plenty of impermanent loss calculators out there, so you can have a look and see what you think is worth that. But compounding in the right pools, all you need to do, again, to look at these pools is look at how much liquidity is in there. Okay, is it $1 million liquidity? Great. Now, how much volume does it have average daily? Go ahead and look at a month's volume and divide it by 30. And then you realize, okay, so this has about 100K of volume. So about 10% of the size of liquidity sees volume. And then out of that, you now can figure out what the fees are. So you can figure out, well, if I put in so much money, this is the rate I'll figure out fees. The math gets kind of boring for a lot of people, but it's there if you want to access it. What makes it really cool is these DEXs where they wrap the fees in for the providers. They still take a little bit out for themselves. So, I mean, they'll leave like maybe 2/3 or 3/4 for the liquidity provider and take a nice quarter or third for themselves, depending on the DEX fee structure. Now, the nice thing about PulseX is it's very generous, where they leave 3/4 for the providers, and another 21% of it, I believe, is directed at the buy and burn, with just a fractional leftover little percent going to no expectations. So there was a bug in the launch of PulseX, and always do your own math and always trust your own math. I thought I caught that bug where the fees weren't being paid on testnet, but somebody in the community that was the old math guru kind of crapped all over me when I brought that up. So I backed off because I was new here, just figuring things out. Maybe I'd read it wrong. Wish I hadn't. So anyways, V1 launches with this bug where none of the fees are going to the liquidity provider, and 99% of them are going to the buy and burn. Now, this is unfortunate for the liquidity providers. However, the incentive token farms provided some compensation through yield there. However, it was amazing for our buy and burn. One of the best functions of PulseX, which is thought a lot of as a gimmick, like, oh, you've got locked up tokens you're burning. How does that help price? No. PulseX takes the revenue it's generating and then uses that revenue to buy up, the same way Apple does share buybacks or Nvidia does share buybacks, which investors get uber excited about because they know price is about to go shooting up because a buyback's happening. Now, these big businesses do it more like once a year or a couple times a year, once every few years. This thing is our own Michael Saylor bot. It's not automated, like a lot of the process is automated, but you can go there and click a button and participate. But I believe a lot of the community has already written bots to go ahead and, as soon as it's profitable, do the calculations and run for the rewards. So it might as well be automated fully. It's just mostly automated by Richard, and then the community finished automating it off. So you can run it at any time if you don't care about being profitable and you want to beat one of the bots. You can participate in the buy and burn. Now, because of this, daily, our automated Michael Saylor bot is just chewing through our PulseX supply. Num. Now, this is where it is best seen. When we get back to question time, I'll make Max bring up this chart because it's my favorite chart. And that is the PulseX price chart against Pulse, the ratio chart, not the dollar amount. Because that shows you right there how powerful the buy and burn has been, how powerful our automated Michael Saylor has been, what kind of trend line that has actually set up, and that our DEX is lining up to be more valuable than our layer 1 token, which will be a record first for crypto. This is what I think is basically the best function of this DEX. And now, besides that, some of those features of it can seem a little light, but now that we've seen updates to PulseChain.com, hi there, Max. We've seen that Richard, we're getting that price chart up. Wonderful. I love this price chart. It makes me so bullish. So just looking at that PulseX price. Can we get the price charts from PulseX, or do we have to go to DEX Screener or PulseChain.com?
let's do PulseChain.com. Wait, let's try that.
Let's see if we can get a ratio chart there. Yeah.
Oh, actually, I haven't tried charts on here. Good question.
Yeah, does it let us get a ratio chart? No.
It's not letting me click anything. So yeah, we can go to desk screener.
We can do this with grading now, I think.
Oh, do we keep getting listed and delisted multiple places?
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
Pop. There we go. And then we can switch this to ratio. There, you can draw a nice line right across the bottom of that. A perfect straight line. That is just beautiful. And that is the buy and burn of work. So that is one of the reasons that a lot of us have gotten behind it, knowing that the value is being redistributed to the holders. And it is just a waiting game to watch the supply get burnt up, as we're already at 7.07% of the supply gone. That's excluding the OA, obviously. And at this rate, it is chopping up that we should break over 9.25% in the next year, and we should break 10.5% easily in the next 2 years. And that's without potentially, a bunch of volume suddenly flooding in from Richard in the community or however that goes. But the buy and burn is just steadily working away, doing what it should have. And so in the meantime, you've got speculation about ink tokens being used as a DAO or other things that might come to the DEX. And now that we've seen the updates in PulseChain.com, a lot of people see the stagnation. Like PulseX hasn't seen that many updates, just little version updates for the website, keep things tweaked, but we haven't seen a lot of major rollouts. But this is where, now that we're seeing the changes and upgrades to PulseChain.com, I think we're going to see upcoming changes to PulseX, where I'm pretty sure Richard always had on the roadmap to add a couple other features like limit orders or stablecoin trading pools. So we are
obviously bridge integration. There's a lot of amazing stuff that can happen.
Yeah, so we're still waiting to see a lot of features get added to PulseX. And in the meantime, you can see by that ratio that we have just touched parity. And basically on our straight line projection, which Hex used to do, not to jinx us, PulseX, not to jinx us, but that straight line projection, we are very soon going to break parity for token value for PulseX. And this is just the value of, hey, look, we're not just taking all the fees and running away and who cares about the user? No, Tron style, fight for the user. The user gets a share of the fees for believing the product and holding a share of it. And I love that structure. It gets me excited every time I talk about it, even 2-3 years later. So, yeah.
Richard certainly likes talking about PulseX a lot. I was asking Coffee this morning during the keynote. I'm like, he talks about fundamentals of PulseX, we're speculating why, over Hex, over Pulse, over Ink. He really likes to bring out the buy and burn. He really likes to bring out deflationary. RH seems, I don't know. Is PulseX is it trying to be his favorite child at this point? Like he likes it a lot. Talks a lot about it.
It's possible. It's hard to ever tell with Richard. I mean, we've seen some back and forth where, well, I guess the market's decided, and then we watch EHEX go down, and then, well, the market seems to still like EHEX. Buy what you want. I think it's still price floating up. So, he's had a little back and forth, but he's definitely given PulseX a lot of love. That is for sure. A lot more than I think he's given to Ink. However, Ink is our lowest market cap coin. So, I mean, they all have their reasons to pump insanely. Hex has got the longest cult following. PulseX has got the buy and burn. Everyone loves a layer one. They're always necessary for gas. So Pulse is in high demand. I mean, they all have their reasons to be bullish.
Amazing. I think PulseX, we've seen so much stuff happening, the liquidity changing. Of course, PulseX still the premier DEX on PulseChain, most liquid. We've got app upgrades from time to time, new versions. A ton of stuff that could be on the horizon as far as upgrades and stuff too. Which again, I've said so many times, I think it's being timed when it actually matters, and not just to get pumped 10% to go down 15%. Like I would if anyone's out here, if I'm a dev team and I want to ride momentum in favorable macro conditions in a time of going up, I'm like staging all this stuff, like test net. I'm gonna make sure everything's working great, and then boom, boom, boom. Let's ride the momentum, ride those green candles up. No sense in introducing all the baller new features when the conditions aren't right. So I think if you think there's a plan, you got to believe it's a good plan, right?
That you do.
Top Gun Hexadian. You hang around. You're going to be on the panel with the rest of the people, community panel. It's going to be fun. I'm going to round out the day with that, and I'll have some closing remarks. But with that, let me pick one transition. Let's do this. And I like this transition. Let's do this. All right, 3, 2, 1.
Conference 2055.
Whoa, we got a lot of people on screen now. Look at that. Look at all the people. How's it going, everyone? I think everyone's been here before except Big K. How's it going, man? Nice to see you on stream.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Welcome. Real quick, just since it's the first time on the channel, like I know, OG, I've watched you a lot on Cabana stuff too. People probably saw you from Highest of Stakes. If you've seen that awesome movie, how did you just 30 seconds? So how'd you come across the ecosystem? How'd you get into Richard? If you haven't seen the Highest of Stakes trailer yet, I recommend it. But
well, I mean, I've been in crypto. Was mining in 2016. I was a Monero miner, and it was really just because I was a gamer. I had video graphics card, turned it on, making $3 a day. Before you knew it, I had a whole bunch. But Richard said some things in that time period that I didn't like. The moment when I specifically didn't like him was when his debate with Roger Ver during the fork wars. And so I straight up blocked him. So it wasn't until I lost my ass pretty hard during those fork wars. A lot of my miners were mining Bitcoin Cash. So you can guess how that felt. And like look in hindsight, looking back, it was when I unblocked him and found his material. It was all pretty like, oh yeah, this dude is right, and I'm really wrong. So it was humbling. But that was probably like I don't know, January 2019.
What time?
So that when that happened, I was pretty. I dived straight in, paid super close attention to what was Bitcoin Hex at the time, and then from there really was. I mean, I put everything that I had into Bitcoin, free claimed it all, turned it all into Ethereum, and slowly put it all in the adoption amplifier. So, I've been a fan since the very get go, and still am. I mean, I think I have more hex now than I've ever had. So,
wow,
I'm ready for this next run.
Aren't we all? Yeah, it's funny how like these disagreeing with somebody can really make you pay attention to them. Like, I mean, outrage marketing, right? Like that whole phase. I actually like my origin story following Richard too was somebody at a party who's big into Monero. He said, "Oh, you ever heard of Richard Hart?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Yeah, he keeps talking about the attack surface with Ethereum, how he doesn't like Ethereum and stuff." And I'm like, "Wait, I'm new to crypto, but I'm a tech guy, so like Ethereum seems fine. Yeah, there's attack surface, but that you work around it to do smart contracts, and you got to be careful and all that stuff. But there's nothing wrong with it." So I came in, I started watching his stuff, his self-help and his technical videos and all that, because I was like, what is his problem with Ethereum? And of course, later on, Hex ends up launching on Ethereum. His mind changes and stuff like that. But it came from that, like, why? Like, tell me why. Like, I want to know more about this. Even if I don't agree with you, like, it gets me engaged enough to like go watch your content. So
that was actually the one thing I did agree with him on was the Ethereum stuff. I didn't like Ethereum at all when I first started playing. Like when it first came out, I was like, "Oh, this is super clunky." I didn't like the Mu wallets at the time, like the web wallet at the time. I didn't like a lot of stuff going on with it. So like I was stupidly, of course later on you're like, oh yeah, duh. But at the time I was.
Funny. You sound synergy with him on Ethereum.
Yeah, I did for sure.
Nice. Well, amazing. Well, glad to have you on. Top Gun's back. Corey, an investor. Shout out to Corey. Appreciate you making donation as well. And a lot of people donating different stuff to the conference, and Corey was generous there and able to really like just make the whole community making this conference a great thing. First time I've ran one, and appreciate everyone just submitting and speaking and donating, all that good stuff. So really appreciate you, Corey.
Got it, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate you setting this up as well, too, man.
It's pretty wired, man. It's been almost 6 hours, so I'm doing it live, and
all right.
Sloth showed up on time, so that's actually unbelievable. So welcome, Dr. Dentist. You're back.
Well, I mean, Jesus, I had to twist your arm to get on here. I guess I better show up on time, right?
How much did you pay again? How much did you have paid again on the screen? Quite a bit of
I
money.
don't know, but I'm still waiting for that form to give the IRS. So I can
You got
get a tax
receipts?
deduction.
You got receipts? Don't
Wait,
we don't need to talk. We don't need to
you
talk
gotta
to
give
them.
me
We don't
the
need to talk to
receipt.
them.
What are you talking
We don't
about?
need to talk to them. They don't need that. Yeah, you can't send me money if you wanted to. You know that. You can wear my t-shirts though. I get t-shirts. They get thrown around every time or two. Triple Dad and Fast Abdul rounding out the panel with the PulseChain times, people. That's what you know to me these days. You guys did a great show on that. Appreciate you both.
Thank you for having us.
Of course. I'm gonna step away. You guys talk about whatever you want to talk about. You got about 30 minutes or so. Kick it. Round out the conference. Anything fun, newsworthy? Richard just tweeted twice about the conference. I'm feeling pretty good right now. Doing everything good. So I'll step away. You guys have fun.
All right. What are we talking about, boys?
That's a good question.
It is a good question. First of all, I just want to say hello to Triplet Dad and Fast Abdul. You guys I know, and Big Krowski, Corey the Investor, and Crypto Sloth. I've seen you around, but I think this is our first time actually seeing each other. So I just want to say hello. Nice to meet you.
Thanks, Doc. Thanks, Doc. You know, Fast Abdul and I both are doing the PulseChain times, and we start and end the show with Corey's music. You're
Awesome.
back.
Yeah, dude. Corey, you've been making sick tunes for the community for a long time, brother. Appreciate that.
Pretty good. Part.
Right on.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I haven't. I do. Y'all two up top here. I've never been on. Y'all three in the bottom. I've been on before, but it's good to see. Good to be on with y'all. Appreciate everything everybody does, and I mean, it's cool to be on another conference here, all about some fun stuff at a good time too. I mean, I feel like we're really just about to get things in this market real kicked up. You know,
I really think with everyone that we have involved in the community that's still here, still speaking out, still engaging, still out here. I mean, this is like, compared to other communities that I've seen outside of cryptocurrency, this is a very strong community. And I'm happy and I'm glad to be a part of it, to be able to contribute to it in some part. And again, look at the people that we have that are on the panel now, people that have spoken today, people that have their own channels, new influencers, still growing, more wallets, more things without Richard Hart really promoting. So I think this is really speaking volumes to what kind of community we have here today. So glad to be a part of it.
Like that, we grow, you know?
Yeah.
What's up, gentlemen? How's it going?
What's up, guys?
Max, what's up?
Good to see you guys.
Yeah, no, this really is a strong community. We've been through so much. I mean, like, it's been 2 years now, and if you rewind before that, as everyone else here, like, are we making progress getting over our 2 more weeks PTSD?
It's been 2 weeks for it feels like my whole life.
Just 2 more weeks.
I think the good thing about our community, right, is we have like a base level of community members that are active in chat, active on X, active on Telegram. And I think our base level matches that of chains that are just launching. And then chains launch and they go way up through the roof. But when we have great news, we actually surpass that with volume of social interaction as well as volume on deck screener. I think that's pretty cool. So if we start taking some of the good news to heart, no pun intended, right? I think we should be doing pretty well in this coming year. May's a good month, I think. Yeah.
How about the new guys? Any thoughts? Same way. False vision.
I'll tell you what, I've been streaming this on like 6 devices on 8 accounts, thumbing up, sharing it. I was an hour off. I apologize for being late, but I was streaming this stream while I was playing a game on my stream. So like, even when I'm streaming, I'm playing this stream today. So it's such great. And this panel is, like I said, I watch you guys and look up to everyone here on this panel. So to be here with you guys is a huge honor. And I feel like I should just sit back and listen. Like, this is one of the best panels I've seen all day.
RH Max has 7.2K on Twitter right now. Crispy Man restreaming. Thank you, buddy. He's got over almost another 1,000 people. We're probably close to 10,000 viewers at this point. It's pretty cool.
Nice. That's amazing. What a great panel. Shout out to RH Max for putting this together. This is absolutely amazing. Cinco de Mayo. I know most of you gents, or I've just discovered you recently. Fast Abdul, know you very well. Pulse Ray Vision, what's up? Just learned about AG Project. Corey, an investor. First time meeting you. Crypto Sloth, of course, been educating myself. Amazing educational videos out there. Triplet Dad 007, just met you last week on the show. Same Wolf Vision. Big Kurkowski, met you once before. What's up, brother? And Top Gun, first time meeting you. How you doing, man?
Good.
If you have not watched Saint Wolf, his show is awesome. Take a look at it. I would highly advise it. It's very educational. There's a lot of people with contrary opinions, right? And they all get to talk and sort it out. It's badass. So
you'll let anybody on there. It's
he let us on, right? Which is I tried to convince Fast Abdul to wear a sombrero today, but he wouldn't do it.
A sombrero.
I caught up with St. Wolf. I've seen a lot of your streams in the past, but during our latest soap opera that we've had in this community, you set such a chill vibe for people like Fast Abdul and what's his name, Sami, and those guys to come on and just relax, like actually discuss things in such a great forum that people were able to come and get the information they wanted and form the opinions that they wanted to form and get some really good information for you to set that vibe and tone. I absolutely love the stream. And of course, when people tip, the girls that come up, they're very pretty too.
They are, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, I like to think of it like you're just coming over to my place and it's my living room, you know. That's kind of the vibe. That's how I feel when I'm hanging out there. So I'm glad that you guys are
feeling the most complicated stream I've ever seen to run.
There's a lot going. There's quite a bit going on.
Having done this for a while, right? We've been streaming since before the sacrifice. That screen, I can't imagine what your control panel looks like.
It just evolved on its own, and it just kind of happened, But I do lose my mouse quite often on stream, and it's actually a true story. I actually do lose it sometimes, and I just lost it just now. Like I don't have a mouse. I was going to text you guys when I got on stream, but I lost the mouse. It's gone, so it'll come back. So I do have some technical glitches that do happen because of it, but we try to make fun of it. So.
You got to keep your mouse fed or it's going to go looking for food.
Exactly. I think Fast Abdul said he's working on a replacement, that and an Oracle, and we should be good to go.
Need a new Oracle. We need a mouse. It keeps getting stuck on the screens with the hot girls for some reason. Again and again, every time.
It's all you guys that got stuck. It froze immediately as soon as the screen came up.
Where's the hot girls? So you guys feeling bullish or what?
Yeah. What? Am I the only one? Am I the only one?
No, oh yeah. I mean, I feel like we've really like the reversal. We hit that double bottom. I feel like we're really building up some real momentum here. I feel like it's I be surprised to see us go back down to those levels again. And so much interesting stuff on the horizon. We got Fed meeting and ETH upgrade on the same day coming up.
Come on now.
Yep.
Let's get the mouse.
Money printer's going to start.
Yeah. I think
it is.
The community here is like, it always reminds me of that meme with Leonardo DiCaprio and Wolf of Wall Street. Like, I'm not leaving.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how long this thing is taking. It's like we're all like, we're not leaving. It's thousands.
Oh, no.
It's kind of good when you get to a place where you know the downside is limited. It's a good comforting feeling there.
Yeah.
We can only get bullish from here, really. So
as long as it's not at zero, you still have a chance. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, it's like it feels really like we're very close to the very, as everyone always talks about it, the ever elusive alt season. I mean, if you're looking at Bitcoin dominant stuff, I mean, I think that it's going to top out here this year sometime.
It's got to top
just a matter of when.
Yeah,
got it. I had a line on there at like 64 62%. When we like whipped up to that like early on, and I was like, oh, there we go. We're gonna fall now, and now it is. And like, no, it's wrong. It's wrong.
I think we could see another maybe 2, 3, 4% move up more. It's about close to where it was, and I think
we
2021
could get all the way to 70%. I mean, like I think that it could get up there. But like that's gonna look super parabolic. Like that's gonna look crazy parabolic, you know. Yeah. So like I mean, it's a matter of when that breaks down. If it's like if June or if it's October, it doesn't really matter. Like when the hindsight, when we look back in 2-3 years or whatever, it's not gonna. Yeah. Who the fuck gives a shit when it breaks down? Yeah. But like it's going to, and you're gonna want to have exposure into altcoins at that time. You know, you're not going to be wanting to wait and, you know, and then figure it out at that point in time. And be what, you know, and then you're going to be, oh yeah, of course. In hindsight, it's going to look super. Yeah, of course it got topped out there. But like, you know, at the moment, you know, we're just feverishly waiting. You know, yeah. And that's, you know, you start to feel some twinges of it, of people calling me that haven't called me for information about crypto stuff in a while. You know, so I think that, you know, I think we're getting there.
Yeah, we're been through all the bad stuff. We're going to move forward from here.
Oh, go ahead, Fast.
I was just saying that PulseChain's done. We've seen the worst of the worst as far as things that could happen to a chain, and now it's time for the best of the best, right? Like there's a chance that we could see RH streaming again. The SEC is done. Interpol soon after, I suspect. You know, and we can start to see that, like, okay, maybe Bitcoin's going to hit an all-time high and it's going to flow into Ethereum. I know a guy who's got a lot of Ethereum who has an interest in PulseChain. You know, I think good times could be ahead.
Yeah, who is it? Are you allowed to tell us who it is?
Well, it's not official, but I've heard a rumor that the Sackbags and RH have a lot of Ethereum, like a lot. Like
really?
More
they do. They do. One of the top
holders. In fact. How much is a lot for you, Fast? What, like 100?
I don't know the exact number. Sloth, do you know the number?
Yeah. Off the top of my head, it's over 100,000 for sure. It's like 171, I think. That's my guess.
Are you talking dollars or actual Ethereum?
Actual Ethereum.
Oh, well,
pretty sure it's 170,000 or so.
That's pocket change.
There we go.
In my opinion, there's too many evil sons of bitches buying Ethereum right now for it to fail. When you hear about like BlackRock and all these big boys coming in and buying Ethereum, they obviously know something we don't, and I believe that's why these prices have been so like depressed and artificially held down. So when you see a bunch of evil people and they get their bags full, I think that's when we're going to see Ethereum take off. And thanks to Hart's law, it's going to rip PulseChain with it. So we're in the right spot for how bad it's been this year.
Say what you want about ETH. It's the thing that has all the liquidity in DeFi. I mean, if you want to get into DeFi, you pretty much have to go through ETH for the most part. Of course, other layer ones have their own, like, you know, dollar liquidity on the centralized exchange. But for anything that you're pretty much doing on chain, the majority, the easiest way to move big money into DeFi is through Ethereum. If you want to build your own stuff, like let's just say these bad people that X-Ray Vision or Pulse Ray Vision is talking about, they want to build their own things to be evil and extract all the value that they want. Well, a big thing that they'll need is Ethereum for their liquidity at the very least. Of course, they also have a ton of dollars at the side to be able to support their stuff. But you know, Ethereum is the way to get the bulk of your money into DeFi as a whole. So that in of itself, say what you want about the tech of Ethereum or where it's at, or you know, whatever ad homs you want to talk about Vitalik and his character, whatever you want to say, the liquidity is there, and that's not something that can be replicated very easy. That's something that takes time and confidence and what's the word I'm looking for? It takes like it's been time tested, battle tested, pressure tested, all of that stuff. So it works. It's here. It has the liquidity. So it just makes sense that at some point it will have its day in the sun. And the funny part is we don't even need a crazy ETH price for a big alt season anymore. Like we get back to $4,000 and we're all taking our pants off again. Like it's kind of funny how low Ethereum has to get for us to get excited again. Not to mention, you know, start talking, want to test $10,000, which is like the big psychological number. So I haven't been worried about it. I look at the price. I'm like, I can't believe it's this low, like under $2,000 for this long. It shocks me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Sloth, where do you put the high mark of hex on Pulse if this thing rips in this next bull run?
I mean, it's difficult to say. The Pampy.app thing has been a really good way to test like how much, if X amount of buy pressure comes in, how much price could pump. And Hex has the lowest liquidity of all of the core tokens on PulseChain right now, so it has the theoretical ability to do the most X's. The two unknown variables is how much money comes in, and then how much sell pressure is met when that money comes in. And I think it's pretty obvious to feel like, oh yeah, of course people are going to sell. But for those of you who have been around for a while, like there are times when price goes up, continues to go up after big sells, and then everyone gets a little freaked out. We're like, wait a minute, I can't just sell. If I sell now, it's just going to go up afterwards. Like that kind of fear, that FOMO feeling is the sentiment shift that I think is almost necessary, or is the big indicator that like a lot of the sell pressure starts to dry up simply because people start to get scared that they're going to get left behind. And we haven't seen that yet in all of PulseChain quite yet. We haven't seen that monumental big sellers getting eaten up quickly. In my like monitoring of the charts, I do see it a little bit. Like there are small inklings of it where you see some of the wicks on PulseChain. Specifically when we test a specific resistance level, there's a big sell and it gets eaten up pretty quickly, but then there's no follow through, so it bleeds down. So there are like it almost looks like someone's like testing the market, or they're like people testing the market, putting big buys in, seeing how the market reacts to see if it really is time to go from a capital efficiency perspective. Like you don't just want to dump your capital in for it to get sold as exit liquidity immediately afterwards. You have to be sophisticated with it and test the market, especially when we're talking about multi-million-dollar liquidity asset like PulseChain, which even though right now it's pretty low, that still takes a lot of real people dollars to get it up. So that's generally what I'm seeing.
Do you guys have any strategies for taking profit during this next bull, so we don't round trip 50-cent hex again?
I mean, it's Hex is pretty liquid, but it's pretty light liquidity right now, right? So if we go up a whole lot, even if there's a lot more liquidity at a later point in time, it's not a terrible idea if you're looking to get out of something to put in it in a liquidity position, and then just exit at the position that you feel like exiting at. And I mean, it does work. It takes more patience, but that's going to save you as far as slippage goes, especially if you're somebody who's got 6 figures plus in whatever we're talking about. That's something that is not a bad idea.
We've been seeing people trickle out on our OTC, right? People getting out of positions on an OTC is kind of not a bad idea. No slippage for buyers. Very little fees. It's a pretty responsible way for getting out of a position. So we've actually contacted Lance a couple of times to have him get his EHEX from BankX on our protocol and let us all nibble at it. We're trying to see that go through, but single-sided or V3 liquidity, or however you guys want to do that, it's pretty responsible way what Big K was saying, for sure.
People can use the OTC to set limit orders, basically. Like you could put your moon price on there, right? Like 10x, 50x from today, and have that be the number that was hit in the future, right? So you don't have to set it at the current rate. But as far as getting in and out, I think like for most users, DCAing, dollar cost averaging in and dollar cost averaging out is probably the play. Nobody knows when the top's going to be. Some of us think we do, perhaps. We're probably wrong. So you're gonna miss the top. You're gonna miss the bottom. DCA in, DCA out. Probably be happier overall on average, I would suspect.
Real quick, I just want to ask the question, since I've heard it. I've been listening in and out. But what about the whole idea of the P-die narrative, where not getting out won't be a thing and just staying in a stable within the ecosystem? something, or is that
Sure.
not gonna be
No,
a
I mean,
talk.
like, I'm not saying like that. Like, I have stable coin too. I'm in more money in crypto stuff than I have in traditional finance stuff. So whatever that means. But that doesn't mean it's like you got risk on shit and risk off shit. So like, I don't think that like you're just gonna be out of like we're all gonna at some point in time take all our money out and pack it up and go home. That's not happening. So it's just different layers of at what point in time in the market you want to be sitting in stables, and how much yield are you going to make on those versus being in a risk on it. But like you don't have to like. I don't think that there's like you got to leave crypto entirely. You just reduce or increase your risk based on the market.
Yeah,
I agree. I don't think anybody has to leave PulseChain at all. Like we have enough native stables and bridge stables, and you have enough places where you can farm them to make additional yield. Like you could ride out the next bear market, 80% stables, and when you think the bottom is in and you deploy, like the next bull market for PulseChain, if everybody follows a plan like that, could be insane.
Yeah, because I think we have so much with just trying to be like the stock market as far as keeping our unrealized assets locked up for one thing, and then having these websites like the OX Bistro where we can put our tokens up without really affecting the market to help our price performance as well. So I'm just trying to think of all these small things that are being built up and built around this community and this ecosystem to actually really help it thrive. And people who really want to hurt the chain, you'll see them online outside of having all these other ways to get out of the system. So.
Oh yeah, I mean they'll be the people that are looking to hurt the chain are the ones that are going to show you shit that is like what you mentioned, that is like clearly compromised protocols with terrible narratives that are visibly getting extracted. Like that shit is for the birds. And so like no like that like. That's not great, and there's plenty of that. You can see that's not the only ecosystem and the only situation we've seen where someone said one thing and done another. And like I mean like and if you can't be careful investing in stuff like that and in other things, because like if you're not watching the chain yourself, then there's high likelihood you're gonna get burned. So just be careful.
Here's
what other meme coins are you guys buying in our community? I know this is a RH Max stream, but memes need to be touched on. I know Copy probably touched on Top Hat, right? That one's pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, I got a bunch of meme stuff I like. I could talk about that all day. I like the Sparta shit. It's new. It's fresh. There's not very many people in it. Probably gonna do some X's. I like any of these. Like the thing that sucks is that I like the liquidity web idea. Like that you're basically just leveraging the Hart's law idea with these projects. The problem is that when when there's 1,000 projects that come out and like you're like where the fuck is the liquidity? It feels like some 3-card money shit. You're like, where is the liquidity at? And how much is there? Is it actually just $1,000? Played out 8 times over, and like that. Like where is it? It's like I do like those things because they do work. Like if you're buying and burning tokens at a pretty high rate, and your liquidity paired to some stuff that's also going to pump. The problem is what we've seen is that you got to be whoever's putting those projects together has to be very cautious of what they're using, because obviously you compare your shit to something that's not great, and then they think you're super cool by burning liquidity and all the rest, and then you're like, oh man, So like that we've seen that happen on a couple different projects out there. So I don't know. I like that stuff for meme stuff. I feel like people that have any meme that's out there that has good content and like lots of it, is good. Like I like that he's got to keep stuff's got to keep being fresh.
It put a lot of people in a bit of a dilemma, because you have everybody investing in the blue chips, Pulse, PulseX, Hex, Ethereum Hex, Inc. And then our founder launches a meme coin factory, right? And then launches his own meme coin, Most, right? Which is actually pretty cool. I think
Well, and to be fair to him in general, I mean, like if you'd looked on like what Pulse looked like up until then, I mean, the play had been like everybody had, oh, we got a bunch of core coins, and the meme shit, these small project meme communities have really been the play for the past year some odd for Pulse. That's pretty clear in charts. Not every one of them's lasted or sticks around forever. Most things don't. I mean, that's the incredible staying power of Hex here. Is that like there's very few tokens that like in crypto that I have owned and it's probably still in wallets long tons of shit, tons of garbage out there, cheese coin and Dentacoin and just dumb stuff that you're and like most shit doesn't stick around, and like Hex has stuck around a lot, and like this community has been here, like we said, is as strong as it gets. There's like Bitcoin, ETH, and I guess Solana now, but like we're right there in all that cut as far as like its strength community goes. Literally longevity, people that are willing to, that's the thing, is that like there's a lot of projects out there that like people are not going to be willing to talk about. They're willing to get a bag of it and hope it goes up, but like try and get them on screen, try and get them to be like, yeah, I totally love it, it's fucking fart coin or whatever. And like there's a lot of people who are like, stray away from that, whereas like we have a huge community of people that are super dedicated to what they believe in. So I mean, that's pretty awesome.
I take personal offense on anybody who throws shades on Dentacoin. Okay.
Yeah.
Not while I'm in the room, guys. Okay.
Remember,
in like the 2017 bull run, I actually made some dough off of Dentacoin, so that's why it holds a special place in my heart. It was like one of those like. I'm explaining it to somebody like this is ridiculous shit as it was I'm like, and it's up 3x today. Holy shit, that was
about real world utility, guys. Oh,
yeah, it's some altcoin alt season madness right there.
Remember, the RH ecosystem is the only really ecosystem and tokens that have some clarity with the SEC and some clarity in that respect. So like you have to talk about it in some respect because not too many other coins have that. So I mean, I think that's our hill right there to stand on, really, for everything.
1,000%. I think that it's I mean, that's something that that's something that we forget. I forget that like man, Richard's been careful with his wording for 5 years to get to this place right now.
Yeah.
Like I can remember him being like, man, I wish I could. He's like, I could tell you, I could say things that would make this price pump a lot more. He's like, I would love to. He's like, but I can't. I'm not going to. Like I'm gonna do the better thing, and not say those things because I will. Because he wanted regulatory clarity. He wanted that, and he got it. So
yep,
you got it.
Yeah. We've got the pink miss well in our group. It's got a pretty chart. When we get some blood and carnage in Pulse, it seems to hang on just because the pink miss well, he's our patron saint. He's got most of the supply and he hasn't been dumping on anybody since the last time he could mint. So yeah, pink miss well is a lot of fun. It just goes to show what happens when people just don't sell. So
where was that created?
That's my favorite one.
Where was that created, Max?
That was created at Pump.Tires.
Nice.
So it's got about 30K liquidity there, but most of its liquidity is paired with our token. So
that's awesome. In the community here, I saw a comment on Max's hat. This is my hat, right? Brian McGruder, freaking, you're a badass, sir. Look at that. X on the bottom.
Community, champ since day one too. He's been around forever, making great shit. Yeah. I might grab a couple hats.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. And also shout out to RG3. This is the cigar that was rolled at the golf event at the Pulse golf event.
Nice.
Smoking one of his cigars today.
Nice.
Very nice.
Shout out to RG3. He'll be on the conference tomorrow. I keep on saying show every time. I'm not used to hosting conferences. Keep on say show. RG3 will be fighting for DeFi. He's got to talk tomorrow. A lot of great ones tomorrow.
And is this conference going to be a once a year thing or a biannual thing, twice a year?
It's a no expectations as of now. It's every 2 weeks. No, that'd be too much. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say because there's not a website for it. I don't know if I'm gonna make one or not. Kind of because I was like, yeah, well, one, I don't think there's a lot of ROI for it, especially in now's macro environment. I think I mean, the original idea with this was more for the community to get excited and engaged and all that. But now we got like 7,000 or 8,000 watchers on X. I'm like, I think we may be onboarding some people outside the community. I'm not sure they're all us watching right now.
Yeah, that's awesome. That is killer that we have those numbers. I was super impressed, man.
It's great. So yeah, I'm not expecting the same tomorrow. We'll see. Although we have a lot of great content tomorrow. But yeah, today's Cinco de Mayo, 5/5/25. The whole thing, and that's what I want to end on today as well, is thinking about the future, what we're going to be doing, hopefully on the moon. Or Mars, I guess, maybe if you like Elon reference for 2055 on 5/5/55, which is a very special date. And hopefully not wrecking ourselves and all that good stuff. And also, I just did a poll on Twitter. I did a poll a couple weeks ago. You guys want a PulseX conference? Think about that. Almost 50% was no. It was like 40-60. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this poll again today and see if you all want a PulseX conference. We're going to do this again. We're going to run it back. And I imagine the results, the jury's still out. I imagine the results will be more favorable. But anyways, that being said, I don't know if we're going to do it again. We'll see. It's looking pretty good so far. A lot of great feedback. A lot of people seem to be enjoying it, regardless of up-only atmosphere or what we've been experiencing. And a lot of great participants. I didn't expect, 40-plus people to apply, show up, come here. Again, we've got still tomorrow. We've had 20, 25 people so far, but you all really did put in the work. Chat's been crazy. I'm sure there's a ton of questions we could have got to. We could be going for 6 more hours, but I've been impressed by the response. So we'll see. It's looking good though.
Nice work, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Max. Man, do another one. I'm coming back.
I want you back, Corey. It'll be great. Yeah, I mean, with that being said, let's just go top to bottom real quick. 2055. One word to describe what you'll be doing in 2055. Top Gun all the way down to Pulse Ray. Let's kick it off. One word. What are you going to be doing in 2055?
Sleeping. Retirement.
Sleeping in because you're very comfortable enough to sleep and you don't have to work too hard.
Yes.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Don't get angry with that.
I don't know, hip surgery. I'm sure.
Don't worry, sir. We have AI. We're going to solve hips and all kinds of stuff, and we got dentistry, and we got the tech. We got the tech and
perfect. Thank God.
All right, Corey.
My word be unbreakable, man. So
I like it. Unbreakable in 2055. I mean, again, if we invest in longevity tech, we'll be reversing aging, all that good stuff. So we may in fact be unbreakable. Hopefully not Benjamin Button unbreakable, and but hopefully in a very good, healthy way. Yeah, I like that. Crypto sloth.
Implants.
You're gonna be implants in 2055. Okay, I mean, a lot of ways you could take that. I'll take it though. I like it. You didn't say in a tree, so there's that. So.
You said one word, Max. I had to.
That's true. That is true. 3 is more than 1. Triple dad.
Building.
Ooh, that's a powerful one. I like that. I like that. Building. Well, you've been building a lot so far, so I can imagine 30 more years of this. It's gonna you're gonna have it maybe an empire. You never know.
We're building. We're not stopping.
I like it. Fast Abdul.
Grandchildren. Dozens and dozens of them.
If you don't have them, the world may die off without enough humans. So I'm glad sounds like you're looking forward to doing your part or working on it otherwise. So
yeah. I'm the Genghis Khan of Northern Canada.
That is quite a title. Okay. All of his positive attributes. We'll go with that.
Swimming.
Ooh, that's a good one. I like swimming. Swimming in maybe a beautiful warm sea that we're off your yacht. Yeah.
It's a low impact exercise. I like it. When I'm old, I'll still be able to swim.
There you go. Swimming good for the hips. There's a crossover there.
Yeah. See, there you go.
Yeah. Pulse ray vision.
I'm going to stick with the name of this panel, community. Like I can only imagine what the community is going to be in 30 years.
Wow. Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Probably my grandchildren, I would expect.
Wow. Maybe every 5
At
years.
least 36 of them.
We have a rebirth. We have a rebirth every 5 to 10 years. New coming in, who you have to. It's like the Ponzi scheme in a good way, where it's like Social Security. You got to pay for all the old people. You all have to go through a little bit of what we went through, but you're gonna have a better life. Just like we're the boomers at that point. Like,
yeah.
Oh my God.
Nice, man. Nice.
All right, everyone. We got to wrap this up. It is 4 o'clock. 6 hours of content stream where it says 6 hours, 5 minutes, 57 seconds. I'm gonna pull you all out.
Congratulations, brother. Congratulations.
Yeah, and I'm clapping for everybody. Let's clap for the whole community. Let's clap for everyone who made this possible. It ain't me up here just talking. I've actually tried to get more breaks. Appreciate you all. And don't forget to come up. Don't forget to come back tomorrow if you're scheduled, or if not, just come in the chat and be a positivity force for positivity, all that fun stuff too. I'm gonna take you all out, do my closing remarks, and we're gonna call it a day. We're gonna come back tomorrow stronger than ever. I'm very excited about that. So appreciate you, gents, and I'll see you all later.
Thanks,
everybody.
Thanks.
And then there was one. All right, everyone. I've had a couple breaks, so that's about all I need. I'm happy to call it a day at this point, though. I want to say there's been a lot of ups and downs, but it's been mostly ups. I mean, Richard tweeted twice about he tweeted the X one and also the YouTube link. Hopefully he'll do the same tomorrow. That'd be fun. No expectations, but that'd be nice. We have a great lineup for tomorrow as well. I put the link in the chat. Feel free to go check it out. A lot of Hex content as well. Some of the same people today you'll see tomorrow. And chat, I appreciate you. I've not seen a lot of riffraff at all. And it seems a lot of people really appreciate the chance to connect, learn, have some fun. We got some fun videos and some other fun stuff be coming up tomorrow. And yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm excited for the future. I'm excited for, by the way, StreamYard says just hit 9,000. Again, how accurate that is. Add them all up. I don't know, but I swear every time I look at X, it's got 7,000 or more. So it's just amazing. These numbers, if you've been following me for a while, they don't mean a lot to me. It's always nice to see, but I really want to make a contribution. I want to make an impact. And I do things differently than a lot of people, and I don't follow the trends, and I'm not interested in a lot of new shiny objects and stuff like that. And I think somebody's got to do it. Like, I appreciate everyone here building, believing, making sure whatever the ideals that they're voting for are represented and are, people know about them and all that stuff. And I'm going to keep doing the same. I think as long as we do that, as long as we keep building, creating, hanging out, high-fiving in a permissionless, innovative, eye on the prize way, we don't have to always be rowing in the same direction, but let's at least be, in the same body of water. Let's try to find some common ground there, because there's a lot of amazing stuff that we can do in this community. Let's keep it going. Let's see where we can go with this thing. Let's really take it. PulseChain, Hex, regardless of when RH is streaming, regardless of what anyone else thinks around the ecosystem, regardless of what we have to do to go out of our way to show people the greatest place on earth, make sure when you show them, you point it over here. You point it towards what they need to know to get in, be successful, and hopefully get the maddest of gains. And find the best, find friends, find community, find purpose, whatever it is you're looking for. I go back to my opening remarks this morning. What's your North Star? I challenge everyone out there, find out why you are here and go do it. Go win. Winning really is a mindset. We're proving that more than anything else right now. So that's all I got for you today. Oh, let's do the intro. Let's just do the intro for the outro this time. I really like this intro. Shout out to PulseWave AI. I believe I retweeted his content as well. I got a lot of great stuff. Appreciate everyone for the contributions. Again, come back at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. We got a lot more content to do. That's all I got for you today. We'll go out on this one.
Welcome to Pulse Conference 2050.